Chapters 1 through 6 of Judges, from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Now after the death of Joshua, the children of Israel made request to the Lord, saying, Who is to go up first to make war for us against the Canaanites? And the Lord said, Judah is to go up. See, I have given the land into his hands. Then Judah said to Simeon his brother, Come up with me into my heritage, so that we may make war against the Canaanites, and I will then go with you into your heritage. So Simeon went with him. And Judah went up, and the Lord gave the Canaanites and the Perizzites into their hands, and they overcame 10,000 of them in Bezek. And they came across Adoni-Zedek, and made war on him, and they overcame the Canaanites and the Perizzites. But Adoni-Zedek went in flight, and they went after him, and overtook him, and had his thumbs and his great toes cut off. And Adoni-Zedek said, 70 kings whose thumbs and great toes had been cut off got broken meat under my table. As I have done, so God has done to me in full. And they took him to Jerusalem, and he came to his end there. Then the children of Judah made an attack on Jerusalem, and took it, burning down the town after they had put its people to the sword without mercy. After that, the children of Judah went down to make war on the Canaanites living in the hill country, and in the south, and in the lowlands. And Caleb went against the Canaanites of Hebron. Now in earlier times Hebron was named Kiriath Arba. And he put Sheshai and Ahiman and Talmai to the sword. And from there he went up against the people of Debir. Now the name of Debir in earlier times was Kiriath Sepher. And Caleb said, I will give Achsah, my daughter, as wife to the man who overcomes Kiriath Sepher and takes it. And Othniel, the son of Kenaz, Caleb's younger brother, took it, so he gave him his daughter Achsah for his wife. Now when she came to him, he put into her mind the idea of requesting a field from her father. And she got down from her ass, and Caleb said to her, What is it? And she said to him, Give me a blessing, because you have put me in a dry southland. Now give me springs of water. So Caleb gave her the higher spring and the lower spring. Now Hobab the Kenite, Moses' father-in-law, had come up out of the town of palm trees with the children of Judah into the wasteland of Arad, and he went and was living among the Amalekites. And Judah went with Simeon his brother, and overcame the Canaanites living in Zephathah, and put it under the curse, and he gave the town the name of Hormah. Then Judah took Gaza and its limit, and Ashkelon and its limit, and Ekron and its limit. And the Lord was with Judah, and he took the hill country for his heritage. But he was unable to make the people of the valley go out, for they had war carriages of iron. And they gave Hebron to Caleb, as Moses had said, and he took the land of the 3 sons of Anak, driving them out from there. And the children of Judah did not make the Jebusites who were living in Jerusalem go out. The Jebusites are still living with the children of Benjamin in Jerusalem. And the family of Joseph went up against Bethel, and the Lord was with them. So they sent men to make a search round Bethel. Now the name of the town in earlier times was Luz. And the watchers saw a man coming out of the town, and said to him, If you will make clear to us the way into the town, we will be kind to you. So he made clear to them the way into the town, and they put it to the sword, but they let the man and all his family get away safe. And he went into the land of the Hittites, building a town there and naming it Luz, which is its name to this day. And Manasseh did not take away the land of the people of Beth-shean and its daughter towns, or of Tanakh and its daughter towns, or of the people of Dor and its daughter towns, or of the people of Ibleam and its daughter towns, or of the people of Megiddo and its daughter towns, driving them out. But the Canaanites would go on living in that land. And whenever Israel became strong, they put the Canaanites to forced work without driving them out completely. And Ephraim did not make the Canaanites who were living in Gezer go out, but the Canaanites went on living in Gezer among them. Zebulun did not make the people of Kitron or the people of Nahalol go out, but the Canaanites went on living among them and were put to forced work. And Asher did not take the land of the people of Akko or Zidon or Ahlab or Achzib or Helba or Aphik or Rehob, driving them out. But the Asherites went on living among the Canaanites, the people of the land, without driving them out. Naphtali did not take the land of the people of Beth Shemesh or of Beth Anath, driving them out, but he was living among the Canaanites in the land. However, the people of Beth Shemesh and Beth Anath were put to forced work. And the children of Dan were forced into the hill country by the Amorites, who would not let them come down into the valley. For the Amorites would go on living in Mount Heres, in Aijalon, and in Shalbim. But the children of Joseph became stronger than they and put them to forced work. And the limit of the Edomites went from the slope of Akrabim, from Selah and up. Chapter 2. Now the angel of the Lord came up from Gilgal to Bochum, and he said, I took you out of Egypt, guiding you into the land which I gave by an oath to your fathers. And I said, my agreement with you will never be broken by me, and you are to make no agreement with the people of this land. You are to see that their altars are broken down. But you have not given ear to my voice. What have you done? And so I have said, I will not send them out from before you, but they will be a danger to you, and their gods will be a cause of falling to you. Now, on hearing these words which the angel of the Lord said to all the children of Israel, the people gave themselves up to loud crying and weeping. And they gave that place the name of Bochum, and made offerings there to the Lord. And Joshua let the people go away, and the children of Israel went, every man to his heritage, to take the land for themselves. And the people were true to the Lord all the days of Joshua, and all the days of the responsible men who were still living after the death of Joshua, and had seen all the great work of the Lord which he had done to Israel. And death came to Joshua the son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, he being 110 years old. And they put his body in the earth in the land of his heritage in Timnath-Heres, in the hill country of Ephraim to the north of Mount Gash. And in time death overtook all that generation, and another generation came after them, having no knowledge of the Lord or of the things which he had done for Israel. And the children of Israel did evil in the eyes of the Lord, and became servants to the Baals. And they gave up the Lord, the God of their fathers, who had taken them out of the land of Egypt, and went after other gods, the gods of the peoples round about them, worshipping them and moving the Lord to wrath. And they gave up the Lord, and became the servants of Baal and the Ashtartes. And the wrath of the Lord was burning against Israel, and he gave them up into the hands of those who violently took their property, and into the hands of their haters all round them, so that they were forced to give way before them. Wherever they went out, the hand of the Lord was against them for evil, as the Lord had taken his oath it would be, and things became very hard for them. Then the Lord gave them judges as their saviors from the hands of those who were cruel to them. But still they would not give ear to their judges, but went after other gods and gave them worship, quickly turning from the way in which their fathers had gone, keeping the orders of the Lord, but they did not do so. And whenever the Lord gave them judges, then the Lord was with the judge, and was their savior from the hands of their haters all the days of the judge. For the Lord was moved by their cries of grief because of those who were cruel to them. But whenever the judge was dead, they went back and did more evil than their fathers, going after other gods to be their servants and their worshippers, giving up nothing of their sins and their hard-hearted ways. And the wrath of the Lord was burning against Israel, and he said, because this nation has not been true to my agreement which I made with their fathers, and has not given ear to my voice, from now on I will not go on driving out from before them any of the nations which at the death of Joshua were still living in this land, in order to put Israel to the test, and see if they will keep the way of the Lord, walking in it as their fathers did, or not. So the Lord let those nations go on living in the land, not driving them out quickly, and did not give them up into the hands of Joshua. Chapter 3. Now these are the nations which the Lord kept in the land for the purpose of testing Israel by them, all those who had had no experience of all the wars of Canaan. Only because of the generations of the children of Israel, for the purpose of teaching them war, only those who up till then had no experience of it. The 5 chiefs of the Philistines, and all the Canaanites and the Zidonians and the Hivites living in Mount Lebanon, from the mountain Baal-Hermon as far as Hamath, for the purpose of testing Israel by them, to see if they would give ear to the orders of the Lord, which he had given to their fathers by the hand of Moses. Now the children of Israel were living among the Canaanites, the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites. And they took as wives the daughters of these nations, and gave their daughters to their sons, and became servants to their gods. And the children of Israel did evil in the eyes of the Lord, and put out of their minds the Lord their God, and became servants to the Baals and the Ashtartes. So the wrath of the Lord was burning against Israel, and he gave them up into the hands of Cushan-Rishathaim, king of Mesopotamia. And the children of Israel were his servants for 8 years. And when the children of Israel made prayer to the Lord, he gave them a savior, Othniel, the son of Kenaz, Caleb's younger brother. And the Spirit of the Lord came on him, and he became judge of Israel, and went out to war. And the Lord gave up Cushan-Rishathaim, king of Mesopotamia, into his hands, and he overcame him. Then for 40 years the land had peace, till the death of Othniel, the son of Kenaz. Then the children of Israel again did evil in the eyes of the Lord, and the Lord made Eglon, king of Moab, strong against Israel, because they had done evil in the Lord's eyes. And Eglon got together the people of Ammon and Amalek, and they went out and overcame Israel, and took the town of palm trees. And the children of Israel were servants to Eglon, king of Moab, for 18 years. Then when the children of Israel made prayer to the Lord, he gave them a savior, Ehud, son of Gera the Benjamite, a left-handed man. And the children of Israel sent an offering by him to Eglon, king of Moab. So Ehud made himself a two-edged sword, a cubit long, which he put on at his right side under his robe. And he took the offering to Eglon, king of Moab, who was a very fat man. And after giving the offering, he sent away the people who had come with the offering. But he himself, turning back from the stone images at Gilgal, said, I have something to say to you in secret, O king. And he said, Let there be quiet. Then all those who were waiting before him went out. Then Ehud came in to him while he was seated by himself in his summer house. And Ehud said, I have a word from God for you. And he got up from his seat. And Ehud put out his left hand and took the sword from his right side and sent it into his stomach. And the hand part went in after the blade, and the fat was joined up over the blade, for he did not take the sword out of his stomach. And he went out into the... Then Ehud went out into the covered way, shutting the doors of the summer house on him and locking them. Now when he had gone, the king's servants came and saw that the doors of the summer house were locked, and they said, It may be that he is in his summer house for a private purpose. And they went on waiting till they were shamed, but the doors were still shut, so they took the key, and opening them saw their lord stretched out dead on the floor. But Ehud had got away while they were waiting, and had gone past the stone images, and got away to Seirah. And when he came there, he had a horn sounded in the hill country of Ephraim, and all the children of Israel went down with him from the hill country, and he at their head. And he said to them, Come after me, for the Lord has given the Moabites, your haters, into your hands. So they went down after him, and took the crossing places of Jordan against Moab, and let no one go across. At that time they put about 10,000 men of Moab to the sword, every strong man and every man of war. Not a man got away. So Moab was broken that day under the hand of Israel, and for 80 years the land had peace. And after him came Shamgar, the son of Anath, who put to death 600 Philistines with an ox stick, and he was another savior of Israel. Chapter 4. And the children of Israel again did evil in the eyes of the Lord when Ehud was dead. And the Lord gave them up into the hands of Jabin, king of Canaan, who was ruling in Hazor. The captain of his army was Sisera, who was living in Harosheth of the Gentiles. Then the children of Israel made prayer to the Lord, for he had 900 iron war carriages, and for 20 years he was very cruel to the children of Israel. Now Deborah, a woman prophet, the wife of Lapidoth, was judge of Israel at that time. And she had her seat under the palm tree of Deborah between Ramah and Bethel in the hill country of Ephraim, and the children of Israel came up to her to be judged. And she sent for Barak, the son of Abinoam, from Kedesh Naphtali, and said to him, Has not the Lord, the God of Israel, given orders, saying, Go and get your force into line in Mount Tabor, and take with you 10,000 men of the children of Naphtali and of the children of Zebulun? And I will make Sisera, the captain of Jabin's army, with his war carriages and his forces, come out against you at the river Kishon, where I will give him into your hands. And Barak said to her, If you will go with me, then I will go, but if you will not go with me, I will not go. And she said, I will certainly go with you, though you will get no honor in your undertaking, for the Lord will give Sisera into the hands of a woman. So Deborah got up and went with Barak to Kadesh. Then Barak sent for Zebulun and Naphtali to come to Kadesh, and 10,000 men went up after him, and Deborah went with him. Now Heber the Kenite, separating himself from the rest of the Kenites, from the children of Hobab, the brother-in-law of Moses, had put up his tent as far away as the oak tree of Zananim by Kadesh. And word was given to Sisera that Barak, the son of Abinoam, had gone up to Mount Tabor. So Sisera got together all his war carriages, 900 war carriages of iron, and all the people who were with him, from Harosheth of the Gentiles as far as the river Kishon. Then Deborah said to Barak, Up, for today the Lord has given Sisera into your hands. Has not the Lord gone out before you? So Barak went down from Mount Tabor, and 10,000 men after him. And the Lord sent fear on Sisera and all his war carriages and all his army before Barak. And Sisera got down from his war carriage and went in flight on foot. But Barak went after the war carriages and the army as far as Harosheth of the Gentiles, and all Sisera's army was put to the sword. Not a man got away. But Sisera went in flight on foot to the tent of Jael, the wife of Heber the Kenite, for there was peace between Jabin, king of Hazor, and the family of Heber the Kenite. And Jael went out to Sisera and said to him, Come in, my lord, come in to me without fear. So he went into her tent, and she put a cover over him. Then he said to her, Give me now a little water, for I have need of a drink. And opening a skin of milk, she gave him a drink, and put the cover over him again. And he said to her, Take your place at the door of the tent, and if anyone comes and says to you, Is there any man here? Say no. Then Jael, Heber's wife, took a tent pin and a hammer and went up to him quietly, driving a pin into his head. And it went through his head into the earth, for he was in a deep sleep from weariness, and so he came to his end. Then Jael went out, and meeting Barak, going after Sisera, said to him, Come, and I will let you see the man you are searching for. So he came into her tent and saw that there was Sisera stretched out dead with the tent pin in his head. So that day God overcame Jabin, king of Canaan, before the children of Israel, and the power of the children of Israel went on increasing against Jabin, king of Canaan, till he was cut off. Chapter 5. At that time Deborah and Barak, the son of Abinoam, made this song, saying, Because of the flowing hair of the fighters in Israel, because the people gave themselves freely, give praise to the Lord. Give attention, O kings, give ear, O rulers. I, even I, will make a song to the Lord. I will make melody to the Lord, the God of Israel. Lord, when you went out from Seir, moving like an army from the field of Edom, the earth was shaking, and the heavens were troubled, and the clouds were dropping water. The mountains were shaking before the Lord, the God of Israel. In the days of Shamgar, the son of Anath, in the days of Jael, the highways were not used, and travelers went by side roads. Country towns were no more in Israel, were no more till you, Deborah, came up, till you came up as a mother in Israel. They had no one make arms, there were no more armed men in the towns. Was there a body cover or a spear to be seen among 40,000 in Israel? Come, you rulers of Israel, you who gave yourselves freely among the people, give praise to the Lord. Let them give thought to it, who go on white asses, and those who are walking on the road. Give ear to the women laughing by the water springs. There they will give again the story of the upright acts of the Lord, all the upright acts of his arm in Israel. Awake, awake, Deborah. Awake, awake, give song. Up, Barak, and take prisoner those who took you prisoner, O son of Abinoam. Then the chiefs went down to the doors. The Lord's people went down among the strong ones. Out of Ephraim they came down into the valley. After you, Benjamin, among your tribesmen. From Maker came down the captains, and from Zebulun those in whose hands is the ruler's rod. Your chiefs, Issachar, were with Deborah, and Naphtali was true to Barak. Into the valley they went rushing out at his feet. In Reuben there were divisions and great searchings of the heart. Why did you keep quiet among this sheep, hearing nothing but the watchers piping to the flocks? Gilead was living over Jordan, and Dan was waiting in his ships. Asher kept in his place by the sea's edge, living by his inlets. It was the people of Zebulun who put their lives in danger, even to death, with Naphtali on the high places of the field. The kings came on to the fight. The kings of Canaan were warring. In Tanakh, by the waters of Megiddo, they took no profit in money. The stars from heaven were fighting. From their highways they were fighting against Sisera. The river Kishon took them violently away, stopping their flight, the river Kishon. Give praise, O my soul, to the strength of the Lord. Then loudly the feet of the horses were sounding with the stamping of their war horses. A curse on Meroz, said the angel of the Lord. A bitter curse on her townspeople, because they came not to the help of the Lord among the strong ones. Blessings be on Jael more than all women, blessings greater than on any in the tents. His request was for water. She gave him milk. She put butter before him on a fair plate. She put out her hand to the tent pin and her right hand to the workman's hammer. And she gave Sisera a blow, crushing his head, wounding and driving through his brow. Bent at her feet he went down. He was stretched out. Bent at her feet he went down. Where he was bent down, there he went down in death. Looking out from the window, she gave a cry. The mother of Sisera was crying out through the window. Why is his carriage so long in coming? When will the noise of his wheels be sounding? Her wise women gave answer to her. Yes, she made answer again to herself. Are they not getting? Are they not parting the goods among them? A young girl or two to every man, and to Sisera robes of colored needlework, worked in fair colors on this side and on that, for the neck of the queen? So may destruction come on all your haters, O Lord, but let your lovers be like the sun going out in his strength. And for 40 years the land had peace. Chapter 6. And the children of Israel did evil in the eyes of the Lord, and the Lord gave them up into the hand of Midian for 7 years. And Midian was stronger than Israel, and because of the Midianites, the children of Israel made holes for themselves in the mountains, and hollows in the rocks and the strong places. And whenever Israel's grain was planted, the Midianites and the Amalekites and the people of the east came up against them, and put their army in positions against them. And they took all the produce of the earth as far as Gaza, till there was no food in Israel, or any sheep, or oxen, or asses. For they came up regularly with their oxen and their tents. They came like the locusts in number. They and their camels were without number, and they came into the land for its destruction. And Israel was in great need because of Midian, and the cry of the children of Israel went up to the Lord. And when the cry of the children of Israel because of Midian came before the Lord sent a prophet to the children of Israel, who said to them, The Lord, the God of Israel, has said, I took you up from Egypt out of the prison house, and I took you out of the hands of the Egyptians, and out of the hands of all who were cruel to you. And I sent them out by force from before you, and gave you their land. And I said to you, I am the Lord your God. You are not to give worship to the gods of the Amorites in whose land you are living. But you did not give ear to my voice. Now the angel of the Lord came and took his seat under the oak tree in Ophrah, in the field of Joash the Abezerite. And his son Gideon was crushing grain in the place where the grapes were crushed, so that the Midianites might not see it. And the angel of the Lord came before his eyes and said to him, The Lord is with you, O man of war. Then Gideon said to him, O my Lord, if the Lord is with us, why has all this come on us? And where are all his works of power, of which our fathers have given us word, saying, Did not the Lord take us out of Egypt? But now he has given us up, handing us over to the power of Midian. And the Lord, turning to him, said, Go in the strength you have, and be Israel's savior from Midian. Have I not sent you? And he said to him, O Lord, how may I be the savior of Israel? See, my family is the poorest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my father's house. Then the Lord said to him, Truly I will be with you, and you will overcome the Midianites as if they were one man. So he said to him, If now I have grace in your eyes, then give me a sign that it is you who are talking to me. Do not go away till I come with my offering and put it before you. And he said, I will not go away before you come back. Then Gideon went in and made ready a young goat, and with an ephah of meal he made unleavened cakes. He put the meat in a basket, and the soup in which it had been cooked he put in a pot, and he took it out to him under the oak tree, and gave it to him then. And the angel of God said to him, Take the meat and the unleavened cakes, and put them down on the rock over there, draining out the soup over them. And he did so. Then the angel of the Lord put out the stick which was in his hand, touching the meat and the cakes with the end of it. And the flame came up out of the rock, burning up the meat and the cakes, and the angel of the Lord was seen no longer. Then Gideon was certain that he was the angel of the Lord. And Gideon said, I am in fear, O Lord God, for I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face. But the Lord said to him, Peace be with you, have no fear. You are in no danger of death. Then Gideon made an altar there to the Lord and gave it the name Yahweh Shalom. To this day it is in Ophrah of the Abezerites. The same night the Lord said to him, Take 10 men of your servants and an ox 7 years old, and after pulling down the altar of Baal, which is your father's, and cutting down the holy tree by its side, make an altar to the Lord your God on top of this rock in the ordered way. And take the ox and make a burned offering with the wood of the holy tree which has been cut down. Then Gideon took 10 of his servants and did as the Lord had said to him, but fearing to do it by day, because of his father's people and the men of the town, he did it by night. And the men of the town got up early in the morning, and they saw the altar of Baal broken down, and the holy tree which was by it cut down, and the ox offered on the altar which had been put up there. And they said to one another, Who has done this thing? And after searching with care, they said, Gideon, the son of Joash, has done this thing. Then the men of the town said to Joash, "Make your son come out to be put to death for pulling down the altar of Baal and cutting down the holy tree which was by it." But Joash said to all those who were attacking him, "Will you take up the cause of Baal? Will you be his savior? Let anyone who will take up his cause be put to death while it is still morning. If he is a god, let him take up his own cause himself because of the pulling down of his offer." So that day he gave him the name of Jerubbaal, saying, "Let Baal take up his cause against him because his altar has been broken down." Then all the Midianites and the Amalekites and the people of the east, banding themselves together, went over and put up their tents in the valley of Jezreel. But the Spirit of the Lord came on Gideon, and at the sound of his horn all Abiezer came together after him. And he sent through all Manasseh, and they came after him. And he sent to Asher and Zebulun and Naphtali, and they came up and were joined to the others. Then Gideon said to God, "If you are going to give Israel salvation by my hand, as you have said, see, I will put the wool of a sheep on the grain floor. If there is dew on the wool only while all the earth is dry, then I will be certain that it is your purpose to give Israel salvation by my hand, as you have said." And it was so. For he got up early on the morning after, and twisting the wool in his hands, he got a basin full of water from the dew on the wool. Then Gideon said to God, "Do not be moved to wrath against him if I say only this. Let me make one more test with the wool. Let the wool now be dry, while the earth is covered with dew." And that night God did so, for the wool was dry, and there was dew on all the earth round it. End of chapter 6. Chapters 7 to 11 of Judges from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Then Jerubbaal, that is Gideon, and all the people with him got up early and put up their tents by the side of the water spring of Harod. The tents of Midian were on the north side of him, under the hill of Moreh in the valley. And the Lord said to Gideon, "So great is the number of your people that if I give the Midianites into their hands, they will be uplifted in pride over me and will say, 'I myself have been my savior.' So now let it be given out to the people that anyone who is shaking with fear is to go back from Mount Galud." So 22,000 of the people went back, but there were still 10,000. Then the Lord said to Gideon, "There are still more people than is necessary. Take them down to the water so that I may put them to the test for you there. Then whoever I say is to go with you will go, and whoever I say is not to go will not go." So he took the people down to the water, and the Lord said to Gideon, "Put on one side by themselves all those drinking up the water with their tongues like a dog, and in the same way all those who go down on their knees to the water while drinking." Now the number of those who took up the water with their tongues was 300. All the rest of the people went down on their knees to the water. And the Lord said to Gideon, "By those 300 who were drinking with their tongues, I will give you salvation and give the Midianites into your hands. Let the rest of the people go away, every man to his place." So they took the vessels of the people and their horns from their hands. And he sent them away, every man to his tent, keeping only the 300. And the tents of Midian were lower down in the valley. That same night the Lord said to him, "Up, go down now against their army, for I have given them into your hands. But if you have fear of going down, take your servant Purah with you and go down to the tents. And after hearing what they are saying, you will get strength to go down against the army." So he went down with his servant Purah to the outer line of the tents of the armed men. Now the Midianites and the Amalekites and all the people of the east were covering the valley like locusts, and their camels were like the sand by the seaside, without number. When Gideon came there, a man was giving his friend an account of his dream, saying, "See, I had a dream about a cake of barley bread, which falling into the tents of Midian came on to the tent, overturning it so that it was stretched out flat on the earth." And his friend in answer said, "This is certainly the sword of Gideon, the son of Joash. The men of Israel, into their hands God has given up all the army of Midian." Then Gideon, hearing the story of the dream and the sense in which they took it, gave worship. Then he went back to the tents of Israel and said, "Up, for the Lord has given the army of Midian into your hands." Then separating the 300 men into 3 bands, he gave every man a horn and a vessel in which was a flaming branch. And he said to them, "Keep your eyes on me and do what I do. When I come to the outer line of tents, whatever I do, you are to do the same. At the sound of my horn and the horns of those who are with me, let your horns be sounded all round the tents, and say, 'For the Lord and for Gideon.'" So Gideon and the 300 men who were with him came to the outer line of tents at the start of the middle watch, when the watchmen had only then taken their stations, and the horns were sounded and the vessels broken. So the 3 bands all gave a loud note on their horns, and when the vessels had been broken, they took the flaming branches in their left hands, and the horns in their right hands, ready for blowing, crying out, for the Lord and for Gideon. Then they made a line round the tents, every man in his place, and all the army, awaking from sleep, came running out, and with loud cries went in flight. And the 300 gave a loud note on their horns, and every man's sword was turned by the Lord against his brother all through the army. And the army went in flight as far as Beth Shittah in the direction of Zeradah, to the edge of Abel Maholah by Tabbath. And the men of Israel came together from Naphtali and from Asher and all Manasseh, and went after Midian. Then Gideon sent through all the hill country of Ephraim, saying, Come down against Midian, and keep the ways across Jordan before they come. So all the men of Ephraim, massing themselves together, kept the ways across Jordan. And they took the 2 chiefs of Midian, Oreb and Zeb, and they put Oreb to death at the rock of Oreb, and Zeb they put to death at the place of the grape crushing in Zeb. And they went after Midian. But the heads of Oreb and Zeb they took across Jordan to Gideon. Chapter 8. And the men of Ephraim came and said to him, Why did you not send for us when you went to war against Midian? And they said sharp and angry words to him. And he said to them, What have I done in comparison with you? Is not that which Ephraim took up after the grape cutting better than all the grapes which Abiezer got in from the grape cutting? God has given into your hands the chiefs of Midian, Oreb and Zeb. What have I been able to do in comparison with you? And when he said this, their feeling about him became kinder. Then Gideon came to Jordan and went over it with his 300, overcome with weariness and in need of food. And he said to the men of Succoth, Give bread cakes to my people, for they are overcome with weariness, and I am going on after Zebah and Zalmunna, the kings of Midian. But the chiefs of Succoth said, Are the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna even now in your hand, that we are to give bread to your army? Then Gideon said, Because of this, when the Lord has given Zebah and Zalmunna into my hands, I will have you stretched on a bed of thorns of the wasteland and on sharp stems, and have you crushed as grain is crushed on the grain floor. So he went up from there to Penuel, and made the same request to the men of Penuel, but they gave him the same answer as the men of Succoth had given. So he said to the men of Penuel, When I come back in peace, I will have this tower broken down. Now Zebah and Zalmunna were in Karkor, and their armies with them, about 15,000 men, those of all the army of the children of the east who were still living, for 120,000 of their swordsmen had been put to death. And Gideon went up by the way used by the people living in tents on the east of Nobah and Jogbehah, and made an attack on the army when they had no thought of danger. And Zebah and Zalmunna went in flight, and he went after them, and took the 2 kings of Midian, Zebah and Zalmunna, and put all the army to the curse. Then Gideon, the son of Joash, went back from the fight, and taking prisoner a young man of the people of Succoth, he got from him, in answer to his questions, a list of the chiefs of Succoth, and the responsible men, 77 men. So he came to the men of Succoth and said, Here are Zebah and Zalmunna, on account of whom you made sport of me, saying, Are the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna even now in your hand, that we are to give bread to your army who are overcome with weariness? Then he took the responsible men of the town, and had them crushed on a bed of thorns and sharp stems. And he had the tower of Penuel broken down, and the men of the town put to death. Then he said to Zebah and Zalmunna, Where are the men whom you put to death at Tabor? And they gave answer, As you are, so were they. Every one of them was like a king's son. And he said, They were my brothers, my mother's sons. By the life of the Lord, if you had kept them safe, I would not put you to death. Then he said to Jether, his oldest son, Up, put them to death. But the boy did not take out his sword, fearing, because he was still a boy. Then Zebah and Zalmunna said, Up, put an end to us yourself, for you have a man's strength. Then Gideon got up and put Zebah and Zalmunna to death, and took the ornaments which were on their camels' necks. Then the men of Israel said to Gideon, Be our ruler, you and your son's son after him, for you have been our savior from the hands of Midian. But Gideon said to them, I will not be a ruler over you, and my son will not be a ruler over you. It is the Lord who will be ruler over you. Then Gideon said to them, I have a request to make to you. Let every man give me the earrings he has taken. For they had gold earrings because they were Ishmaelites. And they gave answer, We will gladly give them. So they put down a robe, every man dropping into it the earrings he had taken. The weight of the gold earrings which he got from them was 1,700 shekels of gold, in addition to the moon ornaments and jewels and purple robes which were on the kings of Midian and the chains on their camels' necks. And Gideon made an ephod from them and put it up in his town Ophrah. And all Israel went after it there and were false to the Lord, and it became a cause of sin to Gideon and his house. So Midian was broken before the children of Israel, and the Midianites never got back their strength. And the land had peace for 40 years in the days of Gideon. And Jerubbaal the son of Joash went back to his house and was living there. Gideon had 70 sons, the offspring of his body, for he had a number of wives. And the servant wife he had in Shechem had a son by him, to whom he gave the name Abimelech. And Gideon, the son of Joash, came to his end when he was very old, and his body was put in the resting place of Joash his father, in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. And after the death of Gideon, the children of Israel again went after the gods of Canaan, and were false to the Lord, and made Baal-berith their god. And the children of Israel did not keep in their minds the Lord their God, who had been their Savior from all their haters on every side. And they were not kind to the house of Jerubbaal, that is, Gideon, in reward for all the good he had done to Israel. Chapter 9. Now Abimelech, the son of Jerubbaal, went to Shechem, to his mother's family, and said to them, and to all the family of his mother's father, Say now in the ears of all the townsmen of Shechem, Is it better for you to be ruled by all the 70 sons of Jerubbaal, or by one man only? And keep in mind that I am your bone and your flesh. So his mother's family said all this about him in the ears of all the townsmen of Shechem, and their hearts were turned to Abimelech, for they said, He is our brother. And they gave him 70 shekels of silver from the house of Baal-berith, with which Abimelech got the support of a number of uncontrolled and good-for-nothing persons. Then he went to his father's house at Ophrah, and put his brothers, the 70 sons of Jerubbaal, to death on the same stone. However, Jotham, the youngest, kept himself safe by going away to a secret place. And all the townsmen of Shechem and all Beth Millo came together and went and made Abimelech their king by the oak of the pillar in Shechem. Now Jotham, on hearing of it, went to the top of Mount Gerizim, and crying out with a loud voice, said to them, Give ear to me, you townsmen of Shechem, so that God may give ear to you. One day the trees went out to make a king for themselves, and they said to the olive tree, Be king over us. But the olive tree said to them, Am I to give up my wealth of oil by which men give honor to God, and go waving over the trees? Then the tree said to the fig tree, You come and be king over us. But the fig tree said to them, Am I to give up my sweet taste and my good fruit, and go waving over the trees? Then the tree said to the vine, You come and be king over us. But the vine said to them, Am I to give up my wine, which makes glad God and men, to go waving over the trees? Then all the trees said to the thorn, You come and be king over us. And the thorn said to the trees, If it is truly your desire to make me your king, then come and put your faith in my shade. And if not, may fire come out of the thorn, burning up the cedars of Lebanon. So now if you have done truly and uprightly in making Abimelech king, and if you have done well to Jerubbaal and his house in reward for the work of his hands, for my father made war for you and put his life in danger, and made you free from the hands of Midian. And you have gone against my father's family this day, and have put to death his sons, even 70 men on one stone, and have made Abimelech, the son of his servant wife, king over the townsmen of Shechem, because he is your brother. If then you have done what is true and upright to Jerubbaal and his family this day, may you have joy in Abimelech, and may he have joy in you. But if not, may fire come out from Abimelech, burning up the townsmen of Shechem and Beth Millo, and may fire come out from the townsmen of Shechem and Beth Millo for the destruction of Abimelech. Then Jotham straightway went in flight to Beer, and was living there for fear of his brother Abimelech. So Abimelech was chief over Israel for 3 years. And God sent an evil spirit between Abimelech and the townsmen of Shechem, and the townsmen of Shechem were false to Abimelech. So that punishment for the violent attack made on the 70 sons of Jerubbaal, and for their blood, might come on Abimelech their brother, who put them to death, and on the townsmen of Shechem, who gave them their help in putting his brothers to death. And the townsmen of Shechem put secret watchers on the tops of the mountains, and they made attacks on all who went by on the road, and took their goods. And word of this came to Abimelech. Then Gaal, the son of Ebed, came with his brothers, and went over to Shechem, and the men of Shechem put their faith in him. And they went out into their fields, and got in the fruit of their vines. And when the grapes had been crushed, they made a holy feast, and went into the house of their God. And over their food and drink they were cursing Abimelech. And Gaal, the son of Ebed, said, Who is Abimelech, and who is Shechem, that we are to be his servants? Is it not right for the son of Jerubbaal and Zebul his captain to be servants to the men of Hamor, the father of Shechem? But why are we to be his servants? If only I had authority over this people, I would put Abimelech out of the way, and I would say to Abimelech, make your army strong and come out. Now Zebul, the ruler of the town, hearing what Gaal the son of Ebed had said, was moved to wrath. And he sent to Abimelech at Arumah, saying, See, Gaal the son of Ebed and his brothers have come to Shechem, and they are working up the town against you. So now get up by night, you and your people, and keep watch in the field secretly. And in the morning, when the sun is up, get up early and make a rush on the town. And when he and his people come out against you, do to them whatever you have a chance to do. So Abimelech and the people with him got up by night in 4 bands to make a surprise attack on Shechem. And Gaal the son of Ebed went out and took his place at the doorway into the town. Then Abimelech and his people got up from the place where they had been watching. And when Gaal saw the people, he said to Zebul, See, people are coming down from the tops of the mountains. And Zebul said to him, You see the shade of the mountains like men. And Gaal said again, See, people are coming down from the middle of the land, and one band is coming by way of the oak tree of the seers. Then Zebul said to him, Now where is your loud talk when you said, Who is Abimelech that we are to be his servants? Is this not the people whom you were rating so low? Go out now and make war on them. So Gaal went out at the head of the townsmen of Shechem and made war on Abimelech. And Abimelech went after him, and he went in flight before him, and a great number were falling by the sword all the way up to the town. Then Abimelech went back to Arumah, and Zebul sent Gaal and his brothers away, and would not let them go on living in Shechem. Now the day after, the people went out into the fields, and news of it came to Abimelech. And he took his people, separating them into 3 bands, and was waiting secretly in the field. And when he saw the people coming out of the town, he went up and made an attack on them. And Abimelech with his band made a rush, and took up their position at the doorway into the town. And the other 2 bands made a rush on all those who were in the fields, and overcame them. And all that day Abimelech was fighting against the town, and he took it, and put to death the people who were in it, and had the town pulled down and covered with salt. Then all the townsmen of the tower of Shechem, hearing of it, went into the inner room of the house of El-Berith. And word was given to Abimelech that all the men of the tower of Shechem were there together. Then Abimelech went up to Mount Zalmon with all his people. And Abimelech took an axe in his hand, and cutting down branches of a tree, took them and put them on his back. And he said to the people who were with him, Be quick and do as you have seen me do. So all the people got branches, every man cutting down a branch, and they went with Abimelech at their head, and massing the branches against the inner room, put fire to the room over them. So all those who were in the tower of Shechem, about 1,000 men and women, were burned to death with it. Then Abimelech went to Thebez, and put his army in position against Thebez, and took it. But in the middle of the town there was a strong tower, to which all the men and women of the town went in flight, and shutting themselves in, went up to the roof of the tower. And Abimelech came to the tower, and made an attack on it, and got near to the door of the tower for the purpose of firing it. But a certain woman sent a great stone, such as is used for crushing grain, onto the head of Abimelech, cracking the bone. Then quickly crying out to his body servant, he said to him, Take out your sword and put it end to me straightway, so that men may not say of me, His death was the work of a woman. So the young man put his sword through him, causing his death. And when the men of Israel saw that Abimelech was dead, they went away every man to his place. In this way Abimelech was rewarded by God for the evil he had done to his father in putting his 70 brothers to death. And God sent back on to the heads of the men of Shechem all the evil they had done, and the curse of Jotham, the son of Jerubbaal, came on them. Chapter 10. Now after Abimelech, Tola the son of Puah, the son of Dodo, a man of Issachar, became the savior of Israel. He was living in Shamir in the hill country of Ephraim. He was judge over Israel for 23 years, and at his death his body was put to rest in the earth in Shamir. And after him came Jair the Gileadite, who was judge over Israel for 22 years. And he had 30 sons who went on 30 young asses, and they had 30 towns in the land of Gilead, which are named Havoth Jair to this day. And at the death of Jair, his body was put to rest in the earth at Canaan. And again the children of Israel did evil in the eyes of the Lord, worshipping the Baals and the Ashtartes, and the gods of Aram, and the gods of Zidon, and the gods of Moab, and the gods of the children of Ammon, and the gods of the Philistines. They gave up the Lord, and were servants to him no longer. And the wrath of the Lord was burning against Israel, and he gave them up into the hands of the Philistines, and into the hand of the children of Ammon. And that year the children of Israel were crushed under their yoke, For 18 years, all the children of Israel on the other side of the Jordan, in the land of the Amorites, which is in Gilead, were cruelly crushed down. And the children of Ammon went over Jordan to make war against Judah and Benjamin in the house of Ephraim, and Israel was in great trouble. Then the children of Israel, crying out to the Lord, said, Great is our sin against you, for we have given up our God and have been servants to the Baals. And the Lord said to the children of Israel, Were not the Egyptians and the Amorites and the children of Ammon and the Philistines and the Zidonians and Amalek and Midian crushing you down? And in answer to your cry, did I not give you salvation from their hands? But for all this, you have given me up and have been servants to other gods, so I will be your Savior no longer. Go, send up your cry for help to the gods of your selection. Let them be your saviors in the time of your trouble. And the children of Israel said to the Lord, We are sinners. Do to us whatever seems good to you. Only give us salvation this day. So they put away the strange gods from among them and became the Lord's servants, and his soul was angry because of the sorrows of Israel. Then the children of Ammon came together and put their army in position in Gilead. And the children of Israel came together and put their army in position in Mizpah. And the people of Israel said to one another, Who will be the first to make an attack on the children of Ammon? We will make him the head over all Gilead. Chapter 11. Now Jephthah the Gileadite was a great man of war. He was the son of a loose woman, and Gilead was his father. And Gilead's wife gave birth to sons, and when her sons became men, they sent Jephthah away, saying, You have no part in the heritage of our father's house, for you are the son of another woman. So Jephthah went in flight from his brothers and was living in the land of Tob, where a number of good-for-nothing men, joining Jephthah, went out with him on his undertakings. Now after a time the children of Ammon made war against Israel. And when the children of Ammon made war against Israel, the responsible men of Gilead went to get Jephthah back from the land of Tob. And they said to Jephthah, Come and be our chief, so that we may make war against the children of Ammon. But Jephthah said to the responsible men of Gilead, Did you not, in your hate for me, send me away from my father's house? Why do you come to me now when you are in trouble? And the responsible men of Gilead said to Jephthah, That is the reason we have come back to you. So go with us and make war against the children of Ammon, and we will make you our head over all the people of Gilead. Then Jephthah said to the responsible men of Gilead, If you take me back to make war against the children of Ammon, and if with the help of the Lord I overcome them, will you make me your head? And the responsible men of Gilead said to Jephthah, May the Lord be our witness, we will certainly do as you say. So Jephthah went with the responsible men of Gilead, and the people made him head and chief over them. And Jephthah said all these things before the Lord in Mizpah. Then Jephthah sent men to the king of the children of Ammon, saying, What have you against me that you have come to make war against my land? And the king of the children of Ammon said to the men sent by Jephthah, Because Israel, when he came up out of Egypt, took away my land, from the Arnon as far as the Jabbok, and as far as Jordan. So now give me back those lands quietly. And Jephthah sent again to the king of the children of Ammon, and said to him, This is the word of Jephthah. Israel did not take away the land of Moab or the land of the children of Ammon. But when they came up from Egypt, Israel went through the waste land to the Red Sea and came to Kadesh. Then Israel sent men to the king of Edom, saying, Let me now go through your land. But the king of Edom did not give ear to them. And in the same way he sent to the king of Moab, but he would not. So Israel went on living in Kadesh. Then he went on through the wasteland and round the land of Edom and the land of Moab, and came by the east side of the land of Moab, and put up their tents on the other side of the Arnon. They did not come inside the limit of Moab, for the Arnon was the limit of Moab. And Israel sent men to Sihon, king of the Amorites, the king of Heshbon, and Israel said to him, Let me now go through your land to my place. But Sihon would not give way and let Israel go through his land, and Sihon got together all his people, and put his army in position in Jahaz, and made war on Israel. And the Lord, the God of Israel, gave Sihon and all his people into the hands of Israel, and they overcame them. So all the land of the Amorites, the people of that land, became Israel's. All the limit of the Amorites was theirs, from the Arnon as far as the Jabbok, and from the wasteland even to Jordan. So now the Lord, the God of Israel, has taken away their land from the Amorites and given it to his people Israel. Are you then to have it? Do you not keep the lands of those who Chemosh your God sends out from before you? So we will keep all the lands of those whom the Lord our God sends out from before us. What, are you any better than Balak, son of Zippor, king of Moab? Did he ever take up a cause against Israel or make war against them? While Israel was living in Heshbon and its daughter towns, and in Aroer and its daughter towns, and in all the towns which are by the side of the Arnon, for 300 years, why did you not get them back at that time? So I have done no wrong against you, but you are doing wrong to me and fighting against me. May the Lord, who is judge this day, be judge between the children of Israel and the children of Ammon. The king of the children of Ammon, however, did not give ear to the words which Jephthah sent him. Then the Spirit of the Lord came on Jephthah, and he went through Gilead and Manasseh, and came to Mizpah of Gilead. And from Mizpah of Gilead he went over to the children of Ammon. And Jephthah took an oath to the Lord and said, If you will give the children of Ammon into my hands, then whoever comes out from the door of my house, meeting me when I come back in peace from the children of Ammon, will be the Lord's, and I will give him as a burnt offering. So Jephthah went over to the children of Ammon to make war on them, and the Lord gave them into his hands. And he made an attack on them from Aroer all the way to Manath, overrunning 20 towns, as far as Abel Cheramim, and put great numbers to the sword. So the children of Ammon were crushed before the children of Israel. Then Jephthah came back to his house in Mizpah, and his daughter came out, meeting him on his way with music and with dances. She was his only child. He had no other sons or daughters. And when he saw her, he was overcome with grief, and said, Ah, my daughter, I am crushed with sorrow, and it is you who are the chief cause of my trouble. For I have made an oath to the Lord, and I may not take it back. And she said to him, My father, you have made an oath to the Lord. Do then to me whatever you have said, for the Lord has sent a full reward on your haters, on the children of Ammon. Then she said to her father, Only do this for me. Let me have 2 months to go away in the mountains with my friend, weeping for my sad fate. And he said, Go then. So he sent her away for 2 months, and she went with her friends to the mountains, weeping for her sad fate. And at the end of 2 months, she went back to her father, who did with her as he had said in his oath, and she had never been touched by a man. So it became a rule in Israel for the women to go year by year, sorrowing for the daughter of Jephthah the Gileadite, 4 days in every year. End of chapter 11. Chapters 12 through 16 of Judges, from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Now the men of Ephraim came together and took up arms and went over to Zaphon, and they said to Jephthah, Why did you go over to make war against the children of Ammon without sending for us to go with you? Now we will put your house on fire over you. And Jephthah said to them, I and my people were in danger, and the children of Ammon were very cruel to us, and when I sent for you, you gave me no help against them. So when I saw that there was no help to be had from you, I put my life in my hand and went over against the children of Ammon, and the Lord gave them into my hands. Why then have you come up to me this day to make war on me? Then Jephthah got together all the men of Gilead and made war on Ephraim, and the men of Gilead overcame Ephraim. And the Gileadites took the crossing places of Jordan against the Ephraimites. And when any of the men of Ephraim who had gone in flight said, Let me go over, the men of Gilead said to him, Are you an Ephraimite? And if he said no, then they said to him, Now say Shibboleth. And he said Sibboleth, and was not able to say it in the right way. Then they took him and put him to death at the crossing places of Jordan. And at that time 42,000 Ephraimites were put to death. Now Jephthah was judge of Israel for 6 years. And Jephthah the Gileadite came to his death, and his body was put to rest in his town, Mizpah of Gilead. And after him Ibzan of Bethlehem was judge of Israel. He had 30 sons and 30 daughters, whom he sent to other places, and he got 30 wives from other places for his sons. And he was judge of Israel for 7 years. And Ibzan came to his death, and his body was put to rest at Bethlehem. And after him Elon the Zebulunite was judge of Israel, and he was judge of Israel for 10 years. And Elon the Zebulunite came to his death, and his body was put to rest in Aijalon, in the land of Zebulun. And after him Abdon the son of Hillel the Parathonite was judge of Israel. He had 40 sons and 30 sons who went on 70 young asses, and he was judge of Israel for 8 years. And Abdon the son of Hillel came to his death, and his body was put to rest in Pirathon, in the land of Ephraim, in the hill country of the Amalekites. 13. And the children of Israel again did evil in the eyes of the Lord, and the Lord gave them into the hands of the Philistines for 40 years. Now there was a certain man of Zorah, of the family of the Danites, and his name was Manoah, and his wife had never given birth to a child. And the angel of the Lord came to the woman and said to her, See now, though you have never given birth to children, you will be with child and give birth to a son. Now then take care to have no wine or strong drink, and to take no unclean thing for food, for you are with child and will give birth to a son. His hair is never to be cut, for the child is to be separate to God from his birth, and he will take up the work of freeing Israel from the hands of the Philistines. Then the woman came in and said to her husband, A man came to me, and his form was like the form of a god, causing great fear. I put no question to him about where he came from, and he did not give me his name. But he said to me, You are with child and will give birth to a son. And now do not take any wine or strong drink, or let anything unclean be your food, for the child will be separate to God from his birth to the day of his death. Then Manoah made prayer to the Lord and said, O Lord, let the man of God whom you sent come to us again and make clear to us what we are to do for the child who is to come. And God gave ear to the voice of Manoah, and the angel of God came to the woman again when she was seated in the field, but her husband Manoah was not with her. So the woman, running quickly, gave her husband the news, saying, I have seen the man who came to me the other day. And Manoah got up and went after his wife, and came up to the man and said to him, Are you the man who was talking to this woman? And he said, I am. And Manoah said, Now when your words come true, what is to be the rule for the child, and what will be his work? And the angel of the Lord said to Manoah, Let the woman take note of what I have said to her. She is to have nothing which comes from the vine for her food, and let her take no wine or strong drink or anything which is unclean. Let her take care to do all I have given her orders to do. And Manoah said to the angel of the Lord, Now let us keep you while we make ready a young goat for you. And the angel of the Lord said to Manoah, Though you keep me, I will not take your food, but if you will make a burnt offering, let it be offered to the Lord. For it had not come into Manoah's mind that he was an angel of the Lord. Then Manoah said to the angel of the Lord, What is your name, so that when your words come true, we may give you honor? But the angel of the Lord said to him, Why are you questioning me about my name, seeing that it is a wonder? So Manoah took the young goat with its meal offering it on the rock to the Lord, who did strange things. And when the flame went up to heaven from the altar, the angel of the Lord went up in the flame of the altar, while Manoah and his wife were looking on, and they went down on their faces to the earth. But the angel of the Lord was seen no more by Manoah and his wife. Then it was clear to Manoah that he was the angel of the Lord. And Manoah said to his wife, Death will certainly be our fate, for it is a God whom we have seen. But his wife said to him, If the Lord was purposing our death, he would not have taken our burnt offering and our meal offering, or have given us such orders about the child. So the woman gave birth to a son and gave him the name Samson, and he became a man, and the blessing of the Lord was on him. And the Spirit of the Lord first came on him in Mahanadan, between Zorah and Eshtaol. 14. Now Samson went down to Timnah and saw a woman in Timnah of the daughters of the Philistines. And when he came back, he said to his father and mother, I have seen a woman in Timnah of the daughter of the Philistines. Get her now for me, for my wife. Then his father and mother said to him, Is there no woman among the daughters of your relations, or among all my people, that you have to go for your wife to the Philistines, who are without circumcision? But Samson said to his father, Get her for me, for she is pleasing to me. Now his father and mother had no knowledge that this was the purpose of the Lord, who had the destruction of the Philistines in mind. Now the Philistines at that time were ruling over Israel. Then Samson went down to Timnah, and his father and his mother, and came to the vine gardens of Timnah, and a young lion came rushing out at him. And the Spirit of the Lord came on him with power, and unarmed as he was, pulling the lion in two as one might do a young goat, he put him to death. But he said nothing to his father and mother of what he had done. So he went down and had talk with the woman, and she was pleasing to Samson. Then after a time he went back to take her, and turning from the road to see the dead body of the lion, he saw a mass of bees in the body of the lion, and honey there. And he took the honey in his hand and went on, tasting it on the way. And when he came to his father and mother, he gave some to them, but did not say that he had taken the honey from the body of the lion. Then Samson went down to the woman and made a feast there, as was the way among young men. And he took 30 friends, and they were with him. And Samson said, Now I have a hard question for you. If you are able to give me the answer before the 7 days of the feast are over, I will give you 30 linen robes and 30 changes of clothing. But if you are not able to give me the answer, then you will have to give me 30 linen robes and 30 changes of clothing." And they said to him, "Put your hard question, and let us see what it is." And he said, "Out of the taker of food came food, and out of the strong came the sweet." And at the end of 3 days, they were still not able to give the answer. So on the 4th day, they said to Samson's wife, "Get from your husband the answer to his question by some trick or other, or we will have you and your father's house burned with fire. Did you get us here to take all we have?" Then Samson's wife, weeping over him, said, "Truly you have no love for me, but only hate. You have put a hard question to the children of my people and have not given me the answer." And he said to her, "See, I have not given the answer even to my father or mother. Am I to give it to you?" And all the 7 days of the feast she went on weeping over him, and on the 7th day he gave her the answer, because she gave him no peace, and she sent word of it to the children of her people. Then on the 7th day, before he went into the bride's room, the men of the town said to him, "What is sweeter than honey, and what is stronger than a lion?" And he said to them, "If you had not been plowing with my cow, you would not have got the answer to my question." And the Spirit of the Lord came rushing on him, and he went down to Ashkelon, and attacking 30 men there, took their clothing from them, and gave it to the men who had given the answer to his hard question. Then, full of wrath, he went back to his father's house. But Samson's wife was given to the friend who had been his best man. 15. Now a short time after, at the time of the grain cutting, Samson, taking with him a young goat, went to see his wife. And he said, "I will go in to my wife into the bride's room," but her father would not let him go. And her father said, "It seemed to me you had only hate for her, so I gave her to your friend. But is not her younger sister fairer than she? So please take her in place of the other." Then Samson said to them, "This time I will give payment in full to the Philistines, for I am going to do them a great evil." So Samson went and got 300 foxes and some sticks of firewood, and he put the foxes tail to tail with a stick between every 2 tails. Then firing the sticks, he let the foxes loose among the uncut grain of the Philistines, and all the corded stems as well as the living grain and the vine gardens and the olives went up in flames. Then the Philistines said, "Who has done this?" And they said, "Samson, the son-in-law of the Timnite, because he took his wife and gave her to his friend." So the Philistines came up and had her and her father's house burned. And Samson said to them, "If you go on like this, truly I will take my full payment from you, and that will be the end of it." And he made an attack on them, driving them into uncontrolled flight and causing great destruction. Then he went away to a safe place in the crack of the rock at Edom. Then the Philistines went and put up their tents in Judah, all round Lehi. And the men of Judah said, "Why have you come up against us?" And they said, "We have come up to take Samson and to do to him as he has done to us." Then 3,000 of the men of Judah went down to the crack of the rock of Edom and said to Samson, "Is it not clear to you that the Philistines are our rulers? What is this you have done to us?" And he said to them, "I only did to them as they did to me." Then they said to him, "We have come down to take you and give you up into the hands of the Philistines." And Samson said to them, "Give me your oath that you will not make an attack on me yourselves." And they said, "No, we will take you and give you up into their hands, but truly we will not put you to death." So knotting 2 new cords round him, they took him up from the rock. And when he came to Lehi, the Philistines came out, meeting him with loud cries. Then the Spirit of the Lord came rushing on him, and the cords on his arms became like grass which has been burned with fire, and the bands came falling off his hands. And taking up the mouth bone of an ass newly dead, which he saw by chance on the earth, he put to death 1,000 men with it. And Samson said, "With a red ass's mouth bone I have made them red with blood. With a red ass's mouth bone I have sent destruction on 1,000 men." And having said these words, he let that mouth bone go out of his hand. So that place was named Ramath Lehi. After this, he was in great need of water, and crying out to the Lord, he said, "You have given this great salvation by the hand of your servant, and now need of water will be my death, and I will be given into the hands of this people who are without circumcision." Then God made a crack in the hollow rock in Lehi, and water came out of it. And after drinking, his spirit came back to him, and he was strong again. So that place was named En-Hakkor. It is in Lehi to this day. And he was judge of Israel in the days of the Philistines for 20 years. 16. Now Samson went to Gaza, and there he saw a loose woman, and went into her. And it was said to the Gazites, "Samson is here." So they went round, watching for him all day at the doorway of the town, but at night they kept quiet, saying, "When daylight comes, we will put him to death." And Samson was there till the middle of night, Then he got up and took a grip on the doors of the town, pulling them up together with their two supports and their locks, and put them on his back and took them up to the top of the hill in front of Hebron. Now after this he was in love with a woman in the valley of Sorek named Delilah. And the chiefs of the Philistines came up to her and said to her, "Make use of your power over him, and see what is the secret of his great strength, and how we may get the better of him and put bands on him, so that we may make him feeble. And every one of us will give you 1,100 shekels of silver." So Delilah said to Samson, "Make clear to me now what is the secret of your great strength, and how you may be put in bands and made feeble." And Samson said to her, "If 7 new bow cords which have never been made dry are knotted round me, I will become feeble and will be like any other man." So the chiefs of the Philistines gave her 7 new bow cords which had never been made dry, and she had them tightly knotted round him. Now she had men waiting secretly in the inner room, and she said to him, "The Philistines are on you, Samson." And the cords were broken by him as a twist of thread is broken when touched by a flame. So the secret of his strength did not come to light. Then Delilah said to Samson, "See, you have been making sport of me with false words. Now say truly, how may you be put in bands?" And he said to her, "If they only put round me new thick cords which have never been used, then I will become feeble and will be like any other man." So Delilah took new thick cords, knotting them tightly round him, and said to him, "The Philistines are on you, Samson." And the men were waiting secretly in the other room. And the cords were broken off his arms like threads. Then Delilah said to Samson, "Up to now you have made sport of me with false words. Now say truly, how may you be put in bands?" And he said to her, "If you get the 7 twists of my hair worked into the cloth you are making and fixed with the pin, I will become feeble and will be like any other man." So while he was sleeping, she got the 7 twists of his hair worked into her cloth and fixed with the pin, and said to him, "The Philistines are on you, Samson." Then awaking from his sleep, he got up quickly, pulling up cloth and machine together. And she said to him, "Why do you say you are my lover when your heart is not mine? 3 times you have made sport of me and have not made clear to me the secret of your great strength." So day after day she gave him no peace, forever questioning him till his soul was troubled to death. And opening all his heart to her, he said to her, "My head has never been touched by a blade, for I have been separate to God from the day of my birth. If my hair is cut off, then my strength will go from me, and I will become feeble, and will be like any other man." And when Delilah saw that he had let her see into his heart, she sent word to the chiefs of the Philistines, saying, "Come up this time, for he has let all his heart out to me." Then the chiefs of the Philistines came to her with the money in their hands. And she made him go to sleep on her knees, and she sent for a man and had his 7 twists of hair cut off. And while it was being done, he became feeble, and his strength went from him. Then she said, "The Philistines are on you, Samson." And waking from his sleep, he said, "I will go out as at other times, shaking myself free." But he was not conscious that the Lord had gone from him. So the Philistines took him and put out his eyes. Then they took him down to Gaza, and chaining him with bands of brass, put him to work crushing grain in the prison house. But the growth of his hair was starting again after it had been cut off. And the chiefs of the Philistines came together to make a great offering to Dagon their god, and to be glad, for they said, "Our God has given into our hands Samson, our hater." And when the people saw him, they gave praise to their God, for they said, "Our God has given into our hands the one who was fighting against us, who made our country waste, and who put great numbers of us to death." Now when their hearts were full of joy, they said, "Send for Samson to make sport for us." And they sent for Samson out of the prison house, and he made sport before them, and they put him between the pillars. And Samson said to the boy who took him by the hand, "Let me put my hand on the pillars supporting the house, so that I may put my back against them." Now the house was full of men and women, and all the lords of the Philistines were there, and about 3,000 men and women were on the roof, looking on while Samson made sport. And Samson, crying out to the Lord, said, "O Lord God, do have me now in mind, and do make me strong only this once, O God, so that I may take one last payment from the Philistines for my 2 eyes." Then Samson put his arms round the 2 middle pillars supporting the house, putting his weight on them, on one with his right hand, and on the other with his left. And Samson said, "Let death overtake me with the Philistines." And he put out all his strength, and the house came down on the chiefs and on all the people who were in it. So the dead whom he sent to destruction by his death were more than all those on whom he had sent destruction in his life. Then his brothers and his father's people came down and took him up and put his body to rest in the earth between Zorah and Eshtaol, in the resting place of Manoah his father. And he had been judge of Israel for 20 years. End of chapter 16. Chapters 17 to 21 of Judges. From the Basic Bible, Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Now there was a man of the hill country of Ephraim named Micah. And he said to his mother, The 1,100 shekels of silver which were taken from you, about which you took an oath and said in my hearing, I have given this silver to the Lord for my hand, for myself, to make a pictured image and a metal image. See, I have the silver, for I took it. So now I will give it back to you. And his mother said, May the blessing of the Lord be on my son. And he gave back the 1,100 shekels of silver to his mother. And his mother said, I have made the silver holy to the Lord from me for my son, to make a pictured image and a metal image. So he gave the silver back to his mother. Then his mother took 200 shekels of silver and gave them to a metal worker, who made a pictured image and a metal image from them. And it was in the house of Micah. And the man Micah had a house of gods, and he made an ephod and family gods, and put one of his sons in the position of priest. In those days there was no king in Israel. Every man did as seemed right to him. Now there was a young man living in Bethlehem, Judah, of the family of Judah, and a Levite, who was not a townsman of the place. And he went away from the town of Bethlehem, Judah, looking for somewhere to make his living place. And on his journey he came to the hill country of Ephraim, and to the house of Micah. And Micah said to him, Where do you come from? And he said to him, I am a Levite from Bethlehem, Judah, and I am looking for a living place. Then Micah said to him, Make your living place with me, and be a father and a priest to me, and I will give you 10 shekels of silver a year, and your clothing and food. And the Levite said he would make his living place with the man, and he became to him as one of his sons. And Micah gave the position to the Levite, and the young man became his priest, and was in the house of Micah. Then Micah said, Now I am certain that the Lord will do me good, seeing that the Levite has become my priest. 18. In those days there was no king in Israel, and in those days the Danites were looking for a heritage for themselves, to be their living place, for up to that time no distribution of land had been made to them among the tribes of Israel. So the children of Dan sent 5 men from among their number, strong men from Zorah and from Eshtaol, to take a look at the land and make a search through it. And they said to them, Go and make a search through the land. And they came to the hill country of Ephraim, to the house of Micah, where they made a stop for the night. When they were near the house of Micah, hearing a voice which was not strange to them, that of the young Levite, they went out of their road to his place, and said to him, How did you come here? And what are you doing in this place? And why are you here? And he said to them, This is what Micah did for me. And he gave me payment, and I became his priest. Then they said, Do get directions from God for us, to see if the journey on which we are going will have a good outcome. And the priest said to them, Go in peace, your way is guided by the Lord. Then the 5 men went on their way and came to Laish, and saw the people who were there living without thought of danger, like the Zidonians, quiet and safe. For they had everything on earth for their needs, and they were far from the Zidonians, and had no business with Aram. So they came back to their brothers in Zorah and Eshtaol, and their brothers said to them, What news have you? And they said, Up, and let us go against Laish, for we have seen the land, and it is very good. Why are you doing nothing? Do not be slow to go in and take the land for your heritage. When you come there, you will come to a people living without thought of danger, and the land is wide, and God has given it into your hands, a place where there is everything on earth for man's needs. So 600 men of the Danites from Zorah and Eshtaol went out armed with instruments of war. And they went up and put their tents in Kiriath Jearim in Judah. So that place is named Manadan to this day. It is to the west of Kiriath Jearim. From there they went on to the hill country of Ephraim and came to the house of Micah. Then the 5 men who had gone to make a search through the country of Laish said to their brothers, Have you knowledge that in these houses there is an ephod and family gods and a pictured image and a metal image? So now you see what to do. And turning from their road, they came to the house of the young Levite, the house of Micah, and said to him, Is it well with you? And the 600 armed men of the Danites took their place by the doorway. Then the 5 men who had gone to make search through the land went in and took the pictured image and the ephod and the family gods and the metal image. And the priest was by the doorway with the 600 armed men. And when they went into Micah's house and took out the pictured image and the ephod and the family gods and the metal image, the priest said to them, "What are you doing?" And they said to him, "Be quiet, say nothing, and come with us and be our father and priest. Is it better for you to be priest to one man's house, or to be priest to a tribe and a family in Israel?" Then the priest's heart was glad, and he took the ephod and the family gods and the pictured image and went with the people. So they went on their way again, putting the little ones and the oxen and the goods in front of them. When they had gone some way from the house of Micah, the men from the houses near Micah's house came together and overtook the children of Dan, crying out to them. And the Danites, turning round, said to Micah, "What is your trouble, that you have taken up arms?" And he said, "You have taken my gods, which I made, and my priest, and have gone away. What is there for me now? Why then do you say to me, what is your trouble?" And the children of Dan said to him, "Say no more, or men of bitter spirit may make an attack on you, causing loss of your life and the lives of your people." Then the children of Dan went on their way, and when Micah saw that they were stronger than he went back to his house. And they took that which Micah had made, and his priest, and came to Laish, to a people living quietly and without thought of danger, and they put them to the sword without mercy, burning down their town. And they had no savior, because it was far from Zidon, and they had no business with Aram, and it was in the valley which is the property of Beth Rahab. And building up the town again, they took it for their living place. Then they gave the town the name of Dan, after Dan their father, who was the son of Israel, though the town had been named Laish first. And the children of Dan put up the pictured image for themselves. And Jonathan, the son of Gershom, the son of Moses, and his sons were priests for the tribe of the Danites till the day when the ark was taken prisoner. And they put up for themselves the image which Micah had made, and it was there all the time that the house of God was in Shiloh. 19. Now in those days, when there was no king in Israel, a certain Levite was living in the inmost parts of the hill country of Ephraim, and he got for himself a servant wife from Bethlehem, Judah. And his servant wife was angry with him, and went away from him to her father's house at Bethlehem, Judah, and was there for 4 months. And then her husband got up and went after her, with the purpose of talking kindly to her and taking her back with him. He had with him his young man and 2 asses, and she took him into her father's house. And her father, when he saw him, came forward to him with joy. And his father-in-law, the girl's father, kept him there for 3 days, and they had food and drink and took their rest there. Now on the 4th day they got up early in the morning, and he made ready to go away. But the girl's father said to his son-in-law, "Take a little food to keep up your strength, then go on your way." So seating themselves, they had food and drink, the 2 of them together. And the girl's father said to the man, "If it is your pleasure, take your rest here tonight, and let your heart be glad." And the man got up to go away, but his father-in-law would not let him go, so he took his rest there again for the night. Then early on the morning of the 5th day he got up to go away, but the girl's father said, "Keep up your strength." So the 2 of them had a meal, and the man and his woman and his servant did not go till after the middle of the day. And when they got up to go away, his father-in-law, the girl's father, said to him, "Now evening is coming on, so do not go tonight. See, the day is almost gone. Take your rest here and let your heart be glad, and tomorrow early go on your way back to your house." But the man would not be kept there that night, and he got up and went away and came opposite to Jebus, which is Jerusalem. And he had with him the 2 asses, ready for traveling, and his woman. When they got near Jebus, the day was far gone, and the servant said to his master, "Now let us go from our road into this town of the Jebusites, and take our night's rest there." But his master said to him, "We will not go out of our way into a strange town, whose people are not the children of Israel, but we will go on to Gibeah." And he said to his servant, "Come, let us go on to one of these places, stopping for the night in Gibeah or Ramah." So they went on their way, and the sun went down when they were near Gibeah in the land of Benjamin. And they went off the road there with the purpose of stopping for the night in Gibeah. And he went in, seating himself in the street of the town, for no one took them into his house for the night. Now when it was evening, they saw an old man coming back from his work in the fields. He was from the hill country of Ephraim, and was living in Gibeon, but the men of the place were Benjamites. And when he saw the traveler in the street of the town, the old man said, "Where are you going, and where do you come from?" And he said to him, "We are on our way from Bethlehem, Judah, to the inmost parts of the hill country of Ephraim. I came from there and went to Bethlehem, Judah. Now I am on my way back to my house, but no man will take me into his house. But we have dry grass and food for our asses, as well as bread and wine for me and for the woman and for the young man with us. We have no need of anything." And the old man said, Peace be with you. Let all your needs be my care. Only do not take your rest in the street. So he took them into his house and gave the asses food. And after washing their feet, they took food and drink. While they were taking their pleasure at the meal, the good-for-nothing men of the town came round the house, giving blows on the door. And they said to the old man, the master of the house, Send out that man who came to your house, so that we may take our pleasure with him. So the man, the master of the house, went out to them and said, No, my brothers, do not this evil thing. This man has come into my house, and you are not to do him this wrong. See, here is my daughter, a virgin, and his servant wife. I will send them out for you to take them and do with them whatever you will. But do no such thing of shame to this man. But the men would not give ear to him. So the man took his woman and sent her out to them. And they took her by force, using her for their pleasure all night till the morning. And when dawn came, they let her go. Then at the dawn of the day, the woman came, and falling down at the door of the man's house where her master was stretched there till it was light. In the morning her master got up, and opening the door of the house, went out to go on his way. And he saw his servant wife stretched on the earth at the door of the house, with her hands on the step. And he said to her, Get up, and let us be going. But there was no answer. So he took her up and put her on the ass, and went on his way and came to his house. And when he had come to his house, he got his knife and took the woman, cutting her up bone by bone into 12 parts, which he sent through all Israel. And he gave orders to the men whom he sent, saying, This is what you are to say to all the men of Israel. Has ever an act like this been done from the day when the children of Israel came out of Egypt to this day? Give thought to it, turning it over in your minds, and give your opinion of it. 20. Then all the children of Israel took up arms, and the people came together like one man, from Dan to Beersheba in the land of Gilead, before the Lord at Mizpah. And the chiefs of the people out of all the tribes of Israel took their places in the meeting of the people of God, 400,000 footmen armed with swords. Now the children of Benjamin had word that the children of Israel had gone up to Mizpah. And the children of Israel said, Make clear how this evil thing took place. Then the Levite, the husband of the dead woman, said in answer, I came to Gibeah in the land of Benjamin, I and my servant wife, for the purpose of stopping there for the night. And the townsmen of Gibeah came together against me, going round the house on all sides by night. It was their purpose to put me to death, and it was my servant wife who was violently used by them and is dead. So I took her, cutting her into parts, which I sent through all the country of the heritage of Israel, for they have done an act of shame in Israel. Here you all are, you children of Israel. Give now your suggestions about what is to be done. Then all the people got up as one man and said, None of us will go to his tent or go back to his house, but this is what we will do to Gibeah. We will go up against it by the decision of the Lord, and we will take 10 men out of every 100 through all the tribes of Israel, 100 out of every 1,000, and 1,000 out of every 10,000 to get food for the people, so that they may give to Gibeah of Benjamin the right punishment for the act of shame they have done in Israel. So all the men of Israel were banded together against the town, united like one man. And the tribes of Israel sent men through all the tribe of Benjamin, saying, What is this evil which has been done among you? Now give up those good-for-nothing persons in Gibeah, so that we may put them to death, clearing away the evil from Israel. But the children of Benjamin would not give ear to the voice of their brothers, the children of Israel. And the children of Benjamin came together from all their towns to Gibeah, to go to war with the children of Israel. And the children of Benjamin who came that day from the towns were 26,000 men armed with swords, in addition to the people of Gibeah, numbering 700 of the best fighting men, who were left-handed, able to send a stone at a hair without error. And the men of Israel, other than Benjamin, were 400,000 in number, all armed with swords. They were all men of war. And they got up and went to Bethel to get directions from God. And the children of Israel said, Who is to be the first to go up to fight against the children of Benjamin? And the Lord said, Judah is to go up first. So the children of Israel got up in the morning and put themselves in position against Gibeah. And the men of Israel went out to war against Benjamin. And the men of Israel put their forces in fighting order against them at Gibeah. Then the children of Benjamin came out from Gibeah, cutting down 22,000 of the Israelites that day. But the people, the men of Israel, taking heart again, put their forces in order and took up the same position as on the first day. Now the children of Israel went up, weeping before the Lord till evening, requesting the Lord and saying, Am I to go forward again to the fight against the children of Benjamin my brother? And the Lord said, Go up against him. So the children of Israel went forward against the children of Benjamin the second day. And the second day Benjamin went out against them from Gibeah, cutting down 18,000 men of the children of Israel, all swordsmen. Then all the children of Israel and all the people went up to Bethel, weeping and waiting there before the Lord, going without food all day till evening, and offering burnt offerings and peace offerings before the Lord. And the children of Israel made request to the Lord, for the ark of the agreement of the Lord was there in those days. And Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, was in his place before it, and said, Am I still to go on with the fight against the children of Benjamin my brother, or am I to give it up? And the Lord said, Go on, for tomorrow I will give him into your hands. So Israel put men secretly all round Gibeah to make a surprise attack on it. And the children of Israel went up against the children of Benjamin on the third day, and put themselves in fighting order against Gibeah as before. And the children of Benjamin went out against the people, moving away from the town. And as before, at their first attack, they put to death about 30 men of Israel on the highways, of which one goes up to Bethel, and the other to Gibeah, and in the open country. And the children of Benjamin said, They are giving way before us as at first. But the children of Israel said, Let us go in flight and get them away from the town into the highways. So all the men of Israel got up and put themselves in fighting order at Baal Tamar, and those who had been waiting secretly to make a surprise attack came rushing out of their place on the west of Geba. And they came in front of Geba, 10,000 of the best men in all Israel, and the fighting became more violent. But the children of Benjamin were not conscious that evil was coming on them. Then the Lord sent sudden fear on Benjamin before Israel, and that day the children of Israel put to death 25,100 men of Benjamin, all of them swordsmen. So the children of Benjamin saw they were overcome, and the men of Israel had given way before Benjamin, putting their faith in the watchers who were about to make surprise attack on Gibeah. And the watchers, rushing on to Gibeah and overrunning it, put all the town to the sword without mercy. Now the sign fixed between the men of Israel and those making the surprise attack was that when they made a pillar of smoke go up from the town, the men of Israel were to make a turn about in the fight. And Benjamin had overcome and put to death about 30 of the men of Israel, and were saying, Certainly they are falling back before us, as in the first fight. Then the sign went up out of the town in the pillar of smoke, and the Benjamites, turning back, saw all the town going up in smoke to heaven. And the men of Israel had made a turnabout, and the men of Benjamin were overcome with fear, for they saw that evil had overtaken them. So turning their backs on the men of Israel, they went in the direction of the wasteland. But the fight overtook them, and those who came out of the town were heading them off and putting them to the sword. And crushing Benjamin down, they went after them, driving them from Nohah as far as the east side of Gibeah. 18,000 men of Benjamin came to their death, all strong men of war. And turning, they went in flight to the rock of Rimmon in the wasteland. And on the highways, 5,000 of them were cut off by the men of Israel, who, pushing on hard after them to Geba, put to death 2,000 more. So 25,000 of the swordsmen of Benjamin came to their end that day, all strong men of war. But 600 men, turning back, went in flight to the rock of Rimmon in the wasteland, and were living on the rock of Rimmon for 4 months. And the men of Israel, turning again against the children of Benjamin, put to the sword without mercy all the towns and cattle and everything there was, burning every town which came into their hands. 21. Now the men of Israel had taken an oath in Mizpah, saying, Not one of us will give his daughter as a wife to Benjamin. And the people came to Bethel, waiting there till evening before God, and gave themselves up to bitter weeping. And they said, O Lord, the God of Israel, why has this fate come on Israel, that today one tribe has been cut off from Israel? Then on the day after, the people got up early and made an altar there, offering burnt offerings and peace offerings. And the children of Israel said, Who is there among all the tribes of Israel who did not come up to the Lord at the meeting of all Israel? For they had taken a great oath that whoever did not come up to Mizpah to the Lord was to be put to death. And the children of Israel were moved with pity for Benjamin their brother, saying, Today one tribe has been cut off from Israel. What are we to do about wives for those who are still living? For we have taken an oath by our Lord that we will not give them our daughters for wives. And they said, Which one of the tribes of Israel did not come up to Mizpah to the Lord? And it was seen that no one had come from Jabesh Gilead to the meeting. For when the people were numbered, not one of the people of Jabesh Gilead was present. So they, the meeting, sent 12,000 of the best fighting men and gave them orders, saying, Go and put the people of Jabesh Gilead to the sword without mercy, with their women and their little ones. And this is what you are to do. Every male and every woman who has had sex relations with a man you are to put to the curse, but you are to keep safe the virgins." And they did so. Now there were among the people of Jabesh Gilead 400 young virgins who had never had sex relations with a man. These they took to their tents in Shiloh in the land of Canaan. And all the meeting sent to the men of Benjamin who were in the rock of Rimmon, offering them peace. Then Benjamin came back, and they gave them the women whom they had kept from death among the women of Jabesh Gilead, but still there were not enough for them. And the people were moved with pity for Benjamin, because the Lord had let his wrath loose on the tribes of Israel. Then the responsible men of the meeting said, "What are we to do about wives for the rest of them, seeing that the women of Benjamin are dead?" And they said, "How is the rest of Benjamin to be given offspring, so that one tribe of Israel may not be put out of existence, seeing that we may not give them our daughters as wives?" For the children of Israel had taken an oath, saying, "Cursed is he who gives a wife to Benjamin." And they said, "See, every year there is a feast of the Lord in Shiloh, which is to the north of Bethel, on the east side of the highway which goes up from Bethel to Shechem, and on the south of Lebonah." And they said to the men of Benjamin, "Go into the vine gardens, waiting there secretly, and watching. And if the daughters of Shiloh come out to take part in the dances, then come from the vine gardens and take a wife for every one of you from among the daughters of Shiloh, and go back to the land of Benjamin. And when their fathers or their brothers come and make trouble, you are to say to them, 'Give them to us as an act of grace, for we did not take them as wives for ourselves in war. And if you yourselves had given them to us, you would have been responsible for the broken oath.'" So the men of Benjamin did this, and got wives for themselves, for every one of their number, taking them away by force from the dance. Then they went back to their heritage, building up their towns and living in them. Then the children of Israel went away from there, every man to his tribe and his family. Every man went back to his heritage. In those days there was no king in Israel. Every man did what seemed right to him. End of chapter 21. End of the book of Judges. The Book of Ruth, from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Now there came a time in the days of the judges when there was no food in the land. And a certain man went from Bethlehem, Judah, he and his wife and his 2 sons, to make a living place in the country of Moab. And the name of the man was Elimelech, and the name of his wife Naomi, and the name of his 2 sons Mahlon and Chilion, Ephrathites of Bethlehem, Judah. And they came into the country of Moab, and were there for some time. And Elimelech, Naomi's husband, came to his end, and only her 2 sons were with her. And they took 2 women of Moab as their wives. The name of the one was Orpah, and the name of the other Ruth. And they went on living there for about 10 years. And Mahlon and Chilion came to their end, and the woman was without her 2 sons and her husband. So she and her daughters-in-law got ready to go back from the country of Moab, for news had come to her in the country of Moab that the Lord, in mercy for his people, had given them food. And she went out of the place where she was, and her 2 daughters-in-law with her, and they went on their way to go back to the land of Judah. And Naomi said to her 2 daughters-in-law, "Go back to your mother's houses. May the Lord be good to you as you have been good to the dead and to me. May the Lord give you rest in the houses of your husbands." Then she gave them a kiss, and they were weeping bitterly. And they said to her, "No, but we will go back with you to your people." But Naomi said, "Go back, my daughters. Why will you come with me? Have I more sons in my body to become your husbands? Go back, my daughters, and go on your way. I am so old now that I may not have another husband. If I said I have hopes, if I had a husband tonight and might have sons, would you keep yourselves till they were old enough? Would you keep from having husbands for them? No, my daughters, but I am very sad for you that the hand of the Lord is against me." Then again they were weeping, and Orpah gave her mother-in-law a kiss, but Ruth would not be parted from her. And Naomi said, "See, your sister-in-law has gone back to her people and to her gods. Go back after your sister-in-law." But Ruth said, "Give up requesting me to go away from you, or to go back without you. For where you go, I will go, and where you take your rest, I will take my rest. Your people will be my people, and your God, my God. Wherever death comes to you, death will come to me, and there will be my last resting place. The Lord do so to me and more, if we are parted by anything but death." And when she saw that Ruth was strong in her purpose to go with her, she said no more. So the two of them went on till they came to Bethlehem. And when they came to Bethlehem, all the town was moved about them, and they said, "Is this Naomi?" And she said to them, "Do not let my name be Naomi, but Mara, for the ruler of all has given me a bitter fate. I went out full, and the Lord has sent me back again with nothing. Why do you give me the name Naomi, seeing that the Lord has given witness against me, and the ruler of all has sent sorrow on me?" So Naomi came back out of the country of Moab, and Ruth the Moabitess, her daughter-in-law, with her, and they came to Bethlehem in the first days of the grain cutting. Chapter 2. And Naomi had a relation of her husband, a man of wealth, of the family of Elimelech, and his name was Boaz. And Ruth the Moabitess said to Naomi, "Now let me go into the field and take up the heads of grain after him in whose eyes I may have grace." And she said to her, "Go, my daughter." And she went, and came and took up the heads of grain in the field after the cutters. And by chance she went into that part of the field which was the property of Boaz, who was of the family of Elimelech. And Boaz came from Bethlehem, and said to the grain cutters, "The Lord be with you." And they made answer, "The Lord give you his blessing." Then Boaz said to his servant who was in authority over the cutters, "Whose girl is this?" And the servant who was in authority over the cutters said, "It is a Moabite girl who came back with Naomi out of the country of Moab. And she said to me, 'Let me come into the grain field and take up the grain after the cutters.' So she came and has been here from morning till now without resting even for a minute." Then Boaz said to Ruth, "Give ear to me, my daughter. Do not go to take up the grain in another field, or go away from here, but keep here by my young women. Keep your eyes on the field they are cutting, and go after them. Have I not given orders to the young men not to put a hand on you? And when you are in need of drink, go to the vessels and take of what the young men have put there." Then she went down on her face to the earth and said to him, "Why have I grace in your eyes that you give attention to me, seeing I am from a strange people?" And Boaz, answering, said to her, "I have had news of everything you have done for your mother-in-law after the death of your husband, how you went away from your father and mother and the land of your birth, and came to a people who are strange to you. The Lord give you a reward for what you have done, and may a full reward be given to you by the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to take cover." Then she said, "May I have grace in your eyes, my Lord, for you have given me comfort, and you have said kind words to your servant, though I am not like one of your servants." And at mealtime Boaz said to her, "Come here and take some of the bread, and put your bit into the wine." And she took her seat among the grain cutters, and he gave her dry grain, and she took it, and there was more than enough for her meal. And when she got ready to take up the grain, Boaz gave his young men orders, saying, "Let her take it even from among the cut grain, and say nothing to her. And let some heads of grain be pulled out of what has been corded up, and dropped for her to take, and let no sharp word be said to her." So she went on getting together the heads of grain till evening, and after crushing out the seed, it came to about an ephah of grain. And she took it up and went to the town, and she let her mother-in-law see what she had got. And after taking enough for herself, she gave her the rest. And her mother-in-law said to her, "Where did you take up the grain today, and where were you working? May a blessing be on him who gave so much attention to you." And she gave her mother-in-law an account of where she had been working, and said, "The name of the man with whom I was working today is Boaz." And Naomi said to her daughter-in-law, "May the blessing of the Lord, who has at all times been kind to the living and to the dead, be on him." And Naomi said to her, "The man is of our family, one of our near relations." And Ruth the Moabitess said, "Truly he said to me, 'Keep near my young men till all my grain is cut.'" And Naomi said to Ruth her daughter-in-law, "It is better, my daughter, for you to go out with his servant girls, so that no danger may come to you in another field." So she kept near the servant girls of Boaz to take up the grain till the cutting of the early grain and the cutting of the late grain were ended. And she went on living with her mother-in-law. Chapter 3. And Naomi, her mother-in-law, said to her, "My daughter, am I not to get you a resting place where you may be in comfort? And now, is there not Boaz, our relation, with whose young women you were? See, tonight he is separating the grain from the waste in his grain floor. So take a bath, and after rubbing your body with sweet oil, put on your best robe and go down to the grain floor. But do not let him see you till he has come to the end of his meal. But see to it, when he goes to rest, that you take note of the place where he is sleeping, and go in there, and uncovering his feet, take your place by him, and he will say what you are to do." And she said, "I will do all you say." So she went down to the grain floor and did all her mother-in-law had said to her. Now when Boaz had taken meat and drink, and his heart was glad, he went to take his rest at the end of the mass of grain. Then she came softly, and uncovering his feet, went to rest. Now in the middle of the night, the man, awaking from his sleep in fear, and lifting himself up, saw a woman stretched at his feet. And he said, "Who are you?" And she answered, "I am your servant Ruth. Take your servant as a wife, for you are a near relation." And he said, "May the Lord give you his blessing, my daughter. Even better than what you did at the first is this last kind act you have done, in not going after young men, with or without wealth. And now, my daughter, have no fear. I will do for you whatever you say, for it is clear to all my townspeople that you are a woman of virtue. Now it is true that I am a near relation, but there is a relation nearer than I. Take your rest here tonight, and in the morning, if he will do for you what is right for a relation to do, very well, let him do so. But if he will not, then by the living Lord, I myself will do so." And she took her rest at his feet till the morning, and she got up before it was light enough for one to see another. And he said, "Let it not come to anyone's knowledge that a woman came to the grain floor." And he said, "Take your robe, stretching it out in your hands." And she did so. And he took 6 measures of grain and put them into it, and gave it her to take. And she went back to the town. And when she came back, her mother-in-law said to her, "How did it go with you, my daughter?" And she gave her an account of all the man had done to her. And she said, "He gave me these 6 measures of grain, saying, 'Do not go back to your mother-in-law with nothing in your hands.' Then she said, 'Do nothing now, my daughter, till you see what will come of this, for the man will take no rest till he has put this thing through.'" Chapter 4. And Boaz went up to the public place of the town, and took his seat there. And the near relation of whom he had been talking came by. And Boaz, crying out to him by name, said, "Come and be seated here." And he came and was seated. Then he got 10 of the responsible men of the town and said, "Be seated here." And they took their seats. Then he said to the near relation, "Naomi, who has come back from the country of Moab, is offering for a price that bit of land which was our brother Elimelech's. And it was in my mind to give you the chance of taking it with the approval of those seated here and of the responsible men of my people. If you are ready to do what it is right for a relation to do, then do it. But if you will not do it, say so to me now, for there is no one who has the right to do it but you, and after you, myself." And he said, "I will do it." Then Boaz said, "On the day when you take this field, you will have to take with it Ruth the Moabitess, the wife of the dead, so that you may keep the name of the dead living in his heritage." And the near relation said, "I am not able to do the relation's part, for fear of damaging the heritage I have. You may do it in my place, for I am not able to do it myself." Now in earlier times this was the way in Israel when property was taken over by a near relation, or when there was a change of owner. To make the exchange certain, one man took off his shoe and gave it to the other, and this was a witness in Israel. So the near relation said to Boaz, "Take it for yourself," and he took off his shoe. Then Boaz said to the responsible men and to all the people, "You are witnesses today that I have taken at a price from Naomi all the property which was Elimelech's, and everything which was Chilion's and Mahlon's. And further I have taken Ruth the Moabitess, who was the wife of Mahlon, to be my wife, to keep the name of the dead man living in his heritage, so that his name may not be cut off from among his countrymen, and from the memory of his town. You are witnesses this day." And all the people who were in the public place and the responsible men said, "We are witnesses. May the Lord make this woman, who is about to come into your house, like Rachel and Leah, which 2 were the builders of the house of Israel. And may you have wealth in Ephrath, and be great in Bethlehem. May your family be like the family of Perez, the son whom Tamar gave to Judah, from the offspring which the Lord may give you by this young woman." So Boaz took Ruth, and she became his wife, and he went in to her, and the Lord made her with child, and she gave birth to a son. And the women said to Naomi, "A blessing on the Lord, who has not let you be this day without a near relation, and may his name be great in Israel. He will be a giver of new life to you and your comforter when you are old, for your daughter-in-law, who in her love for you is better than 7 sons, has given birth to him." And Naomi took the child and put her arms round it, and she took care of it. And the women who were her neighbors gave it a name, saying, "Naomi has a child," and they gave him the name of Obed. He is the father of Jesse, the father of David. Now these are the generations of Perez. Perez became the father of Hezron, and Hezron became the father of Ram. And Ram became the father of Amminadab, and Amminadab became the father of Nahshon. And Nahshon became the father of Salmon, and Salmon became the father of Boaz. And Boaz became the father of Obed, and Obed became the father of Jesse, and Jesse became the father of David. End of chapter 4. End of the book of Ruth. Chapters 1 through 6 of 1 Samuel, from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Now there was a certain man of Ramathaim, a Zuphite of the hill country of Ephraim, named Elkanah. He was the son of Jeroham, the son of Elihu, the son of Tohu, the son of Zuph, an Ephraimite. And he had 2 wives, one named Hannah, and the other Peninnah. And Peninnah was the mother of children, but Hannah had no children. Now this man went up from his town every year to give worship and to make offerings to the Lord of armies in Shiloh. And the 2 sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, the priests of the Lord, were there. And when the day came for Elkanah to make his offering, he gave to Peninnah, his wife, and to all her sons and daughters their part of the feast. But to Hannah he gave 1 part, though Hannah was very dear to him, but the Lord had not let her have children. And the other wife did everything possible to make her unhappy, because the Lord had not let her have children. And year by year, whenever she went up to the house of the Lord, she kept on attacking her, so that Hannah gave herself up to weeping, and would take no food. Then her husband Elkanah said to her, "Hannah, why are you weeping, and why are you taking no food? Why is your heart troubled? Am I not more to you than 10 sons?" So after they had taken food and wine in the guest room, Hannah got up. Now Eli the priest was seated by the pillars of the doorway of the temple of the Lord. And with grief in her soul, weeping bitterly, she made her prayer to the Lord. And she made an oath and said, "O Lord of armies, if you will truly take note of the sorrow of your servant, not turning away from me, but keeping me in mind, and will give me a man-child, then I will give him to the Lord all the days of his life, and his hair will never be cut." Now while she was a long time in prayer before the Lord, Eli was watching her mouth. For Hannah's prayer came from her heart, and though her lips were moving, she made no sound, so it seemed to Eli that she was overcome with wine. And Eli said to her, "How long are you going to be the worse for drink? Put away the effects of your wine from you." And Hannah, answering him, said, "No, my lord, I am a woman whose spirit is broken with sorrow. I have not taken wine or strong drink, but I have been opening my heart before the Lord. Do not take your servant to be a good-for-nothing woman, for my words have come from my stored-up sorrow and pain." Then Eli said to her, "Go in peace, and may the God of Israel give you an answer to the prayer you have made to him." And she said, "May your servant have grace in your eyes." So the woman went away and took part in the feast, and her face was no longer sad. And early in the morning they got up, and after worshiping before the Lord, they went back to Ramah, to their house, and Elkanah had connection with his wife, and the Lord kept her in mind. Now the time came when Hannah, being with child, gave birth to a son, and she gave him the name Samuel, because she said, "I made a prayer to the Lord for him." And the man Elkanah, with all his family, went up to make the year's offering to the Lord, and to give effect to his oath. But Hannah did not go, for she said to her husband, "I will not go till the child has been taken from the breast, and then I will take him with me and put him before the Lord, where he may be forever." And her husband Elkanah said to her, "Do whatever seems right to you, but not till you have taken him from the breast. Only may the Lord do as he has said." So the woman, waiting there, gave her son milk till he was old enough to be taken from the breast. Then when she had done so, she took him with her, with a 3-year-old ox and an ephah of meal and a skinful of wine, and took him to the house of the Lord at Shiloh. Now the child was still very young. And when they had made an offering of the ox, they took the child to Eli, and she said, Oh, my Lord, as your soul is living, my Lord, I am that woman who is making a prayer to the Lord here by your side. My prayer was for this child, and the Lord has given him to me in answer to my request. So I have given him to the Lord, for all his life he is the Lord's. Then he gave the Lord worship there. Chapter 2. And Hannah, in prayer before the Lord, said, My heart is glad in the Lord. My horn is lifted up in the Lord. My mouth is open wide over my haters, because my joy is in your salvation. No other is holy as the Lord, for there is no other God but you. There is no rock like our God. Say no more words of pride. Let not uncontrolled sayings come out of your mouths, for the Lord is a God of knowledge. By him acts are judged. The bows of the men of war are broken, and the feeble are clothed with strength. Those who were full are offering themselves as servants for bread. Those who were in need are at rest. Truly, she who had no children has become the mother of 7, and she who had a family is wasted with sorrow. The Lord is the giver of death and life, sending men down to the underworld and lifting them up. The Lord gives wealth and takes a man's good from him, crushing men down and again lifting them up. Lifting the poor out of the dust, and him who is in need out of the lowest place, to give them their place among rulers, and for their heritage the seat of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he has made them the base of the world. He will keep the feet of his holy ones, but the evildoers will come to their end in the dark night, for by strength no man will overcome. Those who make war against the Lord will be broken. Against them he will send his thunder from heaven. The Lord will be judge of the ends of the earth. He will give strength to his king, lifting up the horn of him on whom the holy oil has been put. Then Elkanah went to Ramah to his house, and the child became the servant of the Lord under the direction of Eli the priest. Now the sons of Eli were evil and good-for-nothing men, having no knowledge of the Lord. And the priest's way with the people was this. When any man made an offering, the priest's servant came while the flesh was being cooked, having in his hand a meat hook with 3 teeth. This he put into the pot, and everything which came up on the hook the priest took for himself. This they did in Shiloh to all the Israelites who came there. And more than this, before the fat was burned, the priest's servants would come and say to the man who was making the offering, Give me some of the flesh to be cooked for the priest. He has no taste for meat cooked in water, but would have you give it uncooked. And if the man said to him, First let the fat be burned, then take as much as you will, then the servant would say, No, you are to give it to me now, or I will take it by force. And the sin of these young men was very great before the Lord, for they gave no honor to the Lord's offerings. But Samuel did the work of the Lord's house while he was a child, dressed in a linen ephod. And his mother made him a little robe and took it to him every year when she came with her husband for the year's offering. And every year Eli gave Elkanah and his wife a blessing, saying, May the Lord give you offspring by this woman in exchange for the child you have given to the Lord. And they went back to their house. And the Lord had mercy on Hannah, and she gave birth to 3 sons and 2 daughters. And the young Samuel became older before the Lord. Now Eli was very old, and he had news from time to time of what his sons were doing to all Israel. And he said to them, Why are you doing such things? For from all this people I get accounts of your evil ways. No, my sons, the account which is given me, which the Lord's people are sending about, is not good. If one man does wrong to another, God will be his judge. But if a man's sin is against the Lord, who will take up his cause? But they gave no attention to the voice of their father, for it was the Lord's purpose to send destruction on them. And the young Samuel, becoming older, had the approval of the Lord and of men. And a man of God came to Eli and said to him, The Lord says, Did I let myself be seen by your father's people when they were in Egypt, servants in Pharaoh's house? Did I take him out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priest and to go up to my altar, to make the smoke of the offerings go up and to take up the ephod? Did I give to your father's family all the offerings made by fire by the children of Israel? Why then are you looking with envy on my offerings of meat and of meal which were ordered by my word, honoring your sons before me and making yourselves fat with all the best of the offerings of Israel, my people? For this reason the Lord God of Israel has said, Truly I did say that your family and your father's people would have their place before me forever. But now the Lord says, Let it not be so. I will give honor to those by whom I am honored, and those who have no respect for me will be of small value in my eyes. See, the days are coming when your arm and the arm of your father's people will be cut off. and never again will there be an old man in your family. But one man of your family will not be cut off by my hand, and his eyes will not be made dark, and grief will be in his heart, and all the offspring of your family will come to their end by the sword of men. And this will be the sign to you, which will come on Hophni and Phinehas, your sons. Death will overtake them on the same day. And I will make a true priest for myself, one who will do what is in my heart and in my mind, and I will make for him a family which will not come to an end, and his place will be before my Holy One forever. Then it will be that the rest of your family, anyone who has not been cut off, will go down on his knees to him for a bit of silver or a bit of bread, and say, Be pleased to put me into one of the priest's places so that I may have a little food. Chapter 3. Now young Samuel was the servant of the Lord before Eli. In those days, the Lord kept his word secret from men. There was no open vision. And at that time, when Eli was resting in his place, now his eyes were becoming clouded so that he was not able to see, and the light of God was still burning, while Samuel was sleeping in the temple of the Lord where the ark of God was. And the voice of the Lord said Samuel's name, and he said, Here am I. And running to Eli, he said, Here am I, for you said my name. And Eli said, I did not say your name. Go to your rest again. So he went back to his bed. And the Lord again said, Samuel. And Samuel got up and went to Eli and said, Here I am, for you certainly said my name. But he said in answer, I said nothing, my son. Go to your rest again. Now at that time Samuel had no knowledge of the Lord, and the revelation of the word of the Lord had not come to him. And for the third time the Lord said Samuel's name. And he got up and went to Eli and said, Here I am, for you certainly said my name. Then it was clear to Eli that the voice which had said the child's name was the Lord's. So Eli said to Samuel, Go back, and if the voice comes again, let your answer be, Say on, Lord, for the ears of your servant are open. So Samuel went back to his bed. Then the Lord came and said as before, Samuel, Samuel. Then Samuel made answer, Say on, Lord, for the ears of your servant are open. And the Lord said to Samuel, See, I will do a thing in Israel at which the ears of everyone hearing of it will be burning. In that day I will do to Eli everything which I have said about his family from first to last. And you are to say to him that I will send punishment on his family forever, for the sin which he had knowledge of, because his sons have been cursing God, and he had no control over them. So I have made an oath to the family of Eli that no offering of meat or of meal which they may make will ever take away the sin of his family. And Samuel kept where he was, not moving till the time came for opening the doors of the house of God in the morning. And fear kept him from giving Eli an account of his vision. Then Eli said, Samuel, my son. And Eli answering said, Here am I. And he said, What did the Lord say to you? Do not keep it from me. May God's punishment be on you if you keep from me anything he said to you. Then Samuel gave him an account of everything, keeping nothing back. And he said, It is the Lord. Let him do what seems good to him. And Samuel became older, and the Lord was with him, and let not one of his words be without effect. And it was clear to all Israel, from Dan to Beersheba, that Samuel had been made a prophet of the Lord. And the Lord was seen again in Shiloh, for the Lord gave to Samuel in Shiloh the revelation of his word. Chapter 4. Now at that time the Philistines came together to make war against Israel, and the men of Israel went out to war against the Philistines, and took up their position at the side of Ebenezer, and the Philistines put their forces in position at Aphek. And the Philistines put their forces in order against Israel, and the fighting was hard, and Israel was overcome by the Philistines, who put to the sword about 4,000 of their army in the field. And when the people came back to their tents, the responsible men of Israel said, Why has the Lord let the Philistines overcome us today? Let us get the ark of the Lord's agreement here from Shiloh, so that it may be with us, and give us salvation from the hands of those who are against us. So the people sent to Shiloh and got the ark of the agreement of the Lord of armies, whose resting place is between the winged ones, and Hophni and Phinehas, the two sons of Eli, were there with the ark of God's agreement. When the ark of the Lord's agreement came into the tent circle, all Israel gave a great cry, so that the earth was sounding with it. And the Philistines, hearing the noise of their cry, said, What is this great cry among the tents of the Hebrews? Then it became clear to them that the ark of the Lord had come to the tent circle. And the Philistines, full of fear, said, God has come into their tents. And they said, Trouble is ours, for never before has such a thing been seen. Trouble is ours. Who will give us salvation from the hands of these great gods? These are the gods who sent all sorts of blows on the Egyptians in the wasteland. Be strong, O Philistines, be men. Do not be servants to the Hebrews as they have been to you. Go forward to the fight without fear. So the Philistines went into the fight, and Israel was overcome, and every man went in flight to his tent, and great was the destruction, for 30,000 footmen of Israel were put to the sword. And the ark of God was taken, and Hophni and Phinehas, the sons of Eli, were put to the sword. And a man of Benjamin went running from the fight, and came to Shiloh the same day with his clothing out of order and earth on his head. And when he came, Eli was seated by the wayside watching, and in his heart was fear for the ark of God. And when the man came into the town and gave the news, there was a great outcry. And Eli, hearing the noise and the cries, said, What is the reason of this outcry? And the man came quickly and gave the news to Eli. Now Eli was 98 years old, and his eyes were fixed, so that he was not able to see. And the man said to Eli, I have come from the army, and have come in flight today from the fight. And he said, How did it go, my son? And the man said, Israel went in flight from the Philistines, and there has been great destruction among the people, and your 2 sons, Hophni and Phinehas, are dead, and the ark of God has been taken. And at these words about the ark of God, Eli, falling back off his seat by the side of the doorway into the town, came down on the earth so that his neck was broken, and death overtook him, for he was an old man and of great weight. He had been judging Israel for 40 years. And his daughter-in-law, the wife of Phinehas, was with child, and near the time when she would give birth. And when she had the news that the ark of God had been taken, and that her father-in-law and her husband were dead, her pains came on her suddenly, and she gave birth. And when she was very near death, the women who were with her said, Have no fear, for you have given birth to a son. But she made no answer and gave no attention to it. And she gave the child the name of Ichabod, saying, The glory has gone from Israel, because the ark of God was taken, and because of her father-in-law and her husband. And she said, The glory is gone from Israel, for the ark of God has been taken. Chapter 5. Now the Philistines, having taken the ark of God, took it with them from Ebenezer to Ashdod. They took the ark of God into the house of Dagon, and put it by the side of Dagon. And when the people of Ashdod got up early on the morning after, they saw that Dagon had come down to the earth on his face before the ark of the Lord. And they took Dagon up and put him in his place again. And when they got up early on the morning after, Dagon had come down to the earth on his face before the ark of the Lord. And his head and his hands were broken off on the doorstep. Only the base was in its place. So to this day, no priest of Dagon or any who come into Dagon's house will put his foot on the doorstep of the house of Dagon in Ashdod. But the hand of the Lord was hard on the people of Ashdod, and he sent disease on them through all the country of Ashdod. And when the men of Ashdod saw how it was, they said, Let not the ark of the God of Israel be with us, for his hand is hard on us and on Dagon our God. So they sent for all the lords of the Philistines to come together there, and said, What are we to do with the ark of the God of Israel? And their answer was, Let the ark of the God of Israel be taken away to Gath. So they took the ark of the God of Israel away. But after they had taken it away, the hand of the Lord was stretched out against the town for its destruction, and the signs of disease came out on all the men of the town, small and great. So they sent the ark of God to Ekron. And when the ark of God came to Ekron, the people of the town made an outcry, saying, They have sent the ark of the God of Israel to us for the destruction of us and our people. So they sent and got together all the lords of the Philistines, and they said, Send away the ark of the God of Israel, and let it go back to its place, so that it may not be the cause of death to us and to our people. For there was a great fear of death through all the town. The hand of God was very hard on them there. And those men who were not overtaken by death were cruelly diseased, and the cry of the town went up to heaven. Chapter 6. Now the ark of the Lord was in the country of the Philistines for 7 months. And the Philistines sent for the priests and those who were wise in secret arts, and said to them, What are we to do with the ark of the Lord? How are we to send it away to its place? And they said, If you send away the ark of the God of Israel, do not send it without an offering, but send him a sin offering with it. Then you will have peace again, and it will be clear to you why the weight of his hand has not been lifted from you. Then they said, What sin offering are we to send to him? And they said, 5 gold images of the growths caused by your disease, and 5 gold mice, one from every lord of the Philistines, for the same disease came on you and on your lords. So make images of the growths caused by your disease, and of the mice which are damaging your land, and give glory to the God of Israel. It may be that the weight of his hand will be lifted from you and from your gods and from your land. Why do you make your hearts hard like the hearts of Pharaoh and the Egyptians? When he had made sport of them, did they not let the people go, and they went away? So now take and make ready a new cart, and 2 cows which have never come under the yoke, and have the cows yoked to the cart, and take their young ones away from them. And put the ark of the Lord on the cart, and the gold images which you are sending as a sin offering in a chest by its side, and send it away so that it may go. If it goes by the land of Israel to Beth Shemesh, then this great evil is his work. But if not, then we may be certain that the evil was not his doing, but was the working of chance. And the men did so. They took 2 cows, yoking them to the cart, and shutting up their young ones in their living place. And they put the ark of the Lord on the cart, and the chest with the gold images. And the cows took the straight way by the road to Beth Shemesh. They went by the highway, not turning to the right or to the left. And the sound of their voices was clear on the road. And the lords of the Philistines went after them as far as the edge of Beth Shemesh. And the people of Beth Shemesh were cutting their grain in the valley, and lifting up their eyes, they saw the ark, and were full of joy when they saw it. And the cart came into the field of Joshua the Beth Shemite, and came to a stop by a great stone. And cutting up the wood of the cart, they made a burnt offering of the cows to the Lord. Then the Levites took down the ark of the Lord, and the chest in which were the gold images, and put them on the great stone. And the men of Beth Shemesh made burnt offerings, and gave worship that day before the Lord. And the 5 lords of the Philistines, having seen it, went back to Ekron the same day. Now these are the gold images which the Philistines sent as a sin offering to the Lord: 1 for Ashdod, 1 for Gaza, 1 for Ashkelon, 1 for Gath, 1 for Ekron. And the gold mice, 1 for every town of the Philistines, the property of the 5 lords, walled towns as well as country places. And the great stone where they put the ark of the Lord is still in the field of Joshua the Beth Shemite to this day. But the Lord sent destruction on 70 men of the people of Beth Shemesh for looking into the ark of the Lord. And great was the sorrow of the people for the destruction which the Lord had sent on them. And the men of Beth Shemesh said, Who is able to keep his place before the Lord, this holy God? And to whom may he go from us? And they sent men to the people living in Kiriath Jearim, saying, The Philistines have sent back the ark of the Lord. Come and take it up to your country. End of chapter 6. Chapters 7 through 12 of 1 Samuel, from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. So the men of Kiriath Jearim came and took the ark of the Lord to the house of Abinadab in Gibeah, and they made his son Eleazar holy, and put the ark in his care. And the ark was in Kiriath Jearim for a long time, as much as 20 years. And all Israel was searching after the Lord with weeping. Then Samuel said to all Israel, If with all your hearts you would come back to the Lord, then put away all the strange gods and the Ashtarts from among you, and let your hearts be turned to the Lord, and be servants to him only, and he will make you safe from the hands of the Philistines. So the children of Israel gave up the worship of Baal and Ashtart, and became worshippers of the Lord only. Then Samuel said, Let all Israel come to Mizpah, and I will make prayer to the Lord for you. So they came together to Mizpah and got water, draining it out before the Lord. And they took no food that day, and they said, We have done evil against the Lord. And Samuel was judge of the children of Israel in Mizpah. Now when the Philistines had news that the children of Israel had come together at Mizpah, the Lord of the Philistines went up against Israel. And the children of Israel, hearing of it, were full of fear. And the children of Israel said to Samuel, Go on crying to the Lord our God for us, to make us safe from the hands of the Philistines. And Samuel took a young lamb, offering all of it as a burnt offering to the Lord. And Samuel made prayers to the Lord for Israel, and the Lord gave him an answer. And while Samuel was offering the burnt offering, the Philistines came near for the attack on Israel. But at the thunder of the Lord's voice that day, the Philistines were overcome with fear, and they gave way before Israel. And the men of Israel went out from Mizpah and went after the Philistines, attacking them till they came under Beth-kar. Then Samuel took a stone and put it up between Mizpah and Jeshanah, naming it Ebenezer, and saying, "Up to now the Lord has been our help." So the Philistines were overcome and did not come into the country of Israel again. And all the days of Samuel the hand of the Lord was against the Philistines. And the towns which the Philistines had taken were given back to Israel, from Ekron to Gath, and all the country round them Israel made free from the power of the Philistines. And there was peace between Israel and the Amorites. And Samuel was judge of Israel all the days of his life. From year to year he went in turn to Bethel and Gilgal and Mizpah, judging Israel in all those places. And his base was at Ramah, where his house was. There he was judge of Israel, and there he made an altar to the Lord. Chapter 8. Now when Samuel was old, he made his sons judges over Israel. The name of his first son was Joel, and the name of his second Abijah. They were judges in Beersheba. And his sons did not go in his ways, but moved by the love of money took rewards, and were not upright in judging. Then all the responsible men of Israel got together and went to Samuel at Ramah, and said to him, "See now, you are old, and your sons do not go in your ways. Give us a king now to be our judge, so that we may be like the other nations." But Samuel was not pleased when they said to him, "Give us a king to be our judge." And Samuel made a prayer to the Lord. And the Lord said to Samuel, "Give ear to the voice of the people and what they say to you. They have not been turned away from you, but they have been turned away from me, not desiring me to be king over them. As they have done from the first, from the day when I took them out of Egypt till this day, turning away from me and worshiping other gods, so now they are acting in the same way to you. Give ear to their voice, but make serious protests to them, and give them a picture of the sort of king who will be their ruler." And Samuel said all these words of the Lord to the people who were desiring a king. And he said, "This is the sort of king who will be your ruler. He will take your sons and make them his servants, his horsemen and drivers of his war carriages, and they will go running before his war carriages. And he will make them captains of thousands and of 50s. Some he will put to work plowing and cutting his grain and making his instruments of war and building his war carriages. Your daughters he will take to be makers of perfumes and cooks and bread makers. He will take your fields and your vine gardens and your olive gardens, all the best of them, and give them to his servants. He will take your men servants and your servant girls and the best of your oxen and your asses and put them to his work. He will take 1/10 of your sheep, and you will be his servants. Then you will be crying out because of your king whom you have taken for yourselves. But the Lord will not give you an answer in that day." But the people gave no attention to the voice of Samuel, and they said, "No, but we will have a king over us, so that we may be like the other nations, and so that our king may be our judge and go out before us to war." Then Samuel, after hearing all the people had to say, went and gave an account of it to the Lord. And the Lord said to Samuel, "Give ear to their voice and make a king for them." Then Samuel said to the men of Israel, "Let every man go back to his town." Chapter 9. Now there was a man of Benjamin named Kish, the son of Abiel, the son of Zeror, the son of Bechorath, the son of Aphiah, a Benjamite, a man of wealth. He had a son named Saul, a specially good-looking young man. There was no one better among the children of Israel. He was taller by a head than any of the people. Now the asses of Saul's father Kish had gone wandering away, and Kish said to his son Saul, "Take one of the servants with you, and get up and go in search of the asses." So they went through the hill country of Ephraim and through the land of Salishah, but they saw no sign of them. Then they went through the land of Salim, but they were not there. And they went through the land of the Benjamites, but they did not come across them. And when they had come to the land of Zuph, Saul said to the servant who was with him, "Come, let us go back, or my father may give up caring about the asses and be troubled about us." But the servant said to him, "See now, in this town there is a man of God who is highly honored, and everything he says comes true. Let us go there now. It may be that he will give us directions about our journey." Then Saul said to his servant, "But if we go, what are we to take the man? All our bread is gone, and we have no offering to take to the man of God. What are we to do?" But the servant said in answer, "I have here 1/4 part of a shekel of silver. I will give that to the man of God, and he will give us directions about our way." Then Saul said to his servant, "You have said well. Come, let us go." So they went to the town where the man of God was. And when they were on their way up to the town, they saw some young girls going out to get water, and said to them, "Is the seer here?" In the past in Israel, when a man went to get directions from God, he said, "Come, let us go to the seer." For he who now is named prophet was in those days given the name of seer. And they said, "He is. In fact, he is before you. Go quickly now, for he has come into the town today, for the people are making an offering in the high place today. When you come into the town, you will see him straight away, for he goes up to the high place for the feast. The people are waiting for his blessing before starting the feast, and after that the guests will take part in it. So go up now, and you will see him." So they went up to the town, and when they came inside the town, Samuel came face to face with them on his way to the high place. Now the day before Saul came, the word of God had come to Samuel, saying, "Tomorrow about this time I will send you a man from the land of Benjamin, and on him you are to put the holy oil, making him ruler over my people Israel. And he will make my people safe from the hand of the Philistines, for I have seen the sorrow of my people, whose cry has come up to me." And when Samuel saw Saul, the Lord said to him, "This is the man of whom I gave you word. He it is who is to have authority over my people." Then Saul came up to Samuel in the doorway of the town and said, "Give me directions, if you would be so good, to the house of the seer." Then Samuel said to Saul, "I am the seer. Go up before me to the high place and take food with me today, and in the morning I will let you go, after opening to you all the secrets of your heart. As for your asses, which have been wandering for 3 days, give no thought to them, for they have come back. And for whom are all the desired things in Israel? Are they not for you and your father's family?" And Saul said, "Am I not a man of Benjamin, the smallest of all the tribes of Israel, and my family the least of the families of Benjamin? Why then do you say these words to me?" Then Samuel took Saul and his servant into the guest room and made them take the chief place among all the guests who were there, about 30 persons. And Samuel said to the cook, "Give me that part which I gave you orders to keep by you." And the cook took up the leg with the fat tail on it and put it before Saul. And Samuel said, "This is the part which has been kept for you. Take it as your part of the feast, because it has been kept for you till the right time came, and till the guests were present." So that day Saul took food with Samuel. And when they had come down from the high place into the town, where a bed was made ready for Saul, he went to rest. And about dawn Samuel said to Saul on the roof, "Get up, so that I may send you away." So Saul got up, and he and Samuel went out together. And on their way down to the end of the town, Samuel said to Saul, "Give your servant orders to go on in front of us." So he went on. "But you keep here, so that I may give you the word of God." Chapter 10. Then Samuel took the bottle of oil and put the oil on his head and gave him a kiss and said, "Is not the Lord with the holy oil making you ruler over Israel, his people? And you will have authority over the people of the Lord, and you will make them safe from the hands of their attackers round about them. And this will be the sign for you. When you have gone away from me today, you will see 2 men by the resting place of Rachel's body in the land of Benjamin at Zelzah. And they will say to you, 'The asses which you went in search of have come back. And now your father, caring no longer for the asses, is troubled about you, saying, What am I to do about my son?' Then you are to go on from there, and when you come to the oak tree of Tabor, you will see 3 men going up to God to Bethel, one having with him 3 young goats, and another 3 cakes of bread, and another a skinful of wine. They will say, 'Peace be with you,' and will give you 2 cakes of bread, which you are to take from them. After that you will come to Gibeah, the hill of God, where an armed force of the Philistines is stationed. And when you come to the town, you will see a band of prophets coming down from the high place with instruments of music before them. And they will be acting like prophets. And the Spirit of the Lord will come on you with power, and you will be acting like a prophet with them, and will be changed into another man. And when these signs come to you, see that you take the chance which is offered you, for God is with you. Then you are to go down before me to Gilgal, where I will come to you for the offering of burnt offerings and peace offerings. Go on waiting there for 7 days till I come to you and make clear to you what you have to do." And it came about that when he went away from Samuel, God gave him a changed heart, and all those signs took place that day. And when he came to Gibeah, a band of prophets came face to face with him, and the Spirit of God came on him with power, and he took his place among them as a prophet. Now when Saul's old friends saw him among the band of prophets, the people said to one another, "What has come to Saul, the son of Kish? Is even Saul among the prophets?" And one of the people of that place said in answer, "And who is their father?" So it became a common saying, "Is even Saul among the prophets?" Then going away from the prophets, he came to the house. And Saul's father's brother said to him and his servant, Where have you been? And he said, Searching for the asses. And when we saw no sign of them, we came to Samuel. Then he said, And what did Samuel say to you? And Saul, answering him, said, He gave us word that the asses had come back. But he said nothing to him of Samuel's words about the kingdom. Then Samuel sent for the people to come together before the Lord at Mizpah. And he said to the children of Israel, The Lord, the God of Israel, has said, I took Israel out of Egypt and made you free from the hands of the Egyptians and from all the kingdoms which kept you down. But today you are turned away from your God, who himself has been your Savior from all your troubles and sorrows. And you have said to him, Put a king over us. So now take your places before the Lord by your tribes and by your thousands. So Samuel made all the tribes of Israel come near, and the tribe of Benjamin was taken. Then he made the tribe of Benjamin come near by families, and the family of the Matrites was taken. And from them Saul, the son of Kish, was taken. But when they went in search of him, he was nowhere to be seen. So they put another question to the Lord, Is the man present here? And the answer of the Lord was, He is keeping himself from view among the goods. So they went quickly and made him come out. And when he took his place among the people, he was taller by a head than any of the people. And Samuel said to all the people, Do you see the man of the Lord's selection, how there is no other like him among all the people? And all the people with loud cries said, Long life to the king. Then Samuel gave the people the laws of the kingdom, writing them in a book, which he put in a safe place before the Lord. And Samuel sent all the people away, every man to his house. And Saul went to Gibeah to his house, and with him went the men of war whose hearts had been touched by God. But certain good-for-nothing persons said, How is this man to be our Savior? And having no respect for him, they gave him no offering. Chapter 11. Then about a month after this, Nahash the Ammonite came up and put his forces in position for attacking Jabesh Gilead. And all the men of Jabesh said to Nahash, Make an agreement with us, and we will be your servants. And Nahash the Ammonite said to them, I will make an agreement with you on this condition, that all your right eyes are put out, so that I may make it a cause of shame to all Israel. Then the responsible men of Jabesh said to him, Give us 7 days, so that we may send men to every part of Israel. And then if no one comes to our help, we will come out to you. So they sent representatives to Saul's town Gibeah, and these gave the news to the people. And all the people gave themselves to weeping. Now Saul came from the field, driving the oxen before him, and he said, Why are the people weeping? And they gave him word of what the men of Jabesh had said. And at their words, the Spirit of God came on Saul with power, and he became very angry. And he took 2 oxen, and cutting them up, sent them through all the land of Israel by the hand of runners, saying, If any man does not come out after Saul and Samuel, this will be done to his oxen. And the fear of the Lord came on the people, and they came out like one man. And he had them numbered in Bezek. The children of Israel were 300,000, and the men of Judah 30,000. Then he said to the representatives who had come, Say to the men of Jabesh Gilead, Tomorrow, by the time the sun is high, you will be made safe. And the representatives came and gave the news to the men of Jabesh, and they were glad. So the men of Jabesh said, Tomorrow we will come out to you, and you may do to us whatever seems good to you. Now on the day after, Saul put the people into 3 bands, and in the morning watch they came to the tents of the Ammonites, and they went on attacking them till the heat of the day. And those who were not put to death were put to flight in every direction, so that no 2 of them were together. And the people said to Samuel, Who was it who said, Is Saul to be our king? Give the men up, so that we may put them to death. And Saul said, Not a man is to be put to death today, for today the Lord has made Israel safe. Then Samuel said to the people, Come, let us go to Gilgal, and there make the kingdom strong in the hands of Saul. So all the people went to Gilgal, and there in Gilgal they made Saul king before the Lord, and peace offerings were offered before the Lord, and there Saul and all the men of Israel were glad with great joy. Chapter 12. And Samuel said to all Israel, You see that I have given ear to everything you said to me, and have made a king over you. And now, see, the king is before you. And I am old and gray-headed, and my sons are with you. I have been living before your eyes from my early days till now. Here I am. Give witness against me before the Lord and before the man on whom he has put the holy oil. Whose ox or ass have I taken? To whom have I been untrue? Who has been crushed down by me? From whose hand have I taken a price for the blinding of my eyes? I will give it all back to you." And they said, "You have never been untrue to us or cruel to us. You have taken nothing from any man." Then he said, "The Lord is witness against you, and the man on whom he has put the holy oil is witness this day that you have seen no wrong in me." And they said, "He is witness." And Samuel said to the people, "The Lord is witness, who gave authority to Moses and Aaron, and who took your fathers up out of the land of Egypt. Keep your places now while I take up the argument with you before the Lord and give you the story of the righteousness of the Lord, which he has made clear by his acts to you and to your fathers." When Jacob and his sons had come into Egypt and were crushed by the Egyptians, the prayers of your fathers came up to the Lord, and the Lord sent Moses and Aaron, who took your fathers out of Egypt, and he put them into this place. But they were false to the Lord their God, and he gave them up to the hands of Sisera, captain of the army of Jabin, king of Hazor, and into the hands of the Philistines, and into the hands of the king of Moab, who made war against them. Then crying out to the Lord, they said, "We have done evil because we have been turned away from the Lord, worshipping the Baals and the Ashtarts. But now make us safe from those who are against us, and we will be your servants." So the Lord sent Jerubbaal and Barak and Jephthah and Samuel, who took you out of the power of those who were fighting against you on every side and made you safe. And when you saw that Nahash, the king of the Ammonites, was coming against you, you said to me, "No more of this, we will have a king for our ruler," when the Lord your God was your king. Here then is the king marked out by you. The Lord has put a king over you. If in the fear of the Lord you are his servants, hearing his voice and not going against the orders of the Lord, but being true to the Lord your God, you and the king ruling over you, then all will be well. But if you do not give ear to the voice of the Lord, but go against his orders, then the hand of the Lord will be against you, and against your king for your destruction, as it was against your fathers. Now keep where you are, and see this great thing which the Lord will do before your eyes. Is it not now the time of the grain cutting? My cry will go up to the Lord, and he will send thunder and rain, so that you may see and be conscious of your great sin which you have done in the eyes of the Lord in desiring a king for yourselves." So Samuel made prayer to the Lord, and the Lord sent thunder and rain that day, and all the people were in fear of the Lord and of Samuel. And all the people said to Samuel, "Make prayer for us to the Lord your God, so that death may not overtake us. For in addition to all our sins, we have done this evil in desiring a king." Then Samuel said to the people, "Have no fear. Truly you have done evil, but do not be turned away from the Lord. Be his servants with all your heart. And do not go from the right way, turning to those false gods in which there is no profit and no salvation, for they are false. For the Lord will not give his people up because of the honor of his name, for it was the Lord's pleasure to make of you a people for himself. And as for me, never will I go against the orders of the Lord by giving up my prayers for you, but I will go on teaching you the good and right way. Only go in the fear of the Lord, and be his true servants with all your heart, keeping in mind what great things he has done for you. But if you still do evil, destruction will overtake you and your king." End of chapters 7 through 12. Chapters 13 through 18 of 1 Samuel. From the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. And Saul took for himself 3,000 men of Israel, of whom he kept 2,000 with him in Michmash, and in the mountain of Bethel, and 1,000 were with Jonathan in Gibeah in the land of Benjamin. The rest of the people he sent back to their tents. And Jonathan made an attack on the armed force of the Philistines stationed at Gibeah. And news was given to the Philistines that the Hebrews were turned against them, and Saul had a horn sounded through all the land. And all Israel had the news that Saul had made an attack on the Philistines, and Israel was bitterly hated by the Philistines. And the people came together after Saul to Gilgal. And the Philistines came together to make war on Israel, 3,000 war carriages and 6,000 horsemen, and an army of people like the sands of the sea in number. They came up and took their position in Michmash, to the east of Bethaven. When the men of Israel saw the danger they were in, for the people were troubled, they took cover in cracks in the hillsides and in the woods and in rocks and holes and hollows. And a great number of people had gone over Jordan to the land of Gad and Gilead. But Saul was still in Gilgal, and all the people went after him, shaking in fear. And he went on waiting there for 7 days, the time fixed by Samuel. But Samuel did not come to Gilgal, and the people were starting to go away from him. Then Saul said, "Come here and give me the burnt offering and the peace offerings." And he made a burnt offering to the Lord. And when the burnt offering was ended, Samuel came, and Saul went out to see him and to give him a blessing. And Samuel said, "What have you done?" And Saul said, "Because I saw that the people were going away from me, and you had not come at the time which had been fixed, and the Philistines had come together at Michmash, I said, now the Philistines will come down on me at Gilgal, and I have made no prayer for help to the Lord. And so, forcing myself to do it, I made a burnt offering." And Samuel said to Saul, "You have done a foolish thing. You have not kept the rules which the Lord your God gave you. It was the purpose of the Lord to make your authority over Israel safe forever. But now your authority will not go on. The Lord, searching for a man who is pleasing to him in every way, has given him the place of ruler over his people, because you have not done what the Lord gave you orders to do." Then Samuel went up from Gilgal, and the rest of the people went up after Saul against the men of war. And they came from Gilgal to Gibeah in the land of Benjamin. And Saul took the number of the people who were there with him, about 600 men. And Saul, with Jonathan his son and the people who were with them, was waiting in Gibeah in the land of Benjamin. But the tents of the Philistines were in Michmash. And 3 bands of men came out from the Philistines to make an attack. One band went by the road which goes to Ophrah, into the land of Shual, and another went in the direction of Beth Horon, and another went by the hill looking down on the valley of Zeboim, in the direction of the wasteland. Now there was no iron worker in all the land of Israel, for the Philistines said, "For fear the Hebrews make themselves swords or spears." But all the Israelites had to go to the Philistines to get their plows and blades and axes and hooks made sharp, for they had instruments for putting an edge on their plows and blades and forks and axes, and for putting iron points on their ox-driving rods. So on the day of the fight at Michmash, not a sword or a spear was to be seen in the hands of any of the people with Saul and Jonathan. Only Saul and his son Jonathan had them. And the armed force of the Philistines went out to the narrow way of Michmash. Chapter 14. Now one day Jonathan, the son of Saul, said to the young man who was with him, looking after his arms, "Come, let us go over to the Philistine force over there." But he said nothing to his father. And Saul was still waiting in the farthest part of Geba, under the fruit tree in Migron. There were about 600 men with him. And Ahijah, the son of Ahitub, brother of Ichabod, the son of Phinehas, the son of Eli, the priest of the Lord in Shiloh, who had the ephod. And the people had no idea that Jonathan had gone. Now between the narrow roads over the mountains by which Jonathan was making his way to the Philistines' forces, there was a sharp overhanging rock on one side, and a sharp rock on the other side. One was named Bozez, and the other Seneh. The one rock went up on the north in front of Michmash, and the other on the south in front of Geba. And Jonathan said to his young servant who had his arms, "Come, let us go over to the armies of these men who have no circumcision. It may be that the Lord will give us help, for there is no limit to his power. The Lord is able to give salvation by a great army or by a small band." And his servant said to him, "Do whatever is in your mind. See, I am with you in every impulse of your heart." Then Jonathan said, "Now we will go over to these men and let them see us. If they say to us, 'Keep quiet where you are till we come to you,' then we will keep our places and not go up to them. But if they say, 'Come up to us,' then we will go up, for the Lord has given them into our hands, and this will be the sign to us." And they let the Philistine force see the 2 of them, and the Philistines said, "Look, the Hebrews are coming out of the holes where they have taken cover." And the armed men of the force gave Jonathan and his servant their answer, saying, "Come up here to us, and we will let you see something." Then Jonathan said to his servant, "Come up after me, for the Lord has given them up into the hands of Israel." And Jonathan went up, gripping with his hands and his feet, his servant going up after him. And the Philistines gave way before Jonathan when he made an attack on them, and his servant put them to death after him. And at their first attack, Jonathan and his servant put to the sword about 20 men, all in the space of half an acre of land. And there was great fear in the tents and in the field and among all the men of the armed force, and the attackers were shaking with fear. Even the earth was moved with a great shaking, and there was a fear as from God. And the watchmen of Saul, looking out from Geba in the land of Benjamin, saw all the army flowing away and running here and there. Then Saul said to the people who were with him, "Let everyone be numbered, and let us see who has gone from us." And when they had been numbered, it was seen that Jonathan and his servant were not there. And Saul said to Ahijah, "Let the ephod come here." For he went before Israel with the ephod at that time. Now, while Saul was talking to the priest, the noise in the tents of the Philistines became louder and louder. And Saul said to the priest, "Take back your hand." And Saul and all the people with him came together and went forward to the fight. And every man's sword was turned against the man at his side, and there was a very great noise. Then the Hebrews, who had been with the Philistines for some time, had gone up with them to their tents. Turning round, were joined to those who were with Saul and Jonathan. And all the men of Israel who had taken cover in the hill country of Ephraim, hearing that the Philistines had been put to flight, went after them, attacking them. So the Lord made Israel safe that day, and the fight went over to Bethaven. And all the people were with Saul, about 20,000 men, and the fight was general through all the hill country of Ephraim. But Saul made a great error that day by putting the people under an oath, saying, "Let that man be cursed who takes food before evening comes, and I have given punishment to those who are against me." So the people had not a taste of food. And there was honey on the face of the field, and all the people came to the honey, the bees having gone from it. But not a man put his hand to his mouth for fear of the curse. But Jonathan, having no knowledge of the oath his father had put on the people, stretching out the rod which is in his hand, put the end of it in the honey, and put it to his mouth. Then his eyes were made bright. Then one of the people said to him, "Your father put the people under an oath, saying, 'Let that man be cursed who takes any food this day.' And the people were feeble, needing food." Then Jonathan said, "My father has made trouble come on the land. Now see how bright my eyes have become because I have taken a little of this honey. How much more if the people had freely taken their food from the goods of those who were fighting against them? Would there not have been much greater destruction among the Philistines?" That day they overcame the Philistines from Michmash to Aijalon, and the people were feeble from need of food. And rushing at the goods taken in the fight, the people took oxen and sheep and young oxen and put them to death there on the earth and had a meal, taking the flesh with the blood in it. Then it was said to Saul, "See, the people are sinning against the Lord, taking the blood with the flesh." And he said to those who gave him the news, "Now let a great stone be rolled to me here." And Saul said, "Go about among the people and say to them, 'Let every man come here to me with his ox and his sheep, and put them to death here, and take his meal. Do no sin against the Lord by taking the blood with the flesh.'" So all the people took their oxen with them that night and put them to death there. And Saul said, "Go about among the people and say to them, 'Let every man come here to me with his ox and his sheep, and put them to death here, and take his meal. Do no sin against the Lord by taking the blood with the flesh.'" So all the people took their oxen with them that night and put them to death there. And Saul put up an altar to the Lord. This was the first altar which he put up to the Lord. And Saul said, "Let us go down after the Philistines by night, attacking them till the morning, till there is not a man of them living." And they said, "Do whatever seems right to you." Then the priests said, "Let us come near to God." And Saul, desiring directions from God, said, "Am I to go down after the Philistines? Will you give them up into the hands of Israel?" But he gave him no answer that day. And Saul said, "Come near, all you chiefs of the people, and let us get word from God, and see in whom is this sin today. For by the living Lord, the Savior of Israel, even if the sinner is Jonathan, my son, death will certainly be his fate." But not a man among all the people gave him any answer. Then he said to all Israel, "You be on one side, and I with Jonathan my son will be on the other side." And the people said to Saul, "Do whatever seems good to you." Then Saul said to the Lord, the God of Israel, "Why have you not given me an answer today? If the sin is in me or in Jonathan my son, O Lord God of Israel, give Urim. And if it is in your people Israel, give Thummim." And by the decision of the Lord, Saul and Jonathan were marked out, and the people went free. And Saul said, "Give your decision between my son Jonathan and me." And Jonathan was taken. Then Saul said to Jonathan, "Give me an account of what you have done." And Jonathan gave him the story and said, "Certainly I took a little honey on the end of my rod, and now death is to be my fate." And God said, "May God's punishment be on me if death is not your fate, Jonathan." And the people said to Saul, "Is death to come to Jonathan, the worker of this great salvation for Israel? Let it not be so. By the living Lord, not one hair of his head is to be touched, for he has been working with God today." So the people kept Jonathan from death. Then Saul, turning back, went after the Philistines no longer, and the Philistines went back to their place. Now when Saul had taken his place as ruler of Israel, he made war on those who were against him on every side, Moab and the Ammonites and Edom and the kings of Zobah and the Philistines. And whichever way he went, he overcame them. And he did great things, and overcame the Amalekites, and made Israel safe from the hands of their attackers. Now the sons of Saul were Jonathan, and Ishvi, and Malchishua. And these are the names of his daughters. The older was named Merab, and the younger Michal. The name of Saul's wife was Ahinoam, the daughter of Ahimaaz. The captain of his army was Abner, the son of Ner, brother of Saul's father. Kish, the father of Saul, and Ner, the father of Abner, were sons of Abiel. All through the life of Saul there was bitter war against the Philistines, and whenever Saul saw any strong man or any good fighting man, he kept him near himself. Chapter 15. And Samuel said to Saul, "The Lord sent me to put the holy oil on you and to make you king over his people, over Israel. So give ear now to the words of the Lord. The Lord of armies says, I will give punishment to Amalek for what he did to Israel, fighting against him on the way when Israel came out of Egypt. Go now and put Amalek to the sword, putting to the curse all they have without mercy. Put to death every man and woman, every child and baby at the breast, every ox and sheep, camel and ass." And Saul sent for the people and had them numbered in Telaim, 200,000 footmen and 10,000 men of Judah. And Saul came to the town of Amalek and took up his place in the valley secretly. And Saul said to the Kenites, "Go away, take yourselves out from among the Amalekites, or destruction will overtake you with them. For you were kind to the children of Israel when they came out of Egypt." So the Kenites went away from among the Amalekites. And Saul made an attack on the Amalekites from Havilah, on the road to Shur, which is before Egypt. He took Agag, king of the Amalekites, prisoner, and put all the people to the sword without mercy. But Saul and the people did not put Agag to death, and they kept the best of the sheep and the oxen and the fat beasts and the lambs and whatever was good, not desiring to put them to the curse. But everything which was bad and of no use they put to the curse. Then the Lord said to Samuel, "It is no longer my pleasure for Saul to be king, for he has turned back from going in my ways and has not done my orders." And Samuel was very sad, crying to the Lord in prayer all night. And early in the morning he got up and went to Saul. And word was given to Samuel that Saul had come to Carmel and put up a pillar, and had gone from there down to Gilgal. And Samuel came to Saul, and Saul said to him, "May the blessing of the Lord be with you. I have done what was ordered by the Lord." And Samuel said, "What then is this sound of the crying of sheep and the noise of oxen which comes to my ears?" And Saul said, "They have taken them from the Amalekites, for the people have kept the best of the sheep and of the oxen as an offering to the Lord your God. All the rest we have given up to destruction." Then Samuel said to Saul, "Say no more. Let me give you word of what the Lord has said to me this night." And he said to him, "Say on." And Samuel said, "Though you may seem little to yourself, are you not head of the tribes of Israel? For the Lord with the holy oil made you king over Israel. And the Lord sent you on a journey and said, Go and put to the curse those sinners, the Amalekites, fighting against them till every one is dead. Why then did you not do the orders of the Lord, but by violently taking their goods, did evil in the eyes of the Lord?" And Saul said, "Truly I have done the orders of the Lord, and have gone the way the Lord sent me. I have taken Agag, the king of Amalek, and have given the Amalekites up to destruction." But the people took some of their goods, sheep and oxen, the chief of the things which were then put to the curse, to make an offering of them to the Lord your God in Gilgal. And Samuel said, "Has the Lord as much delight in offerings and burnt offerings as in the doing of his orders? Truly, to do his pleasure is better than to make offerings, and to give ear to him than the fat of sheep. For to go against his orders is like the sin of those who make use of secret arts, and pride is like giving worship to images. Because you have put away from you the word of the Lord, he has put you from your place as king." And Saul said to Samuel, "Great is my sin, for I have gone against the orders of the Lord and against your words, because, fearing the people, I did what they said. So now let my sin have forgiveness, and go back with me to give worship to the Lord." And Samuel said to Saul, "I will not go back with you, for you have put away from you the word of the Lord, and the Lord has put you from your place as king over Israel." And when Samuel was turning around to go away, Saul took the skirt of his robe in his hand, and the cloth came away. And Samuel said to him, "The Lord has taken away the kingdom of Israel from you this day by force, and has given it to a neighbor of yours who is better than you. And further, The glory of Israel will not say what is false, and his purpose may not be changed, for he is not a man whose purpose may be changed. Then he said, Great is my sin, but still give me honor now before the heads of my people and before Israel, and come back with me so that I may give worship to the Lord your God. So Samuel went back after Saul, and Saul gave worship to the Lord. Then Samuel said, Make Agag, the king of the Amalekites, come here with me. And Agag came to him, shaking with fear. And Agag said, Truly the pain of death is past. And Samuel said, As your sword has made women without children, so now your mother will be without children among women. And Agag was cut up by Samuel, bone from bone, before the Lord in Gilgal. Then Samuel went to Ramah, and Saul went up to his house in Gibeah, in the land of Saul. And Samuel never saw Saul again, till the day of his death. But Samuel was sorrowing for Saul, and it was no longer the Lord's pleasure for Saul to be king over Israel. Chapter 16. And the Lord said to Samuel, How long will you go on sorrowing for Saul, seeing that I have put him from his place as king over Israel? Take oil in your vessel and go. I will send you to Jesse the Bethlehemite, for I have got a king for myself among his sons. And Samuel said, How is it possible for me to go? If Saul gets news of it, he will put me to death. And the Lord said, Take a young cow with you and say, I have come to make an offering to the Lord. And send for Jesse to be present at the offering, and I will make clear to you what you are to do. And you are to put the holy oil on him whose name I give you. And Samuel did as the Lord said and came to Bethlehem. And the responsible men of the town came out to him in fear and said, Do you come in peace? And he said, In peace. I have come to make an offering to the Lord. Make yourselves clean and come with me to make the offering. And he made Jesse and his sons clean and sent for them to be present at the offering. Now when they came, looking at Eliab, he said, Clearly the man of the Lord's selection is before him. But the Lord said to Samuel, Do not take note of his face or how tall he is, because I will not have him. For the Lord's view is not man's. Man takes note of the outer form, but the Lord sees the heart. Then Jesse sent for Abinadab and made him come before Samuel. And he said, The Lord has not taken this one. Then Jesse made Shammah come before him. And he said, The Lord has not taken this one. And Jesse made his 7 sons come before Samuel. And Samuel said to Jesse, The Lord has not taken any of these. Then Samuel said to Jesse, Are all your children here? And he said, There is still the youngest, and he is looking after the sheep. And Samuel said to Jesse, Send and make him come here, for we will not take our seats till he is here. So he sent and made him come in. Now he had red hair and beautiful eyes and pleasing looks, and the Lord said, Come, put the oil on him, for this is he. Then Samuel took the bottle of oil and put the oil on him there among his brothers. And from that day the Spirit of the Lord came on David with power. So Samuel went back to Ramah. Now the Spirit of the Lord had gone from Saul, and an evil spirit from the Lord was troubling him. And Saul's servants said to him, See now, an evil spirit from God is troubling you. Now give orders to your servants who are here before you to go in search of a man who is an expert player on a corded instrument. And it will be that when the evil spirit from God is on you, he will make music for you on his instrument, and you will get well. And Saul said to his servants, Then get me a man who is an expert player, and make him come to me. Then one of the servants in answer said, I have seen a son of Jesse the Bethlehemite, who is an expert at playing, and a strong man, and a man of war. And he is wise in his words and pleasing in his looks, and the Lord is with him. So Saul sent his servants to Jesse and said, Send me your son David, who is with the sheep. And Jesse took 5 cakes of bread and a skin of wine and a young goat, and sent them to Saul by David. And David came to Saul, waiting before him, and he became very dear to Saul, who made him his servant, giving him the care of his arms. And Saul sent to Jesse, saying, Let David be with me, for he is pleasing to me. And whenever the evil spirit from God came on Saul, David took his instrument and made music. So new life came to Saul, and he got well, and the evil spirit went away from him. Chapter 17. Now the Philistines got their armies together for war, and came together at Socoh in the land of Judah, and took up their position between Socoh and Azekah in Ephes-dammim. And Saul and the men of Israel came together and took up their position in the valley of Elah, and put their forces in order against the Philistines. The Philistines were stationed on the mountain on one side, and Israel on the mountain on the other side, and there was a valley between them. And a fighter came out from the tents of the Philistines, named Goliath of Gath. He was more than 6 cubits tall, and he had a headdress of brass on his head, and he was dressed in a coat of metal, the weight of which was 5,000 shekels of brass. His legs were covered with plates of brass, and hanging on his back was a javelin of brass. The stem of his spear was as long as a cloth worker's rod, and its head was made of 600 shekels weight of iron, and one went before him with his body cover. He took up his position, and in a loud voice said to the armies of Israel, "Why have you come out to make war? Am I not a Philistine, and you, servants of Saul? Send out a man for yourselves, and let him come down to me. If he is able to have a fight with me and overcome me, then we will be your servants. But if I am able to overcome him, then you will be our servants and do work for us." And the Philistines said, "I have put to shame the armies of Israel this day. Give me a man so that we may have a fight together." And Saul and all Israel, hearing those words of the Philistine, were troubled and full of fear. Now David was the son of that Ephraimite of Bethlehem, Judah, named Jesse, who had 8 sons, and he was an old man in Saul's day, and far on in years. And the 3 oldest sons of Jesse had gone with Saul to the fight. The names of the 3 who went to the fight were Eliab the oldest, and Abinadab the second, and Shammah the third. And David was the youngest, and the 3 oldest were with Saul's army. Now David went to and from Saul, looking after his father's sheep at Bethlehem. And the Philistine came near every morning and evening for 40 days. And Jesse said to his son David, "Take now for your brothers an ephah of this dried grain, and these 10 cakes of bread, and go quickly with them to the tents of your brothers. And take these 10 cheeses to the captain of their 1,000, and see how your brothers are, and come back with a sign to say how they are." Now Saul and they and all the men of Israel were in the valley of Elah, fighting with the Philistines. And David got up early in the morning, and giving the sheep into the care of a keeper, took the things and went as Jesse had said. And he came to the lines where the carts were, when the army was going out to fight, giving their war cry. And Israel and the Philistines had put their forces in position, army against army. And David gave his parcels into the hands of the keeper of the army stores, and went running to the army, and came to his brothers to get knowledge about them. And while he was talking to them, the fighter, the Philistine of Gath, Goliath by name, came out from the Philistines' lines, and said the same words in David's hearing. And all the men of Israel, when they saw him, went in flight, overcome with fear. And the men of Israel said, "Have you seen this man? Clearly he has come to put shame on Israel, and it is certain that if any man overcomes him, the king will give that man great wealth, and will give him his daughter, and make his father's family free in Israel." And David said to the men near him, "And what will be done to the man who overcomes the Philistine and takes away the shame from Israel? For who is this Philistine, a man without circumcision, that he has put shame on the armies of the living God?" And the people gave him this answer, "So it will be done to the man who overcomes him." And Eliab, his oldest brother, hearing what David said to the men, was moved to wrath against David, and said, "Why have you come here? Into whose care have you given that little flock of sheep in the wasteland? I have knowledge of your pride and the evil of your heart. You have come down to see the fight." And David said, "What have I done now? Was it not only a word?" And turning away from him to one of the other men, he said the same words, and the people gave him the same answer. And hearing what David said, they gave Saul word of it, and he sent for him. And David said to Saul, "Let no man's heart become feeble because of him. I, your servant, will go out and have a fight with this Philistine." And Saul said to David, "You are not able to go out against this Philistine and have a fight with him, for you are only a boy, and he has been a man of war from his earliest years." And David said to Saul, "Your servant has been a keeper of his father's sheep, and if a lion or a bear came and took a lamb from the flock, I went out after him and overcame him and took it out of his mouth. And if, turning on me, he came at me, I took him by the hair and overcame him and put him to death. Your servant has overcome lion and bear, and the fate of this Philistine who is without circumcision will be like theirs, seeing that he has put shame on the armies of the living God." And David said, "The Lord who kept me safe from the grip of the lion and the bear will be my savior from the hands of this Philistine." And Saul said to David, "Go, and may the Lord be with you." Then Saul gave David his clothing of war, and put a headdress of brass on his head, and had him clothed with a coat of metal. And David took Saul's sword, and put the band round him over the metal coat, and was unable to go forward, for he was not used to them. Then David said to Saul, "It is not possible for me to go out with these, for I am not used to them." So David took them off. Then he took his stick in his hand, and got 5 smooth stones from the bed of the stream, and put them in a bag such as is used by sheep keepers. And in his hand was a leather band used for sending stones. And so he went in the direction of the Philistine. And the Philistine came nearer to David, and the man who had his body cover went before him. And when the Philistine, taking note, saw David, he had a poor opinion of him, for he was only a boy, red-haired and good-looking. And the Philistine said to David, "Am I a dog that you come out to me with sticks?" And the Philistine put curses on David by all his gods. And the Philistine said to David, "Come here to me, and I will give your flesh to the birds of the air and the beasts of the field." Then David said to the Philistine, "You come to me with a sword and a spear and a javelin, but I come to you in the name of the Lord of armies, the God of the armies of Israel, on which you have put shame. This day the Lord will give you up into my hands, and I will overcome you and take your head off you. And I will give the bodies of the Philistine army to the birds of the air and the beasts of the earth today, so that all the earth may see that Israel has a God. And all these people who are here today may see that the Lord does not give salvation by sword and spear, for the fight is the Lord's, and he will give you up into our hands." Now when the Philistine made a move and came near to David, David quickly went at a run in the direction of the army, meeting the Philistine face to face. And David put his hand in his bag and took out a stone and sent it from his leather band straight at the Philistine. And the stone went deep into the brow, and he went down to the earth, falling on his face. So David overcame the Philistine with his leather band and stone, wounding the Philistine and causing his death. But David had no sword in his hand. So running up to the Philistine and putting his foot on him, David took his sword out of its cover and put him to death, cutting off his head with it. And when the Philistines saw that their fighter was dead, they went in flight. And the men of Israel and of Judah got up and gave a cry and went after the Philistines as far as Gath and the town doors of Ekron. And the wounded of the Philistines were falling down by the road from Shaaraim all the way to Gath and Ekron. Then the children of Israel came back from going after the Philistines and took their goods from the tents. And David took the head of the Philistine to Jerusalem, but the metal war dress and arms he put in his tent. And when Saul saw David going out against the Philistine, he said to Abner, the captain of the army, "Abner, whose son is this young man?" And Abner said, "On your life, O king, I have no idea." And the king said, "Make search and see whose son this young man is." And when David was coming back after the destruction of the Philistine, Abner took him to Saul with the head of the Philistine in his hand. And Saul said to him, "Young man, whose son are you?" And David in answer said, "I am the son of your servant Jesse of Bethlehem." Chapter 18. Now after David's talk with Saul was ended, the soul of Jonathan was joined with the soul of David, and David became as dear to him as his very life. And that day Saul took David and would not let him go back to his father's house. Then Jonathan and David made an agreement together because of Jonathan's love for David. And Jonathan took off the robe he had and gave it to David with all his military dress, even to his sword and his bow and the band round his body. And David went wherever Saul sent him and did wisely. And Saul put him at the head of his men of war. And this was pleasing to all the people as well as to Saul's servants. Now on their way, when David came back after the destruction of the Philistine, the women came out of all the towns of Israel with songs and dances, meeting David with melody and joy and instruments of music. And the women, answering one another in their songs, said, "Saul has put to death his thousands, and David his tens of thousands." And Saul was very angry, and this saying was unpleasing to him, and he said, "They have given David credit for tens of thousands, and to me for only thousands. What more is there for him but the kingdom?" And from that day Saul was looking with envy on David. Now on the day after, an evil spirit from God came on Saul with great force, and he was acting like a prophet among the men of his house, while David was making music for him, as he did day by day. And Saul had his spear in his hand. And Saul, balancing the spear in his hand, said, "I will give David a blow, pinning him to the wall." And David got away from him twice. And Saul went in fear of David because the Lord was with David and had gone away from Saul. So Saul sent him away and made him a captain over 1,000, and he went about his business before the people. And in all his undertakings David did wisely, and the Lord was with him. And when Saul saw how wisely he did, he was in fear of him. But David was loved by all Israel and Judah, for he went out and came in before them. And Saul said to David, "Here is my oldest daughter Merab, whom I will give you for your wife. Only be strong for me, fighting in the Lord's wars." For Saul said, "Let it not be through me that his fate comes to him, but through the Philistines." And David said to Saul, "Who am I, and what is my father's family in Israel, that I am to be son-in-law to the king?" But when the time came to give Merab, Saul's daughter, to David, she was given to Adriel of Maholath. And Saul's daughter Michal was in love with David, and Saul had word of it and was pleased. And Saul said, "I will give her to him so that she may be a cause of danger to him, and so that the hands of the Philistines may be against him." So Saul said to David, "Today you are to become my son-in-law for the second time." And Saul gave his servants orders, saying, "Have talk with David secretly, and say to him, 'See how the king has delight in you, and how you are loved by all his servants. Then be the king's son-in-law.'" And Saul's servant said these things to David. And David said, "Does it seem to you a small thing to be the king's son-in-law, seeing that I am a poor man of no great name?" And the servants of Saul gave him an account of what David had said. And Saul said, "Then say to David, 'The king has no desire for any bride price, but only for the private parts of 100 Philistines, so that the king may get the better of his haters.'" But it was in Saul's mind that David might come to his end by the hands of the Philistines. And when his servant said these words to David, he was well pleased to be the son-in-law of the king, and the days were still not past. So David and his men got up and went and put to death 200 of the Philistines. And David took their private parts and gave the full number of them to the king, so that he might be the king's son-in-law. And Saul gave him his daughter Michal for his wife. And it was clear to Saul that the Lord was with David, and he was loved by all Israel. And Saul's fear of David became all the greater, and he went on hating him day by day. Then the rulers of the Philistines went out to war, and whenever they went out, David did more wisely than all the other servants of Saul, so that his name became greatly honored. End of chapters 13 through 18. Chapters 19 through 24 of 1 Samuel, from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. And Saul gave orders to his son Jonathan and to all his servants to put David to death. But Saul's son Jonathan had great delight in David. And Jonathan said to David, "Saul, my father, is purposing your death. So now take care in the morning, and keep yourself safe in a secret place. And I will go out and take my place by my father's side in the field near where you are. And I will get in to talk with my father about you, and when I see how things are, I will give you word." And Jonathan gave his father Saul a good account of David, and said to him, "Let not the king do wrong against his servant, against David, because he has done you no wrong, and all his acts have had a good outcome for you. For he put his life in danger and overcame the Philistine, and the Lord gave all Israel salvation. You saw it and were glad. Why then are you sinning against him who has done no wrong, desiring the death of David without a cause?" And Saul gave ear to the voice of Jonathan, and said with an oath, "By the living Lord, he is not to be put to death." Then Jonathan sent for David and gave him record of all these things. And Jonathan then took David to Saul, who kept him by his side as in the past. And there was war again, and David went out fighting the Philistines, causing great destruction among them. And they went in flight before him. And an evil spirit from the Lord came on Saul when he was seated in his house with his spear in his hand, and David made music for him. And Saul would have sent his spear through him, pinning him to the wall, but he got away, and the spear went into the wall. And that night David went in flight and got away. Then in that night Saul sent men to David's house to keep watch on him, so as to put him to death in the morning. And David's wife Michal said to him, "If you do not go away to a safe place tonight, you will be put to death in the morning." So Michal let David down through the window, and he went in flight and got away. Then Michal took the image and put it in the bed with a cushion of goat's hair at its head, and she put clothing over it. And when Saul sent men to take David, she said, "He is ill." And Saul sent his men to see David, saying, "Do not come back without him. Take him in his bed, so that I may put him to death." And when the men came in, there was the image in the bed with the cushion of goat's hair at its head. And Saul said to Michal, "Why have you been false to me, letting my hater go and get safely away?" And in answer, Michal said to Saul, "He said, 'Let me go, or I will put you to death.'" So David went in flight and got away and came to Ramah to Samuel and gave him an account of all Saul had done to him. And he and Samuel went and were living in Naioth. And word was given to Saul that David was at Naioth in Ramah. And Saul sent men to take David, and when they saw the band of prophets at work, with Samuel in his place at their head, the Spirit of God came on Saul's men, and they became like prophets. And Saul, having news of this, sent other men, who in the same way became like prophets. And a third time Saul sent men, and they, like the others, became like prophets. Then he himself went to Ramah, and came to the great water spring in Seku, and questioning the people, he said, "Where are Samuel and David?" And one said, "They are at Naioth in Ramah." And he went from there to Naioth in Ramah, and the Spirit of God came on him. And he went on, acting like a prophet, till he came to Naioth in Ramah. And he took off his clothing, acting like a prophet before Samuel. And falling down, he was stretched out without his clothing all that day and all that night. This is the reason for the saying, "Is even Saul among the prophets?" Chapter 20. And David went in flight from Naioth in Ramah and came to Jonathan and said, "What have I done? What is my crime and my sin against your father that he is attempting to take my life?" And he said to him, "Far be the thought, you will not be put to death. See, my father does nothing great or small without giving me word of it. Would he keep this secret from me? It is not so." But David took his oath again and said, "Your father sees that I am dear to you." So he says to himself, "Let Jonathan have no idea of this, for it will be a grief to him. But as the Lord is living, and as your soul is living, there is only a step between me and death." Then Jonathan said to David, "Whatever your desire is, I will do it for you." And David said to Jonathan, "Tomorrow is the new moon, and I will not be seated with the king at his table, but let me go to a safe place in the country till the evening. And if your father takes note of the fact that I am away, say, 'David made a request to me for himself that he might go to Bethlehem, to his town, for it is the time when his family make their offering year by year.' If he says it is well, your servant will be at peace. But if he is angry, then it will be clear to you that he has an evil purpose in mind against me. So then, be kind to your servant, for you have been united with your servant in an agreement made before the Lord. But if there is any wrongdoing in me, put me to death yourself. Why take me to your father?" And Jonathan said, "Do not have such a thought, for if I saw that my father was designing evil against you, would I not give you word of it?" Then David said to Jonathan, "Who will give me word if your father gives you a rough answer?" And Jonathan said to David, "Come, let us go out into the country." And the two of them went out together into the open country. And Jonathan said to David, "May the Lord, the God of Israel, be witness, when I have had a chance of talking to my father about this time tomorrow, if his feelings to David are good, will I not send and give you the news? May the Lord's punishment be on Jonathan if it is my father's pleasure to do you evil, and I do not give you word of it, and send you away so that you may go in peace. And may the Lord be with you as he has been with my father. And may you, while I am still living, may you be kind to me as the Lord is kind, and keep me from death. And let not your mercy ever be cut off from my family, even when the Lord has sent destruction on all David's haters, cutting them off from the face of the earth. And if it comes about that the name of Jonathan is cut off from the family of David, the Lord will make David responsible." And Jonathan again took an oath to David because of his love for him, for David was as dear to him as his very soul. Then Jonathan said to him, "Tomorrow is the new moon, and it will be seen that you are not present, for there will be no one in your seat. And on the third day it will be especially noted, and you will go to the place where you took cover when the other business was in hand, waiting by the hill over there. And on the third day I will send arrows from my bow against its side, as if at a mark. And I will send my boy to have a look for the arrow, and if I say to him, 'See, the arrow is on this side of you, take it, then you may come, for there is peace, you and no evil, by the living Lord.' But if I say to the boy, 'See, the arrow has gone past you,' then go on your way, for the Lord has sent you away. As for what you and I were talking of, the Lord is between you and me forever." So David went to a secret place in the country, and when the new moon came, the king took his place at the feast. And the king took his seat, as at other times, by the wall. And Jonathan was in front, and Abner was seated by Saul's side. But there was no one in David's seat. But Saul said nothing that day, for the thought was, something has taken place, making him unclean. It is clear that he was not clean. And on the day after the new moon, that is the second day, there was still no one in David's seat. And Saul said to his son Jonathan, "Why has the son of Jesse not come to the feast yesterday or today?" And answering Saul, Jonathan said, he made a request to me that he might go to Bethlehem, saying, our family is making an offering in the town, and my brothers have given me orders to be there. So now, if I have grace in your eyes, let me go away and see my brothers. That is why he has not come to the king's table. Then Saul was moved to wrath against Jonathan and said to him, you son of an evil and uncontrolled woman, have I not seen how you have given your love to the son of Jesse, to your shame and to the shame of your mother? For while the son of Jesse is living on the earth, your position is unsafe and your kingdom is in danger. So make him come here to me, for it is certainly right for him to be put to death. And Jonathan, answering his father, said to him, why is he to be put to death? What has he done? And Saul, pointing his spear at him, made an attempt to give him a wound, from which it was clear to Jonathan that his father's purpose was to put David to death. So Jonathan got up from the table, burning with wrath, and took no part in the feast the 2nd day of the month, being full of grief for David because his father had put shame on him. Now in the morning Jonathan went out into the fields at the time he had said to David, and he had a little boy with him. And he said to the boy, go and get the arrow I let loose from my bow. And while the boy was running, he sent an arrow past him. And when the boy came to the place where the arrow was, Jonathan, crying out after the boy, said, has it not gone past you? And Jonathan went on crying out after the boy, be quick, do not keep waiting about, go quickly. And Jonathan's boy found the arrow and came back to his master. But the boy had no idea what was going on, only Jonathan and David had knowledge of it. And Jonathan gave his bow and arrows to the boy and said to him, take these and go back to the town. And when the boy had gone, David came from his secret place by the hill, and falling to the earth, went down on his face 3 times. And they gave one another a hug, weeping together, till David's grief was the greater. And Jonathan said to David, go in peace, for we two have taken an oath in the name of the Lord, saying, the Lord shall be between me and you, and between my seed and your seed forever. Then David went away, and Jonathan went into the town. Then David came to Nob, to Ahimelech the priest, and Ahimelech was full of fear at meeting David, and said to him, why are you by yourself, having no man with you? And David said to Ahimelech the priest, the king has given me orders and has said to me, say nothing to anyone about the business on which I am sending you and the orders I have given you, and a certain place has been fixed to which the young men are to go. So now if you have here 5 cakes of bread, give them into my hand, or whatever you have. And the priest answering David said, I have no common bread here, but there is holy bread, if only the young men have kept themselves from women. And David in answer said to the priest, certainly women have been kept from us, and as has been done before when I have gone out, the arms of the young men were made holy, even though it was a common journey. How much more today will their arms be made holy? So the priest gave him the holy bread. There was no other, only the holy bread, which had been taken from before the Lord, so that new bread might be put in its place on the day when it was taken away. Now a certain man of the servants of Saul was there that day, kept back before the Lord. His name was Doeg, an Edomite, the strongest of Saul's runners. And David said to Ahimelech, have you no sword or spear with you here? For I have come without my sword and other arms, because the king's business had to be done quickly. And the priest said, the sword of Goliath the Philistine, whom you put to death in the valley of Elah, is here folded in a cloth at the back of the ephod. Take that, if you will, for there is no other sword here. And David said, there is no other sword like that. Give it to me. Then David got up and went in flight that day for fear of Saul, and went to Achish, the king of Gath. And the servants of Achish said to him, is not this David, the king of the land? Did they not make songs about him in their dances, saying, Saul has put to death thousands, and David tens of thousands? And David took these words to heart, fearing Achish, the king of Gath. So changing his behavior before them, he made it seem as if he was off his head, hammering on the doors of the town and letting the water from his mouth go down his chin. Then Achish said to his servants, look, the man is clearly off his head. Why have you let him come before me? Are there not enough unbalanced men about me, that you have let this person come and do such tricks before me? Is such a man to come into my house? Chapter 22. So David went away from there and took cover in a strong place at Adullam, and his brothers and all his father's people, hearing of it, went down to him there. And everyone who was in trouble, and everyone who was in debt, and everyone who was bitter in soul came together to him, and he became captain over them. About 400 men were joined to him. And from there David went to Mizpah in the land of Moab, and he said to the king of Moab, "Let my father and mother come and make their living place with you till it is clear to me what God will do for me." And he took them to the king of Moab, and they went on living with him while David was in his safe place. And the prophet of Gad said to David, "Do not go on living in this place, but go into the land of Judah." Then David went away and came to the woodland of Hereth. And news was given to Saul that David had been seen, and the men who were with him. Now Saul was in Gibeah, seated under the tree in the high place, with his spear in his hand, and all his servants were in their places before him. Then Saul said to his servants who were there with him, "Give ear now, you Benjamites. Will the son of Jesse give to every one of you fields and vine gardens? Will he make you all captains of hundreds and captains of thousands? That all of you have made designs against me, and not one of you gave me word when my son made an agreement with the son of Jesse? And not one of you has pity for me, or has made my eyes open to the fact that my servant has been moved by my son against me, as at this day?" Then Doeg, the Edomite, who was by the side of the servants of Saul, in answer said, "I saw the son of Jesse coming to Nob, to Ahimelech, the son of Ahitub. And he got directions from the Lord for him, and gave him food, and put in his hand the sword of Goliath the Philistine." Then the king sent for Ahimelech the priest, the son of Ahitub, and for all the men of his father's family who were priests in Nob, and they all came to the king. And Saul said, "Give ear now, O son of Ahitub." And answering, he said, "Here I am, my lord." And Saul said to him, "Why have you made designs against me with the son of Jesse, giving him food and a sword, and getting directions from the Lord for him, and helping him to take up arms against me, and to be on the watch to make a secret attack on me, as he is doing now?" Then Ahimelech answering said to the king, "Who among all your servants is so true to you as David, who is the king's son-in-law, and is a captain of your armed men, and has a place of honor in your house? Is this the first time I have got directions from God for him? Far be the thought. Let the king make no such statement against his servant or my father's family, for your servant has no knowledge, great or small, of this thing." And the king said, "You will certainly be put to death, Ahimelech, you and all your father's family." Then the king said to the runners who were waiting near him, "Put the priests of the Lord to death, because they are on David's side, and having knowledge of his flight did not give me word of it." But the king's servants would not put out their hands to make an attack on the Lord's priests. Then the king said to Doeg, "You are to put the priests to death." And Doeg the Edomite, turning on the priests and attacking them, put to death that day 85 men who took up the ephod. And Nob, the town of the priests, he put to the sword, all the men and women, children and babies at the breast, and oxen and ashes and sheep. And Abiathar, one of the sons of Ahimelech, the son of Ahitub, got away and went in flight after David, and gave him the news of how Saul had put to death the Lord's priests. And David said to Abiathar, "I was certain that day, when Doeg the Edomite was there, that he would take the news to Saul. I am responsible for the lives of all your father's family. Keep here with me and have no fear, for he who has designs on my life has designs on yours, but with me you will be safe." Chapter 23. And they sent word to David, saying, "The Philistines are fighting against Keilah and taking the grain from the grain floors." So David, questioning the Lord, said, "Am I to go and make an attack on these Philistines?" And the Lord said to David, "Go and make an attack on the Philistines, so that Keilah may be kept from falling into their hands." And David's men said to him, "Even here in Judah we are full of fears. How much more than if we go to Keilah against the armies of the Philistines?" Then David put the questions to the Lord again, and the Lord answering said, "Up, go down to Keilah, for I will give the Philistines into your hands." So David and his men went to Keilah and had a fight with the Philistines, and took away their cattle, and put them to the sword with great destruction. So David was the savior of the people of Keilah. Now when Abiathar, the son of Ahimelech, went in flight to David, he came down to Keilah with the ephod in his hand. And news was given to Saul that David had come to Keilah. And Saul said, "Now God has given him into my hands, for by going into a walled town with locked doors, he has let himself be shut in." And Saul sent for all the people to come to the fight, and to go down to Keilah to make an attack on David and his men. And it was clear to David that Saul had evil designs against him, and he said to Abiathar the priest, "Come here with the ephod." Then David said, "O Lord, the God of Israel, news has been given to your servant that it is Saul's purpose to come to Keilah and send destruction on the town because of me. And now, is it true, as they have said to me, that Saul is coming?" And the Lord said, "He is coming down." Then David said, "Will the men of Keilah give me and my men up to Saul?" And the Lord said, "They will give you up." Then David and his men, about 600 of them, went out of Keilah and got away wherever they were able to go. And Saul, hearing that David had got away from Keilah, did not go there. And David kept in the wasteland in safe places, waiting in the hill country in the waste land of Ziph. And Saul was searching for him every day, but God did not give him up into his hands. And David was full of fear, in the knowledge that Saul had come out to take his life, and David was in the wasteland of Ziph in Horish. And Saul's son Jonathan went to David in Horish and made his hands strong in God, and said to him, "Have no fear, for Saul my father will not get you into his power, and you will be king of Israel, and I will be by your side, and my father Saul is certain of this." And the two of them made an agreement before the Lord, and David went on living in Horish, and Jonathan went back to his house. Then the Ziphites came up to Gibeah to see Saul and said, "Is not David living secretly among us in the strong places in Horish, in the hill of Hachilah, to the south of the wasteland? So now, O king, have your soul's desire, and come down, and we, for our part, will give him up into the king's hand." And then Saul said, "The Lord's blessing will be yours, for you have had pity on me. Go now and take more steps, and see where he is living, for they say that he is an expert in deceit. So take care to get knowledge of all the secret places where he is taking over, and be certain to come back to me, and I will go with you. And without doubt, if he is anywhere in the land, I will get him among all the families of Judah." And they went back and came to Ziph before Saul, but David and his men were in the wasteland of Maon, in the dry land south of the wasteland. And Saul and his men went in search of him, and David had word of it. So he came down to the rock in the wasteland of Maon. And Saul, hearing of this, went after David into the wasteland of Maon. And Saul and his men went on one side of the mountain, and David and his men went on the other. And David's purpose was to get away as quickly as possible for fear of Saul. For Saul and his men were making a circle round David and his men in order to take them. But a man came to Saul, saying, "Be quick and come, for the Philistines have made an attack on the land." So turning back from going after David, Saul went against the Philistines. So that place was named Selah Hamath Lakoth. And from there David went up and took cover in the safe place of En-Gedi. Chapter 24. Now when Saul came back from fighting the Philistines, news was given him that David was in the wasteland of En-Gedi. Then Saul took 3,000 of the best men out of all Israel and went in search of David and his men on the rocks of the mountain goats. And on the way he came to a place where sheep were kept, and there was a hollow in the rock, and Saul went in for a private purpose. Now David and his men were in the deepest part of the hollow. And David's men said to him, "Now is the time when the Lord says to you, I will give up your hater into your hands to do with him whatever seems good to you." And David said to his men, "Before the Lord, never let it be said that my hand was lifted up against my Lord, the man of the Lord's selection, for the Lord's holy oil has been put on him." So with these words, David kept his servants back and did not let them make an attack on Saul. Then David, getting up, took the skirt of Saul's robe in his hand, cutting off the end of it without his knowledge. And later, David was full of regret for cutting off Saul's skirt. And Saul got up and went on his way. And after that, David came out of the hollow rock, and crying after Saul said, "My lord, the king." And when Saul gave a look back, David went down on his face and gave him honor. And David said to Saul, "Why do you give attention to those who say that it is my desire to do you wrong? Look, you have seen today how the Lord gave you up into my hands, even now in the hollow of the rocks. And some would have had me put you to death, but I had pity on you. For I said, never will my hand be lifted up against my Lord, who has been marked with the holy oil. And see, my father, see the skirt of your robe in my hand. For the fact that I took off the skirt of your robe and did not put you to death is witness that I have no evil purpose. And I have done you no wrong, though you are waiting for my life to take it. May the Lord be judge between me and you, and may the Lord give me my rights against you, but my hand will never be lifted up against you. There is an old saying, from the evildoer comes evil, but my hand will never be lifted up against you. After whom has the king of Israel come out? For whom are you searching? For a dead dog, an insect. So let the Lord be judge and give a decision between me and you, and see and give support to my cause, and keep me safe from falling into your hands." Now when David had said these words to Saul, Saul said, "Is this your voice, David, my son?" And Saul was overcome with weeping. And he said to David, "You are right, and I am wrong, for you have given me back good, but I have given you evil. And you have made clear to me how good you have been to me today, because when the Lord gave me up into your hands, you did not put me to death. If a man comes across his hater, will he let him get away safe? So may you be rewarded by the Lord for what you have done for me today. And now I am certain that you will be king, and that the kingdom of Israel will be made strong under your authority. So give me your oath by the Lord that you will not put an end to my seed after me, or let my name be cut off from my father's family." And David gave Saul his oath, and Saul went back to his house, but David and his men went up to their safe place. End of chapters 19 through 24. Chapters 25 through 31 of 1 Samuel, from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. And death came to Samuel, and all Israel came together weeping for him, and put his body in its resting place in his house at Ramah. Then David went down to the wasteland of Maon. Now there was a man in Maon whose business was in Carmel, and he was a great man, and had 3,000 sheep and 1,000 goats, and he was cutting the wool of his sheep in Carmel. Now this man was named Nabal, and his wife's name was Abigail. She was a woman of good sense and pleasing looks, but the man was cruel and evil in his ways. He was of the family of Caleb. And David had word in the wasteland that Nabal was cutting the wool of his sheep. And David sent 10 young men and said to them, "Go up to Carmel and go to Nabal and say kind words to him in my name. And say this to my brother, may all be well for you. Peace be to you and your house and all you have. I have had word that you have wool cutters. Now the keepers of your sheep have been with us, and we have done them no evil, and taken nothing of them while they were in Carmel. If your young men are questioned, they will say the same thing. So now let my young men have grace in your eyes, for we are come at a good time. Please give anything you may have by you to your servants and to your son David." And when David's young men came, they said all this to Nabal in David's name, and said nothing more. And Nabal gave him his answer and said, "Who is David? Who is the son of Jesse? There are a number of servants in these days running away from their masters. Am I to take my bread and my wine and the meat I have got ready for my wool cutters and give it to men coming from I have no idea where?" So David's young men, turning away, went back and gave him an account of everything he had said. And David said to his men, "Put on your swords, every one of you." And every man put on his sword, and David did the same. And about 400 men went up with David, and 200 kept watch over their goods. But one of the young men said to Nabal's wife Abigail, "David sent men from the wasteland to say kind words to our master, and he gave them a rough answer. But these men have been very good to us. They did us no wrong, and nothing of ours was touched while we were with them in the fields. But day and night they were like a wall round us while we were with them, looking after the sheep. So now give thought to what you are going to do, for evil is in store for our master and all his house. For he is such a good-for-nothing person that it is not possible to say anything to him." Then Abigail quickly took 200 cakes of bread and 2 skins full of wine and 5 sheep ready for cooking, and 5 measures of dry grain and 100 parcels of dry grapes and 200 cakes of figs, and put them on asses. And she said to her young men, "Go on in front of me, and I will come after you." But she said nothing to her husband Nabal. Now while she was going down under cover of the mountain on her ass, David and his men came down against her, and suddenly she came face to face with them. Now David had said, "What was the use of my taking care of this man's goods in the wasteland, so that there was no loss of anything which was his? He has only given me back evil for good. May God's punishment be on David if when morning comes there is so much as one male of his people still living." And when Abigail saw David, she quickly got off her ass, falling down on her face before him. And falling at his feet, she said, "May the wrong be on me, my lord, on me. Let your servant say a word to you, and give ear to the words of your servant. Let my lord give no attention to Nabal, that good for nothing, for as his name is, so is he, a man without sense. But I, your servant, did not see the young men whom my lord sent. So now, my lord, by the living God and by your living soul, seeing that the Lord has kept you from the crime of blood and from taking into your hands the punishment for your wrongs, may all your haters and those who would do evil to my lord be like Nabal. And let this offering which your servant gives to my lord be given to the young men who are with my lord. And may the sin of your servant have forgiveness, for the Lord will certainly make your family strong, because my lord is fighting in the Lord's war, and no evil will be seen in you all your days. And though a man has taken up arms against you, putting your life in danger, Still the soul of my Lord will be kept safe among the band of the living with the Lord your God, and the souls of those who are against you he will send violently away from him, like stones from a bag. And when the Lord has done for my Lord all those good things which he has said he will do for you, and has made you ruler over Israel, then you will have no cause for grief, and my Lord's heart will not be troubled, because you have taken life without cause, and have yourself given punishment for your wrongs. When the Lord has been good to you, then give a thought to your servant. And David said to Abigail, May the Lord, the God of Israel, be praised, who sent you to me today. A blessing on your good sense and on you, who have kept me today from the crime of blood, and from taking into my hands the punishment for my wrongs. For truly, by the living Lord, the God of Israel, who has kept me from doing you evil, if you had not been so quick in coming to me and meeting me, by dawn there would not have been in Nabal's house so much as one male living. Then David took from her hands her offering, and he said to her, Go back to your house in peace. See, I have given ear to your voice, and taken your offering with respect. And Abigail went back to Nabal, and he was feasting in his house like a king. And Nabal's heart was full of joy, for he had taken much wine, so she said nothing to him till dawn came. And in the morning, when the effect of the wine was gone, Nabal's wife gave him an account of all these things, and all the heart went out of him, and he became like a stone. And about 10 days after, the Lord sent disease on Nabal, and death came to him. And David, hearing that Nabal was dead, said, May the Lord be praised, who has taken up my cause against Nabal for the shame which he put on me, and has kept back his servant from evil, and has sent on Nabal's head the reward of his evil doing. And David sent word to Abigail, desiring to take her as his wife. And when David's servants came to Carmel, to Abigail, they said to her, David has sent us to you, to take you to him as his wife. And she got up, and going down on her face to the earth, said, See, I am ready to be a servant girl, washing the feet of the servants of my Lord. Then Abigail got up quickly and went on her ass with 5 of her young women after the men whom David had sent, and she became David's wife. And David had taken Ahinoam of Jezreel to be his wife. These 2 were his wives. Now Saul had given his daughter Michal, David's wife, to Palti, the son of Laish of Galim. Chapter 26. And the Ziphites came to Saul at Gibeah and said, Is not David waiting secretly near us in the hill of Hachilah before the wasteland? Then Saul went down into the wasteland of Ziph, taking with him 3,000 of the best men of Israel to make search for David in the wasteland of Ziph. And Saul put up his tents on the hill of Hachilah, which is in front of the wasteland on the road. But David was in the wasteland, and he saw that Saul was coming after him. And so David sent out watchers and got word from them that Saul was certainly coming. And David got up and came to the place where Saul's tents were. And David had a view of the place where Saul was sleeping with Abner, the son of Ner, the captain of his army. And Saul was sleeping inside his ring of carts, and the tents of the people were all around him. Then David said to Ahimelech the Hittite, and to Abishai the son of Zeruiah, brother of Joab, Who will go down with me to the tents of Saul? And Abishai said, I will go down with you. So David and Abishai came down to the army by night, and Saul was sleeping inside the ring of carts with his spear planted in the earth by his head, and Abner and the people were sleeping round him. Then Abishai said to David, God has given up your hater into your hands today. Now let me give him one blow through the earth with his spear, and there will be no need to give him a second. And David said to Abishai, Do not put him to death, for who without sin may put out his hand against the man on whom the Lord has put the holy oil? And David said, By the living Lord, the Lord will send destruction on him. The natural day of his death will come, or he will go into the fight and come to his end. Never will my hand be stretched out against the man marked with the holy oil, but take the spear which is by his head, and take the vessel of water, and let us go. So David took the spear and the vessel of water from Saul's head, and they got away without any man seeing them, or being conscious of their coming, or awaking, for they were all sleeping, because a deep sleep from the Lord had come on them. Then David went over to the other side, and took his place on the top of a mountain some distance away, with a great space between them. And crying out to the people, and to Abner the son of Ner, David said, Have you no answer to give, Abner? Then Abner said, Who is that crying out to the king? And David said to Abner, Are you not a man of war? Is there any other like you in Israel? Why then have you not kept watch over your lord the king? For one of the people came in to put the king your lord to death. What you have done is not good. By the living Lord, death is the right fate for you, because you have not kept watch over your Lord, the man on whom the Lord has put the holy oil. Now see, where is the king's spear in the vessel of water which was by his head?" And Saul, conscious that the voice was David's, said, "Is that your voice, David, my son?" And David said, "It is my voice, O Lord, my king." And he said, "Why does my Lord go armed against his servant? What have I done? Or what evil is there in me? Let my lord the king give ear now to the words of his servant. If it is the Lord who is moving you against me, let him take an offering. But if it is the children of men, may they be cursed before the Lord for driving me out today and keeping me from my place in the heritage of the Lord, saying, 'Go, be the servant of other gods.' Then do not let my blood be drained out on the earth away from the face of the Lord, for the king of Israel has come out to take my life, like one going after birds in the mountain." Then Saul said, "I have done wrong. Come back to me, David my son. I will do you no more wrong, because my life was dear to you today. Truly I have been foolish, and my error is very great." Then David said, "Here is the king's spear. Let one of the young men come over and get it. And the Lord will give to every man the reward of his righteousness and his faith, because the Lord gave you into my hands today. And I would not put out my hand against the man who has been marked with the holy oil. And so, as your life was dear to me today, may my life be dear to the Lord, and may he make me free from all my troubles." Then Saul said to David, "May a blessing be on you, David my son. You will do great things, and without doubt you will overcome." Then David went on his way, and Saul went back to his place. Chapter 27. And David said to himself, "Some day death will come to me by the hand of Saul. The only thing for me to do is to get away into the land of the Philistines. Then Saul will give up hope of taking me in any part of the land of Israel, and so I may be able to get away from him." So David and the 600 men who were with him went over to Achish, the son of Maoch, king of Gath. And David and his men were living with Achish at Gath. Every man had his family with him, and David had his 2 wives, Ahinoam of Jezreel and Abigail of Carmel, who had been the wife of Nabal. And Saul, hearing that David had gone to Gath, went after him no longer. Then David said to Achish, "If now I have grace in your eyes, let me have a place in one of the smaller towns of your land to be my living place. For it is not right for your servant to be living with you in the king's town." So Achish straightway gave him Ziklag, and for that reason Ziklag has been the property of the kings of Judah to this day. And David was living in the land of the Philistines for the space of a year and 4 months. And David and his men went up and made attacks on the Gerishites and the Girzites and the Amalekites, for these were the people who were living in the land from Telem on the way to Shur as far as Egypt. And David again and again made attacks on the land, till not a man or a woman was still living. And he took away the sheep and the oxen and the asses and the camels and the clothing, and he came back to Achish. And every time Achish said, "Where have you been fighting today?" And David said, "Against the south of Judah, and the south of the Jerahmeelites, and the south of the Kenites." Not one living man or woman did David ever take back with him to Gath, fearing that they might give an account of what had taken place and say, "This is what David did." And so has he been doing all the time while he has been living in the land of the Philistines. And Achish had belief in what David said, saying, "He has made himself hated by all his people Israel, and so he will be my servant forever." Chapter 28. Now in those days the Philistines got their forces together to make war on Israel. And Achish said to David, "Certainly you and your men are to go out with me to the fight." And David said to Achish, "You will see now what your servant will do." And Achish said to David, "Then I will make you keeper of my head forever." Now Samuel was dead, and all Israel, after weeping for him, had put his body in its last resting place in Ramah, his town. And Saul had put away from the land all those who had control of spirits, and who made use of secret arts. And the Philistines came together and put their forces in position at Shunem. And Saul got all Israel together, and they took up their positions in Gilboa. And when Saul saw the Philistine army, he was troubled, and his heart was moved with fear. And when Saul went for directions to the Lord gave him no answer, by a dream, or by the Urim, or by the prophets. Then Saul said to his servants, "Get me a woman who has control of a spirit, so that I may go to her and get directions." And his servants said to him, "There is such a woman at Endor." So Saul, putting on other clothing so that he might not be seen to be the king, took 2 men with him and went to the woman by night. And he said, "Now, with the help of the Spirit which you have, make the person whose name I will give you come up." And the woman said to him, "But you have knowledge of what Saul has done, how he has put away out of the land those who have control of spirits and the users of secret arts. Why would you, by a trick, put me in danger of death?" And Saul made oath to her by the Lord, saying, "By the living Lord, no punishment will come to you for this." Then the woman said, "Who am I to let you see?" And he said, "Make Samuel come up for me." And the woman saw that it was Saul, and she gave a loud cry, and said to Saul, "Why have you made use of deceit? For you are Saul." And the king said to her, "Have no fear, what do you see?" And the woman said to Saul, "I see a god coming up out of the earth." And he said to her, "What is his form?" And she said, "It is an old man coming up, covered with a robe." And Saul saw that it was Samuel, and with his face bent down to the earth, he gave him honor. And Samuel said to Saul, "Why have you made me come up, troubling my rest?" And Saul in answer said, "I am in great danger, for the Philistines are making war on me, and God has gone away from me and will no longer give me any answer, by the prophets or by dreams. So I have sent for you to make clear to me what I am to do." And Samuel said, "Why do you put your questions to me, seeing that God has gone away from you and is on the side of him who is against you? And the Lord himself has done what I said. The Lord has taken the kingdom out of your hand and given it to your neighbor David, because you did not do what the Lord said and did not give effect to his burning wrath against Amalek. So the Lord has done this thing to you today. And more than this, the Lord will give Israel up with you into the hands of the Philistines, because you did not do what the Lord said and did not give effect to his burning wrath against Amalek. So the Lord has done this thing to you today. And more than this, the Lord will give Israel up with you into the hands of the Philistines. And tomorrow you and your sons will be with me, and the Lord will give up the army of Israel into the hand of the Philistines." Then Saul went down flat on the earth and was full of fear because of Samuel's words, and there was no strength in him, for he had taken no food all that day or all that night. And the woman came to Saul and saw that he was in great trouble, and said to him, "See now, your servant has given ear to your words, and I have put my life in danger by doing what you said. So now give ear to the voice of your servant, and let me give you a little bread, and take some food to give you strength when you go on your way." But he would not, saying, "I have no desire for food." But his servants, together with the woman, made him take food, and he gave way to them. So he got up from the earth and took his seat on the bed. And the woman had in the house a young cow made fat for food, and she put it to death straightway. And she took meal and got it mixed and made unleavened bread. And she put it before Saul and his servants, and they had a meal. Then they got up and went away the same night. Chapter 29. Now the Philistines got all their army together at Aphek, and the Israelites put their forces in position by the fountain in Jezreel. And the lords of the Philistines went on with their hundreds and their thousands, and David and his men came after with Achish. Then the rulers of the Philistines said, "What are these Hebrews doing here?" And Achish said to the rulers of the Philistines, "Is this not David, the servant of Saul, the king of Israel, who has been with me for a year or two? And I have never seen any wrong in him from the time when he came to me till now." But the rulers of the Philistines were angry with him and said to him, "Make the man go back to the place you have given him. Do not let him go down with us to the fight, or he may be turned against us and be false to us. For how will this man make peace with his Lord? Will it not be with the heads of these men? Is this not David who is named in their songs, when in the dance they said to one another, 'Saul has put to death thousands, and David tens of thousands'?" Then Achish sent for David and said to him, "By the living Lord, you are upright, and everything you have done with me in the army has been pleasing to me. I have seen no evil in you from the day when you came to me till now, but still the lords are not pleased with you. So now go back and go in peace, so that you do not make the lords of the Philistines angry." And David said to Achish, "But what have I done? What have you seen in your servant while I have been with you till this day, that I may not go and take up arms against those who are now making war on my lord, the king?" And Achish in answer said, "It is true that in my eyes you are good, like an angel of God. But still the rulers of the Philistines have said, 'He is not to go up with us to the fight.' So get up early in the morning with the servants of your Lord who are with you, and go to the place I have given you, and have no evil design in your heart, for you are good in my eyes. But when there is light enough in the morning, go away." So David and his men got up early in the morning to go back to the land of the Philistines, and the Philistines went up to Jezreel. Chapter 30. Now when David and his men came to Ziklag on the third day, the Amalekites had made an attack on the south and on Ziklag, and had overcome Ziklag and put it to fire, and had made the women and all who were there, small and great, prisoners. They had not put any of them to death, but had taken them all away. And when David and his men came to the town, they saw that it had been burned down, and their wives and their sons and daughters had been made prisoners. Then David and the people who were with him gave themselves up to weeping till they were able to go on weeping no longer. And David's two wives, Ahinoam of Jezreel and Abigail, the wife of Nabal of Carmel, had been made prisoners. And David was greatly troubled, for the people were talking of stoning him, because their hearts were bitter, every man sorrowing for his sons and his daughters. But David made himself strong in the Lord his God. And David said to Abiathar the priest, the son of Ahimelech, "Come here to me with the ephod." And Abiathar took the ephod to David. Then David, questioning the Lord, said, "Am I to go after this band? Will I be able to overtake them?" And in answer he said, "Go after them, for you will certainly overtake them and get back everything." So David went, and his 600 men went with him, and they came to the stream Bezer. And David with 400 men went on, but 200 of them were overcome with weariness and not able to go across the stream. And in the fields they saw an Egyptian whom they took to David, and they gave him bread, and he had a meal, and they gave him water for drink. And they gave him a part of cake of figs and some dry grapes. And after the food, his spirit came back to him, for he had had no food or drink for 3 days and nights. And David said to him, "Whose man are you, and where do you come from?" And he said, "I am a young man of Egypt, servant to an Amalekite, and my master went on without me, because 3 days back I became ill. We made an attack on the south part of the country of the Cherethites, and on the land which is Judah's, and on the south of Caleb, and we put Ziklag to fire." And David said to him, "Will you take me down to this band?" And he said, "If you give me your oath that you will not put me to death or give me up to my master, I will take you to them." And when he had taken them down, they saw them all seated about on all sides, feasting and drinking among all the mass of goods which they had taken from the land of the Philistines and the land of Judah. And David went on fighting them from evening till the evening of the day after, and not one of them got away, but only 400 young men who went in flight on camels. And David got back everything the Amalekites had taken, and he got back his 2 wives. There was no loss of anything, small or great, sons or daughters or goods or anything which they had taken away. David got it all back. And they took all the flocks and herds, and driving them in front of him said, "These are David's." And David came out to the 200 men who because of weariness had not gone with him, but were waiting at the stream Bezer. And they went out meeting David and the people who were with him. And when they came near them, they said, "How are you?" Then the bad and good-for-nothing men among those who went with David said, "Because they did not go with us, we will give them nothing of the goods which we have got back, but only to every man his wife and children, so that he may take them and go." Then David said, "You are not to do this, my brothers, after what the Lord has given us, who has kept us safe and given up the band which came against us into our lands. Who is going to give any attention to you in this question? For an equal part will be given to him who went to the fight, and to him who is waiting by the goods. They are all to have the same." And so he made it a rule and an order for Israel from that day till now. And when David came to Ziklag, he sent some of the goods to the responsible men of Judah and to his friends, saying, "Here is an offering for you from the goods of those who were fighting against the Lord." He sent to those who were in Beth El and in Ramah of the south and in Jattir, and to those in Arara and Eshtemoa and Carmel and in the towns of the Jerahmeelites and in the towns of the Kenites, and to those who were in Hormah and Borashan and Athak and in Hebron, and to all the places where David and his men had been living. Chapter 31. Now the Philistines were fighting against Israel, and the men of Israel went in flight before the Philistines, falling down wounded in Mount Gilboa. And the Philistines overtook Saul and his sons, and they put to death Jonathan and Abinadab and Malchishua, the sons of Saul. And the fight was going badly for Saul, and the archers came across him, and he was wounded by the archers. Then Saul said to the servant who had care of his arms, "Take out your sword and put it through me, before these men without circumcision come and make sport of me." But his servant, full of fear, would not do so. Then Saul took out his sword, and falling on it, put an end to himself. And when his servant saw that Saul was dead, he did the same, and was united with him in death. So death overtook Saul and his 3 sons and his servant on the same day. And when the men of Israel across the valley and on the other side of Jordan saw that the army of Israel was in flight, and that Saul and his sons were dead, they came out of their towns and went in flight, and the Philistines came and took them for themselves. Now on the day after, when the Philistines came to take their goods from the dead, they saw Saul and his 3 sons dead on the earth in Mount Gilboa. And cutting off his head and taking away his war dress, they sent word into the land of the Philistines round about to take the news to their gods and to the people. His war dress they put in the house of Ashtart, and his body was fixed on the wall of Beth Shan. And when the people of Jabesh Gilead had news of what the Philistines had done to Saul, all the fighting men got up, and traveling all night, took Saul's body and the bodies of his sons from the wall of Beth Shan. And they came to Jabesh and had them burned there. And their bones they put in the earth under a tree in Jabesh, and for 7 days they took no food. End of chapters 23 through 31. End of the book of 1 Samuel. Chapters 1 through 6 of 2 Samuel, from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Now after the death of Saul, when David, having come back from the destruction of the Amalekites, had been in Ziklag for 2 days, on the 3rd day a man came from Saul's tents, with his clothing out of order and earth on his head. And when he came to David, he went down on the earth and gave him honor. And David said to him, Where have you come from? And he said, I have come in flight from the tents of Israel. And David said to him, How did things go? Give me the news. And in answer he said, The people have gone in flight from the fight, and a great number of them are dead. And Saul and his son Jonathan are dead. And David said to the young man who gave him the news, Why are you certain that Saul and his son Jonathan are dead? And the young man said, I came by chance to Mount Gilboa, and I saw Saul supporting himself on his spear, and the war carriages and horsemen overtook him. And looking back, he saw me and gave a cry to me. And answering him, I said, Here am I. And he said to me, Who are you? And I said, I am an Amalekite. Then he said to me, Come here to my side and put me to death, for the pain of death has me in its grip, but my life is still strong in me. So I put my foot on him and gave him his death blow, because I was certain that he would not go on living after his fall. And I took the crown from his head and the band from his arm, and I have them here for my Lord. Then David gave way to bitter grief, and so did the men who were with him. And till evening they gave themselves to sorrow and weeping, and took no food, weeping for Saul and for Jonathan his son, and for the people of the Lord and for the men of Israel, because they had come to their end by the sword. And David said to the young man who had given him the news, Where do you come from? And he said, I am the son of a man from a strange land. I am an Amalekite. And David said to him, Had you no fear of stretching out your hand to put to death the one marked with the holy oil? And David sent for one of his young men and said, Go near and put an end to him. And he put him to death. And David said to him, May your blood be on your head, for your mouth has given witness against you, saying, I have put to death the man marked with the holy oil. Then David made this song of grief for Saul and Jonathan, his son. It is recorded in the book of Jasher for teaching to the sons of Judah. And he said, The glory, O Israel, is dead on your high places. How have the great ones been made low? Give no news of it in Gath. Let it not be said in the streets of Ashkelon, or the daughters of the Philistines will be glad. The daughters of men without circumcision will be lifted up in joy. O mountains of Gilboa, let there be no dew or rain on you, you fields of death. For there the arms of the strong have been shamed, the arms of Saul, as if he had not been marked with the holy oil. From the blood of the dead, from the fat of the strong, the bow of Jonathan was not turned back. The sword of Saul did not come back unused. Saul and Jonathan were loved and pleasing. In their lives and in their death they were not parted. They went more quickly than eagles, they were stronger than lions. O daughters of Israel, have sorrow for Saul, by whom you were delicately clothed, in robes of red, with ornaments of gold on your dresses. How have the great ones been made low in the fight? Jonathan is dead on your high places. I am full of grief for you, my brother Jonathan. Very dear have you been to me. Your love for me was a wonder, greater than the love of women. How have the great ones been made low, and the arms of war broken? Chapter 2. Now after this, David, questioning the Lord, said, Am I to go up into any of the towns of Judah? And the Lord said to him, Go up. And David said, Where am I to go? And he said, To Hebron. So David went there, taking with him his 2 wives, Ahinoam of Jezreel and Abigail, the wife of Nabal of Carmel. And David took all his men with him, every man with his family, and they were living in the towns round Hebron. And the men of Judah came there, and with the holy oil made David king over the people of Judah. And word came to David that it was the men of Jabesh Gilead who put Saul's body in its last resting place. And David sent to the men of Jabesh Gilead and said to them, May the Lord give you his blessing, because you have done this kind act to Saul your lord, and have put his body to rest. May the Lord be good and true to you, and I myself will see that your kind act is rewarded, because you have done this thing. Then let your hands be strong, and have no fear. Though Saul your lord is dead, the people of Judah have made me their king. Now Abner, the son of Ner, captain of Saul's army, had taken Saul's son Ishbosheth over to Mahanaim, and made him king over Gilead and the Asherites, and over Jezreel and Ephraim and Benjamin, that is, over all Israel. Saul's son Ishbosheth was 40 years old when he became king over Israel, and he was ruler for 2 years. But Judah was on the side of David. And the time when David was king in Hebron over the people of Judah was 7 years and 6 months. And Abner, the son of Ner, with the servants of Saul's son Ishbosheth, went out from Mahanaim to Gibeon. And Joab, the son of Zeruiah, and the servants of David went out and came face to face with them by the pool of Gibeon. And they took up their position, facing one another on opposite sides of the pool. And Abner said to Joab, Let the young man give a test of their strength before us. And Joab said, Let them do so. So they got up and went over by number, 12 for Benjamin and Ishbosheth, and 12 of the servants of David. And everyone got the other by the head, driving his sword into the other's side, so they all went down together. And that place was named the Field of Sides, and it is in Gibeon. And there was hard fighting that day, and Abner and the men of Israel gave way before the servants of David. There were 3 sons of Zeruiah there, Joab and Abishai and Asahel. And Asahel was as quick-footed as a roe of the fields. Asahel went running after Abner, not turning to the right or to the left. Then Abner, looking back, said, Is it you, Asahel? And he said, It is I. And Abner said, Then go to the right or to the left, and put your hands on the one of the fighting men and take his arms. But Asahel would not be turned away from going after Abner. Then again Abner said to Asahel, Go to one side. Do not keep on coming after me. Why will you make me put an end to you? For then I will be shamed before your brother Joab. But still he did not go to one side. So Abner gave him a back blow in the stomach with his spear, so that the spear came out at his back, and he went down on the earth, wounded to death. And all those who came to the place where Asahel went down dead came to a stop. But Joab and Abishai went after Abner, and the sun went down when they came to the hill of Ammah, which is to the east of the road through the wasteland of Geba. And the men of Benjamin came together after Abner in one band, and took their places on the top of a hill. Then crying out to Joab, Abner said, Are fighting and destruction to go on forever? Do you not see that the end will only be bitter? How long will it be before you send the people back and make them give up attacking their countrymen? And Joab said, By the living God, if you had not given the word, the people would have gone on attacking their countrymen till the morning. So Joab had a horn sounded, and all the people came to a stop, and gave up going after Israel and fighting them. And all that night Abner and his men went through the Arabah. They went over Jordan, and through all Bithron, and came to Mahanaim. And Joab came back from fighting Abner, and when he had got all his men together, it was seen that 19 of David's men, in addition to Asahel, were not with them. But David's men had put to death 360 of the men of Benjamin and of Abner's men. And they took Asahel's body and put it in the last resting place of his father in Bethlehem. And Joab and his men, traveling all night, came to Hebron at dawn. Chapter 3. Now there was a long war between Saul's people and David's people, and David became stronger and stronger, but those on Saul's side became more and more feeble. While David was in Hebron, he became the father of sons. The oldest was Amnon, son of Ahinoam of Jezreel, and the second Chileab, whose mother was Abigail, the wife of Nabal the Carmelite, and the third Absalom, son of Maacah, the daughter of Talmai, king of Geshur, and the fourth Adonijah, the son of Haggith, and the fifth Shephatiah, the son of Abital, and the sixth Ithream, whose mother was David's wife Eglah. These were the sons of David, whose birth took place in Hebron. Now while there was war between Saul's people and David's people, Abner was making himself strong among the supporters of Saul. Now Saul had among his wives a woman named Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah, and Ishbosheth said to Abner, "Why have you taken my father's wife?" And Abner was very angry at the words of Ishbosheth, and he said, "Am I a dog's head of Judah? I am this day doing all in my power for the cause of your father Saul, and for his brothers and his friends, and have not given you up into the hands of David. And now you say I have done wrong with a woman. May God's punishment be on Abner if I do not for David as the Lord in his oath has said, and if I do not take away the kingdom from the family of Saul and make David ruler over Israel and Judah from Dan as far as Beersheba." And so great was Ishbosheth's fear of Abner that he was not able to say a word in answer. And Abner sent men to David at Hebron, saying, "Make an agreement with me, and I will give you my support in getting all Israel on your side." And he said, "It is well, I will make an agreement with you, but on one condition, which is, that when you come before me, Saul's daughter Michal is to come with you. Till she comes, you will not see my face." And David sent men to Saul's son Ishbosheth, saying, "Give me back Michal, my wife, whom I made mine for the price of the private parts of 100 Philistines." So Ishbosheth sent and took her from her husband Paltiel, son of Laish. And her husband went with her as far as Bahurim, weeping while he went. Then Abner said to him, "Go back." And he went back. Then Abner had a talk with the chief men of Israel, saying, "In the past it was your desire to make David your king, so now do it. For the Lord has said of David, by the hand of my servant David, I will make my people Israel safe from the Philistines, and from all who are against them." And Abner said the same things to Benjamin, and he went to David in Hebron to make clear to him what seemed good to Israel and to all the people of Benjamin. So Abner with 20 men came to Hebron to David, and David made a feast for Abner and the men who were with him. And Abner said to David, "Now I will go and make all Israel come to my lord the king, so that they may make an agreement with you, and your kingdom may be as wide as your heart's desire." Then David sent Abner away, and he went in peace. Now the servants of David and Joab had been out attacking a band of armed men, and they came back with a great store of goods taken in the fight. But Abner was no longer in Hebron with David, for he had sent him away, and he had gone in peace. When Joab and his men came, news was given them that Abner, the son of Ner, had come to the king, who had let him go away again in peace. Then Joab came to the king and said, "What have you done? When Abner came to you, why did you send him away and let him go? Is it not clear to you that Abner, the son of Ner, came with deceit to get knowledge of your going out and your coming in and of all you are doing?" And when Joab had come out from David, he sent men after Abner, and they overtook him at the water spring of Sirah, and made him come back with them. But David had no knowledge of it. And when Abner was back in Hebron, Joab took him on one side by the doorway of the town to have a word with him quietly. And there he gave him a wound in the stomach, causing his death in payment for the death of his brother Asahel. And when David had word of it, he said, "May I and my kingdom be clear forever in the eyes of the Lord from the blood of Abner the son of Ner. May it come on the head of Joab and all his father's family. Among the men of Joab's family may there ever be some who are diseased or lepers, or who do the work of women, or are put to the sword, or are wasted from need of food." So Joab and Abishai his brother put Abner to death, because he had put to death their brother Asahel in the fight at Gibeon. And David said to Joab and all the people who were with him, "Go in grief and put haircloth about you, in sorrow for Abner." And King David went after the dead body. And they put Abner's body to rest in Hebron, and the king and all the people were weeping loudly by the resting place of Abner's body. And the king made a song of grief for Abner and said, "Was the death of Abner to be like the death of a foolish man? Your hands were free, your feet were not chained. Like the downfall of a man before evil men, so was your fall." And the weeping of the people over him went on again. And the people came to make David take food while it was still day. But David, with an oath, said, May God's punishment be on me if I take a taste of bread or any other thing till the sun has gone down." And all the people took note of it and were pleased. Like everything the king did, it was pleasing to the people. So it was clear to Israel and to all the people on that day that the king was not responsible for the death of Abner, the son of Ner. And the king said to his servants, "Do you not see that a chief and a great man has come to his end today in Israel? While I, though I am crowned king, have little strength, and these men, the sons of Zeruiah, are out of my control. May the Lord give to the evildoer the reward of his evil doing." Chapter 4. And when Saul's son Ishbosheth had news that Abner was dead in Hebron, his hands became feeble, and all the Israelites were troubled. And Saul's son had 2 men, captains of bands, one named Baanah and the other Rechab, sons of Rimmon the Beerothite, of the tribe of Benjamin. For Beeroth was at one time taken to be part of Benjamin, but the people of Beeroth had gone in flight to Gittaim, where they have been living to this day. Now Jonathan, Saul's son, had a son whose feet were damaged. He was 5 years old when the news of the death of Saul and Jonathan came from Jezreel, and the woman who took care of him took him up and went in flight. And while she was getting him away as quickly as she was able, he had a fall, and his feet were damaged. His name was Mephibosheth. And Rechab and Baanah, the sons of Rimmon the Beerothite, went out and came to the house of Ishbosheth in the heat of the day, when he was resting in the middle of the day. Now the woman who kept the door was cleaning grain, and sleep overcame her. And Rechab and his brother Baanah got in without being seen. And when they came into the house, Ishbosheth was stretched on his bed in his bedroom, and they made an attack on him and put him to death. And cutting off his head, they took it with them and went by the road through the Arabah all night. And they took the head of Ishbosheth to David in Hebron and said to the king, "Here is the head of Ishbosheth, the son of Saul your hater, who would have taken your life. The Lord has taken payment for the wrongs of my lord and the king from Saul and his seed today." And David made answer to Rechab and his brother Baanah, the sons of Rimmon the Beerothite, and said to them, "By the living Lord, who has kept me safe from all my trouble, when one came to me with the news of Saul's death, in the belief that it would be good news, I took him and put him to death in Ziklag, which was the reward I gave him for his news. How much more, when evil men have put an upright person to death in his house, sleeping on his bed, will I take payment from you for his blood and have you cut off from the earth?" And David gave orders to his young men, and they put them to death, cutting off their hands and their feet and hanging them up by the side of the pool in Hebron. But they took the head of Ishbosheth and put it in its last resting place with Abner's body in Hebron. Chapter 5. Then all the tribes of Israel came to David in Hebron and said, "Truly we are your bone and flesh. In the past when Saul was king over us, it was you who went at the head of Israel when they went out or came in. And the Lord said to you, you are to be the keeper of my people Israel and their ruler." So all the responsible men of Israel came to the king at Hebron, and King David made an agreement with them in Hebron before the Lord, and they put the holy oil on David and made him king over Israel. David was 30 years old when he became king, and he was king for 40 years, ruling over Judah in Hebron for 7 years and 6 months, and in Jerusalem over all Israel and Judah for 33 years. And the king and his men went to Jerusalem against the Jebusites, the people of the land. And they said to David, "You will not come in here, but the blind and the feeble-footed will keep you out." For they said, "David will not be able to come in here." But David took the strong place of Zion, which is the town of David. And that day David said, "Whoever makes an attack on the Jebusites, let him go up by the water pipe and put to death all the blind and feeble-footed who are hated by David." And this is why they say, "The blind and feeble-footed may not come into the house." So David took the strong tower for his living place, naming it the town of David. And David took in hand the building of the town all round, starting from the Millo. And David became greater and greater, for the Lord, the God of armies, was with him. And Hiram, king of Tyre, sent men to David with cedar trees and woodworkers and stoneworkers, and they made David a house. And David saw that the Lord had made his position safe as king over Israel, and that he had made his kingdom great because of his people Israel. And David took more women and wives in Jerusalem after he had come from Hebron, and he had more sons and daughters. These are the names of those whose birth took place in Jerusalem: Shemua and Shobab and Nathan and Solomon and Ibhar, and Elishua, and Nepheg, and Japhia, and Elishama, and Eliada, and Eliphelet. And when the Philistines had news that David had been made king over Israel, they all went up in search of David. And David, hearing of it, went down to the strong place. And when the Philistines came, they went in every direction in the valley of Rephaim. And David, desiring directions from the Lord, said, Am I to go up against the Philistines? Will you give them up into my hands? And the Lord said, Go up, for I will certainly give up the Philistines into your hands. And David went to Baal Perazim and overcame them there. And he said, The Lord has let the forces fighting against me be broken before me as a wall is broken by rushing waters. So that place was named Baal Perazim. And the Philistines, when they went in flight, did not take their images with them, and David and his men took them away. And the Philistines came up again, and went in every direction in the valley of Rephaim. And when David went for directions to the Lord, he said, You are not to go up against them in front, but make a circle round them from the back, and come on them opposite the spice trees. Then at the sounds of footsteps in the tops of the trees, go forward quickly, for the Lord has gone out before you to overcome the army of the Philistines. And David did as the Lord had said, and he overcame the Philistines, attacking them from Gibeon to near Gezer. Chapter 6. And David got together all the fighting men of Israel to the number of 30,000. And David and all the people who were with him went to Baal of Judah to get the ark of God, over which the holy name is named, the name of the Lord of armies, whose place is between the winged ones. And they put the ark of God on a new cart, and took it out of the house of Abinadab, which was on the hill. And Uzzah and Ahio, the sons of Abinadab, were the drivers of the cart. And Uzzah went by the side of the ark, while Ahio went before it. And David and all the men of Israel made melody before the Lord with all their power, with songs and with corded instruments and instruments of brass. And when they came to Nachon's grain floor, Uzzah put his hand on the ark of God to keep it safe in its place, for the oxen were out of control. And the wrath of the Lord burning against Uzzah sent destruction on him, because he had put his hand on the ark, and death came to him there by the ark of God. And David was angry because of the Lord's outburst of wrath against Uzzah, and he gave that place the name Perez Uzzah, which is its name to this day. And such was David's fear of the Lord that day, that he said, How may I let the ark of God come to me? So David did not let the ark of the Lord come back to him to the town of David, but had it turned away and put into the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite. And the ark of the Lord was in the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite for 3 months, and the Lord sent a blessing on Obed-Edom and all his family. And they said to King David, The blessing of the Lord is on the family of Obed-Edom and on all he has, because of the ark of God. And David went and took the ark of God from the house of Obed-Edom into the town of David with joy. And when those who were lifting the ark of the Lord had gone 6 steps, he made an offering of an ox and a fat young beast. And David, clothed in a linen ephod, was dancing before the Lord with all his strength. So David and all the men of Israel took up the ark of the Lord with cries of joy and the sounding of horns. And when the ark of the Lord came into the town of David, Michal, Saul's daughter, looking out of the window, saw King David dancing and jumping before the Lord, and to her mind he seemed foolish. And they took in the ark of the Lord and put it in its place inside the tent which David had put up for it. And David made burnt offerings and peace offerings to the Lord. And after David had made the burnt offerings and the peace offerings, he gave the people a blessing in the name of the Lord of armies. And he gave to every man and woman among all the people, among all the masses of Israel, a cake of bread and a measure of wine and a cake of dried grapes. Then all the people went away, every man to his house. Then David came back to give a blessing to his family. And Michal, Saul's daughter, came out to him and said, How full of glory was the king of Israel today, who let himself be seen uncovered by his servant girls, like a foolish person uncovering himself without shame. And David said to Michal, I was dancing before the Lord, who put me over your father and all his sons, to make me a ruler over the people of the Lord, over his people Israel, and I will go on playing before the Lord. And I will do even worse than this, and make myself even lower in your eyes. But the servant girls of whom you were talking will give me honor. And Michal, Saul's daughter, had no child till the day of her death. End of chapters 1 through 6. Chapters 7 through 12 of 2 Samuel, from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Now when the king was living in his house, and the Lord had given him rest from war on every side, the king said to Nathan the prophet, "See now, I am living in a house of cedar, but the ark of God is housed inside the curtains of a tent." And Nathan said to the king, "Go and do whatever is in your heart, for the Lord is with you." Now that night the word of the Lord came to Nathan, saying, "Go and say to my servant David, the Lord says, are you to be the builder of a house, a living place for me? For from the day when I took the children of Israel up out of Egypt till this day I have had no house, but have gone from place to place in a tent. In all the places where I went with all the children of Israel did I ever say to any of the judges of Israel, to whom I gave the care of my people Israel, why have you not made me a house of cedar? Then say these words to my servant David, the Lord of armies says, I took you from the fields, from keeping the sheep, so that you might be a ruler over my people Israel. And I have been with you wherever you went, cutting off before you all those who were against you. And I will make your name great, like the name of the greatest ones of the earth. And I will make a resting place for my people Israel, planting them there, so that they may be living in the place which is theirs, and never again be moved. And never again will they be troubled by evil men as they were at the first, from the time when I put judges over my people Israel. And I will give you peace from all who are against you. And the Lord says to you that he will make you the head of a line of kings. And when the time comes for you to go to rest with your fathers, I will put in your place your seed after you, the offspring of your body, and I will make his kingdom strong. He will be the builder of a house for my name, and I will make the seat of his authority certain forever. I will be to him a father, and he will be to me a son. If he does wrong, I will give him punishment with the rod of men and with the blows of the children of men. But my mercy will not be taken away from him, as I took it from him who was before you. And your family and your kingdom will keep their place before me forever. The seat of your authority will never be overturned." So Nathan gave David an account of all these words and this vision. Then David the king went in and took his seat before the Lord and said, "Who am I, O Lord God, and what is my family, that you have been my guide till now? And this was only a small thing to you, O Lord God, but your words have even been about the far-off future of your servant's family, O Lord God. What more may David say to you? For you have knowledge of your servant, O Lord God. Because of your word and from your heart you have done all this great work, and let your servant see it. Truly, you are great, O Lord God. There is no one like you and no other God but you, as is clear from everything which has come to our ears. And what other nation in the earth, like your people Israel, did a God go out and take for himself to be his people and to make a name for himself and to do great and strange things for them, driving out a nation and its gods from before his people? But you took and made strong for yourself your people Israel to be your people forever, and you, Lord, became their God. And now, O Lord God, may the word which you have said about your servant and about his family be made certain forever, and may you do as you have said. And let your name be made great forever, and let men say, the Lord of armies is God over Israel. And let the family of David your servant be made strong before you. For you, O Lord of armies, the God of Israel, have clearly said to your servant, I will make you the head of a family of kings. And so it has come into your servant's heart to make this prayer to you. And now, O Lord God, you are God, and your words are true, and you have said you will give your servant this good thing. So may it be your pleasure to give your blessing to the family of your servant, so that it may go on forever before you. For you, O Lord God, have said it. And may your blessing be on your servant's family line forever. Chapter 8. And it came about after this that David made an attack on the Philistines and overcame them. And David took the authority of the mother town from the hands of the Philistines. And he overcame the Moabites, and he had them measured with a line when they were stretched out on the earth, marking out 2 lines for death and 1 full line for life. So the Moabites became servants to David and gave him offerings. And David overcame Hadadezer, the son of Rahab, king of Zobah, when he went to make his power seen by the river. And David took from him 1,700 horsemen and 20,000 footmen. And David had the leg muscles of the horses cut, only keeping enough of them for 100 war carriages. And when the Arameans of Damascus came to the help of Hadadezer, king of Zobah, David put to the sword 22,000 of the Arameans. And David put armed forces in Aram of Damascus, and the Arameans became servants to David and gave him offerings. And the Lord made David overcome wherever he went. And David took their gold body covers from the servants of Hadadezer and took them to Jerusalem. And from Teba and Berothai, towns of Hadadezer, King David took a great store of brass. And when Tau, king of Hamath, had news that David had overcome all the army of Hadadezer, he sent his son Hadoram to David with words of peace and blessing, because he had overcome Hadadezer in the fight. For Hadadezer had wars with Tau, and Hadoram took with him vessels of silver and gold and brass. These King David made holy to the Lord, together with the silver and gold which he had taken from the nations he had overcome, the nations of Edom and Moab, and the children of Ammon, and the Philistines, and the Amalekites, and the goods he had taken from Hadadezer, the son of Rahab, king of Zobah. And David got great honor for himself when he came back by the destruction of Edom in the valley of Salt, to the number of 18,000 men. And he put armed forces in Edom. All through Edom he had armed forces stationed, and all the Edomites became servants to David. And the Lord made David overcome wherever he went. And David was king over all Israel, judging and giving right decisions for all his people. And Joab, son of Zeruiah, was chief of the army, and Jehoshaphat, the son of Ahilud, was keeper of the records. And Zadok and Abiathar, the son of Ahimelech, the son of Ahitub, were priests, and Sariah was the scribe. And Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, was over the Kerethites and the Pelethites, and David's sons were priests. Chapter 9. And David said, "Is there still anyone of Saul's family living, so that I may be a friend to him because of Jonathan?" Now there was of Saul's people a servant named Ziba, and they sent him to David. And the king said to him, "Are you Ziba?" And he said, "I am." And the king said, "Is there anyone of Saul's family still living, to whom I may be a friend in God's name?" And Ziba said, "There is a son of Jonathan, whose feet are damaged." And the king said to him, "Where is he?" And Ziba said to the king, "He is in the house of Machir, the son of Ammiel, in Lo-debar." Then King David sent and had him taken from Lo-debar, from the house of Machir, the son of Ammiel. And Mephibosheth, the son of Jonathan, came to David, and falling down on his face, gave him honor. And David said, "Mephibosheth." And answering, he said, "Your servant is here." And David said to him, "Have no fear, for truly I will be good to you because of your father Jonathan, and I will give back to you all the land which was Saul's, and you will have a place at my table at all times." And he went down on his face before the king and said, "What is your servant for you to take note of a dead dog such as I am?" Then the king sent for Ziba, Saul's servant, and said to him, "All the property of Saul and of his family I have given to your master's son. And you and your sons and your servants are to take care of the land for him and get in the fruit of it, so that your master's son may have food. But Mephibosheth, your master's son, will have a place at my table at all times." Now Ziba had 15 sons and 20 servants. Then Ziba said to the king, "Every order which you have given to your servant will be done." As for Mephibosheth, he had a place at David's table, like one of the king's sons. And Mephibosheth had a young son named Micah, and all the people living in the house of Ziba were servants to Mephibosheth. So Mephibosheth went on living in Jerusalem, for he took all his meals at the king's table, and he had not the use of his feet. Chapter 10. Now after this, death came to the king of the children of Ammon, and Hanan, his son, became king in his place. And David said, "I will be a friend to Hanan, the son of Nahash, as his father was a friend to me." So David sent his servants to give him words of comfort on account of his father, and David's servants came into the land of the children of Ammon. But the chiefs of the children of Ammon said to Hanan their lord, "Does it seem to you that David is honoring your father by sending comforters to you? Has he not sent his servants to go through the town and make secret observation of it and overcome it?" So Hanan took David's servants, and after cutting off half the hair on their chins, and cutting off the skirts of their robes up to the middle, he sent them away. When David had news of it, he sent men out with the purpose of meeting them on their way, for the men were greatly shamed. And the king said, "Go to Jericho till your hair is long again, and then come back." And when the children of Ammon saw that they had made themselves hated by David, they sent to the Arameans of Beth Rahab and Zobah, and got for payment 20,000 footmen. And they got from the kings of Maacah 1,000 men, and from Tob 12,000. And hearing of this, David sent Joab and all the army and the best fighting men. And the children of Ammon came out and put their forces in position at the way into the town. And the Arameans of Zobah and of Rehob, with the men of Tob and Maacah, were by themselves in the field. Now when Joab saw that their forces were in position against him in front and at his back, he took the best of the men of Israel and put them in line against the Arameans. And the rest of the people he put in position against the children of Ammon, with Abishai his brother at their head. And he said, If the Arameans are stronger and get the better of me, then you are to come to my help. But if the children of Ammon get the better of you, I will come to your help. Take heart and let us be strong for our people and for the towns of our God, and may the Lord do what seems good to him. Then Joab and the people with him went forward to the fight against the Arameans, and they went in flight before him. And when the children of Ammon saw the flight of the Arameans, they themselves went in flight from Abishai and came into the town. So Joab went back from fighting the children of Ammon and came to Jerusalem. And when the Arameans saw that Israel had overcome them, they got themselves together. And Hadadezer sent for the Arameans who were on the other side of the river, and they came to Helam with Shobach, the captain of Hadadezer's army, at their head. And word of this was given to David, and he got all Israel together and went over Jordan and came to Helam. And the Arameans put their forces in position against David and made an attack on him. And the Arameans went in flight before Israel, and David put to the sword the men of 700 Aramean war carriages and 40,000 footmen, and Shobach, the captain of the army, was wounded and came to his death there. And when all the kings who were servants of Hadadezer saw that they were overcome by Israel, they made peace with Israel and became their servants. So the Arameans, in fear, gave no more help to the children of Ammon. Chapter 11. Now in spring, at the time when kings go out to war, David sent Joab and his servants and all Israel with him, and they made waste the land of the children of Ammon, and took up their position before Rabbah, shutting it in. But David was still at Jerusalem. Now one evening David got up from his bed, and while he was walking on the roof of the king's house, he saw from there a woman bathing, and the woman was very beautiful. And David sent to get knowledge who the woman was. And one said, Is this not Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, and wife of Uriah the Hittite? And David sent and took her, and she came to him, and he took her to his bed, for she had been made clean. Then she went back to her house. And the woman became with child, and she sent word to David that she was with child. And David sent to Joab, saying, Send Uriah the Hittite to me. And Joab sent Uriah to David. And when Uriah came to him, David put questions to him about how Joab and the people were and how the war was going. And David said to Uriah, Go down to your house and let your feet be washed. And Uriah went away from the king's house, and an offering from the king was sent after him. But Uriah took his rest at the door of the king's house with all the servants of his lord, and did not go down to his house. And when word was given to David that Uriah had not gone down to his house, David said to Uriah, Have you not come from a journey? Why did you not go down to your house? And Uriah said to David, Israel and Judah with the ark are living in tents, and my lord Joab and the other servants of my lord are sleeping in the open field. And am I to go to my house and take food and drink and go to bed with my wife? By the living Lord, and by the life of your soul, I will do no such thing. And David said to Uriah, Be here today, and after that I will let you go. So Uriah was in Jerusalem that day and the day after. And when David sent for him, he took meat and drink with him, and David made him the worse for drink. And when evening came, he went to rest on his bed with the servants of his lord, but he did not go down to his house. Now in the morning David gave Uriah a letter to take to Joab. And in the letter he said, Take care to put Uriah in the very front of the line where the fighting is most violent, and go back from him, so that he may be overcome and put to death. So while Joab was watching the town, he put Uriah in the place where it was clear to him the best fighters were. And the men of the town went out and had a fight with Joab, and a number of David's men came to their death in the fight, and with them Uriah the Hittite. Then Joab sent David news of everything which had taken place in the war, and he gave orders to the man who took the news, saying, After you have given the king all the news about the war, If the king is angry and says, 'Why did you go so near the town for the fight? Was it not certain that their archers would be on the wall? Who put Abimelech the son of Jerubbaal to death? Did not a woman send a great stone down on him from the wall, putting him to death at Thebes? Why did you go so near the wall? Then say to him, Your servant Uriah the Hittite is among the dead.' So the man went and came to David and gave him all the news which Joab had sent him to give. Then David was angry with Joab and said, 'Why did you go so near the town for the fight? Was it not certain that their archers would soon be on the wall? Who put Abimelech the son of Jerubbaal to death? Did not a woman send a great stone down on him from the wall, putting him to death at Thebes? Why did you go so near the wall?' And the man said to David, 'Truly the men got the better of us and came out against us into the open country, but we sent them back to the very doors of the town. And the archers sent their arrows at your servants from the wall, and some of the king's servants are dead, and among them is your servant Uriah the Hittite.' Then David said to the man, 'Go and say to Joab, do not let this be a grief to you, for one man may come to his death by the sword like another. Put up even a stronger fight against the town and take it, and do you put heart into him.' And when the wife of Uriah had news that her husband was dead, she gave herself up to weeping for him. And when the days of weeping were past, David sent for her and took her into his house, and she became his wife and gave him a son. But the Lord was not pleased with the thing David had done." Chapter 12. And the Lord sent Nathan to David. And Nathan came to him and said, "There were 2 men in the same town, one a man of great wealth, and the other a poor man. The man of wealth had great numbers of flocks and herds. But the poor man had only one little she-lamb, which he had got and taken care of. From its birth it had been with him like one of his children. His meat was its food, and from his cup it took its drink, resting in his arms, and it was like a daughter to him. Now a traveler came to the house of the man of wealth, but he would not take anything from his flock or his herd to make a meal for the traveler who had come to him. But he took the poor man's lamb and made it ready for the man who had come. And David was full of wrath against that man, and he said to Nathan, 'By the living Lord, death is the right punishment for the man who has done this. And he will have to give back 4 times the value of the lamb, because he has done this and because he had no pity.' And Nathan said to David, 'You are that man. The Lord God of Israel says, I made you king over Israel, putting holy oil on you, and I kept you safe from the hands of Saul. I gave you your master's daughter and your master's wives for yourself, and I gave you the daughters of Israel and Judah. And if that had not been enough, I would have given you such and such things. Why then have you had no respect for the word of the Lord, doing what is evil in his eyes? You have put Uriah the Hittite to death with the sword, and have taken his wife to be your wife. You have put him to death with the sword of the children of Ammon. So now the sword will never be turned away from your family, because you have had no respect for me, and have taken the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be your wife. The Lord says, from those of your family I will send evil against you, and before your very eyes I will take your wives and give them to your neighbor, and he will take your wives to his bed by the light of this sun. You did this secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel and in the light of the sun." And David said to Nathan, "Great is my sin against the Lord." And Nathan said to David, "The Lord has put away your sin. Death will not come on you. But still, because you have had no respect for the Lord, death will certainly overtake the child who has newly come to birth." Then Nathan went back to his house, and the hand of the Lord was on David's son, the child of Uriah's wife, and it became very ill. So David made prayer to God for the child, and he took no food day after day, and went in, and stretching himself on the earth, was there all night. And the chief men of his house got up and went to his side to make him get up from the earth, but he would not, and he would not take food with them. And then on the 7th day the child's death took place. And David's servants were in fear of giving him the news of the child's death, for they said, "Truly, while the child was still living, he gave no attention when we said anything to him. What will he do to himself if we give him word that the child is dead?" But when David saw that his servants were talking together quietly, he was certain that the child was dead. And he said to his servants, "Is the child dead?" And they said, "He is." Then David got up from the earth, and after washing and rubbing himself with oil and changing his clothing, he went into the house of the Lord and gave worship. Then he went back to his house, and at his order they put food before him, and he had a meal. Then his servant said to him, "Why have you been acting in this way? You were weeping and going without food while the child was still living, but when the child was dead, you got up and had a meal." And he said, "While the child was still living, I went without food and gave myself up to weeping. For I said, 'Who is able to say that the Lord will not have mercy on me and give the child life?' But now that the child is dead, there is no reason for me to go without food. Am I able to make him come back to life? I will go to him, but he will never come back to me." And David gave comfort to his wife Bathsheba, and he went into her and had connection with her, and she had a son to whom she gave the name Solomon, and he was dear to the Lord. And he sent word by Nathan the prophet, who gave him the name Jedediah by the word of the Lord. Now Joab was fighting against Rabbah in the land of the children of Ammon, and he took the water town. And Joab sent men to David, saying, "I have made war against Rabbah and have taken the water town. So now get the rest of the people together and put them in position against the town and take it. For if I take it, it will be named after my name." Then David got all the people together and went to Rabbah and made war on it and took it. And he took the crown of Milcom from his head. The weight of it was a talent of gold, and in it were stones of great price, and it was put on David's head. And he took a great store of goods from the town. And he took the people out of the town and put them to work with wood-cutting instruments and iron grain crushers and iron axes, and at brick-making. This he did to all the towns of the children of Ammon. Then David and all the people went back to Jerusalem. End of chapters 7 through 12. Chapters 13 through 18 of 2 Samuel, from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Now after this it came about that Absalom, David's son, had a beautiful sister whose name was Tamar, and David's son Amnon was in love with her. And he was so deeply in love that he became ill because of his sister Tamar, for she was a virgin, and so it seemed hard to Amnon to do anything to her. But Amnon had a friend whose name was Jonadab, the son of Shemaiah, David's brother, and Jonadab was a very wise man. And he said to him, "O son of the king, why are you getting thinner day by day? Will you not say what your trouble is?" And Amnon said to him, "I am in love with Tamar, my brother Absalom's sister." Then Jonadab said to him, "Go to your bed and let it seem that you are ill. And when your father comes to see you, say to him, 'Let my sister Tamar come and give me bread, and get the food ready before my eyes, so that I may see it and take it from her hand.'" So Amnon went to bed and made himself seem ill. And when the king came to see him, Amnon said to the king, "Please let my sister Tamar come and make me 1 or 2 cakes before my eyes, so that I may take food from her hand." Then David sent to the house for Tamar and said, "Go now to your brother Amnon's house and get a meal for him." So Tamar went to her brother Amnon's house, and he was in bed. And she took paste and made cakes before his eyes, cooking them over the fire. And she took the cooking pot and put the cakes before him, but he would not take them. And Amnon said, "Let everyone go away from me." So they all went out. Then Amnon said to Tamar, "Take the food and come into my bedroom, so that I may take it from your hand." So Tamar took the cakes she had made and went with them into her brother Amnon's bedroom. And when she took them to give to him, he put his arms round her and said, "Come to my bed, my sister." And answering him, she said, "O my brother, do not put shame on me. It is not right for such a thing to be done in Israel. Do not do this evil thing. What will become of me and my shame? And as for you, you will be looked down on with disgust by all Israel. Now then, go and make your request to the king, for he will not keep me from you." But he would not give attention to what she said. But being stronger than she, he took her by force and had connection with her. Then Amnon was full of hate for her, hating her with a hate greater than his earlier love for her. And he said to her, "Get up and be gone." And she said to him, "Not so, my brother, for this great wrong in sending me away is worse than what you did to me before." But he gave no attention to her. Then he gave a cry to the servant who was waiting on him and said, "Put this woman out and let the door be locked after her." Now she had on a long robe, such as in past times the king's virgin daughters were dressed in. Then the servant put her out, locking the door after her. And Tamar, in her grief, put dust on her head. She put her hand on her head and went away crying loudly. And her brother Absalom said to her, "Has your brother Amnon been with you? But now let there be an end to your crying, my sister. He is your brother. Do not take this thing to heart." So Tamar went on living uncomforted in her brother's house. But when King David had news of all these things, he was very angry. But he did not make trouble for Amnon his son, for he was dear to David, being his oldest son. But Absalom said nothing to his brother Amnon, good or bad, for he was full of hate for him, because he had taken his sister Tamar by force. Now after 2 full years, Absalom had men cutting the wool of his sheep in Baal Hazor, which is near Ephraim, and he sent for all the king's sons to come to his feast. And Absalom came to the king and said, "See now, your servant is cutting the wool of his sheep. Will the king and his servants be pleased to come?" And the king said to Absalom, "No, my son, let us not all go, or the number will be over great for you." And he made his request again, but he would not go, but he gave him his blessing. Then Absalom said, "If you will not go, then let my brother Amnon go with us." And the king said to him, "Is there any reason for him to go with you?" But Absalom went on requesting him till he let Amnon and all the king's sons go with him. And Absalom made a great feast, like a feast for a king. Now Absalom had given orders to his servants, saying, "Now take note when Amnon's heart is glad with wine, and when I say to you, make an attack on Amnon, then put him to death without fear. Have I not given you orders? Be strong and without fear." So Absalom's servants did to Amnon as Absalom had given them orders. Then all the king's sons got up, and every man got on his beast and went in flight. Now while they were on their way, news was given to David that Absalom had put to death all the sons of the king, and that not one of them was still living. Then the king got up in great grief, stretching himself out on the earth, and all his servants were by his side, with their clothing parted. And Jonadab the son of Shemaiah, David's brother, said, "Let not my lord have the idea that all the sons of the king have been put to death, for only Amnon is dead. This has been purposed by Absalom from the day when he took his sister Tamar by force. So now let not my lord the king take this thing to heart, with the idea that all the king's sons are dead, for only Amnon is dead." But Absalom went in flight, and the young man who kept the watch, lifting up his eyes, saw that a great band of people was coming down the slope by the way of the Horons. And the watchman came and gave word to the king, saying, "I saw men coming down by the way of the Horons from the hillside." And Jonadab said to the king, "See, the king's sons are coming, as your servant said, so it is." And while he was talking, the king's sons came, with weeping and loud cries, and the king and all his servants were weeping bitterly. So Absalom went in flight and came to Talmai, the son of Amminahud, the king of Geshur, where he was for 3 years. And the king was sorrowing for his son all the time. And the heart of David was wasted with desire for Absalom, for he was comforted for the death of Amnon. Chapter 14. Now it was clear to Joab the son of Zeruiah that the king's heart was turning to Absalom. And Joab sent to Tekoa and got from there a wise woman, and said to her, "Now make yourself seem like one given up to grief, and put on the clothing of sorrow, not using any sweet oil for your body, but looking like one who for a long time has been weeping for the dead. And come to the king and say these words to him." So Joab gave her words to say. And the woman of Tekoa came to the king, and falling on her face, gave him honor, and said, "Give me help, O king." And the king said to her, "What is your trouble?" And her answer was, "Truly, I am a widow, and my husband is dead. And I had 2 sons, and the 2 of them had a fight in the field, and there was no one to come between them. And the one, with a blow, put the other to death. And now all the family is turned up against me, your servant, saying, 'Give him up who was the cause of his brother's death, so that we may put him to death in payment for the life of his brother, whose life he took. And we will put an end to the one who will get the heritage. So they will put out my last burning coal, and my husband will have no name or offspring on the face of the earth.' And the king said to the woman, 'Go to your house, and I will give orders about this.' And the woman of Tekoa said to the king, 'My lord, O king, may the sin be on me and on my family, and may the king and the seat of his kingdom be clear of sin.' And the king said, 'If anyone says anything to you, make him come to me, and he will do you no more damage.' Then she said, 'Let the king keep in mind the Lord your God, so that he who gives punishment for blood, may be kept back from further destruction, and that no one may send death upon my son. And he said, By the living Lord, not a hair of your son's head will come to the earth. Then the woman said, Will the king let his servant say one word more? And he said, Say on. And the woman said, Why have you had such a thought about the people of God? For in saying these very words, the king has put himself in the wrong, because he has not taken back the one whom he sent far away. For death comes to us all, and we are like water drained out on the earth, which it is not possible to take up again. And God will not take away the life of the man whose purpose is that he who has been sent away may not be completely cut off from him. And now it is my fear of the people which has made me come to say these words to my lord the king. And your servant said, I will put my cause before the king, and it may be that he will give effect to my request. For the king will give ear, and take his servant out of the power of the man whose purpose is the destruction of me and my son together from the heritage of God. Then your servant said, May the word of my lord the king give me peace. For my lord the king is as the angel of God in his hearing of good and bad, and may the Lord your God be with you. Then the king said to the woman, Now give me an answer to the question I am going to put to you. Keep nothing back. And the woman said, Let my lord the king say on. And the king said, Is not the hand of Joab with you in all this? And the woman in answer said, By the life of your soul, my lord the king, it is not possible for anyone to go to the right hand or to the left from anything said by the king. Your servant Joab gave me orders and put all these words in my mouth. This he did, hoping that the face of this business might be changed. And my lord is wise, with the wisdom of the angel of God, having knowledge of everything on earth. And the king said to Joab, See now, I will do this thing. Go then and come back with the young man Absalom. Then Joab, falling down on his face on the earth, gave the king honor and blessing. And Joab said, Today it is clear to your servant that I have grace in your eyes, my lord king, because the king has given effect to the request of his servant. So Joab got up and went to Geshur and came back again to Jerusalem with Absalom. And the king said, Let him go to his house, but let him not see my face. So Absalom went back to his house and did not see the face of the king. Now in all Israel there was no one so greatly to be praised for his beautiful form as Absalom. From his feet to the crown of his head he was completely beautiful. And when he had his hair cut, which he did at the end of every year because of the weight of his hair, the weight of the hair was 200 shekels by the king's weight. And Absalom was the father of 3 sons and of one daughter named Tamar, who was very beautiful. For 2 full years Absalom was living in Jerusalem without ever seeing the face of the king. Then Absalom sent for Joab to send him to the king, but he would not come to him. And he sent again a second time, but he would not come. So he said to his servants, See, Joab's field is near mine, and he has barley in it. Go and put it on fire. And Absalom's servants put the field on fire. Then Joab came to Absalom in his house and said to him, Why have your servants put my field on fire? And Absalom's answer was, See, I sent to you, saying, Come here, so that I may send you to the king to say, Why have I come back from Geshur? It would be better for me to be there still. Let me now see the king's face, and if there is any sin in me, let him put me to death. So Joab went to the king and said these words to him, and when the king had sent for him, Absalom came and went down on his face on the earth before the king, and the king gave him a kiss. Chapter 15. Now after this, Absalom got for himself a carriage and horses and 50 runners to go before him. And Absalom got up early, morning after morning, and took his place at the side of the public meeting place. And when any man had a cause which had come to the king to be judged, then Absalom, crying out to him, said, What is your town? And he would say, Your servant is one of the tribes of Israel. And Absalom would say to him, See, your cause is true and right, but no man has been named by the king to give you a hearing. And more than this, Absalom said, If only I was made judge in the land, so that every man who had any cause or question might come to me, and I would give a right decision for him. And if any man came near to him to give him honor, he took him by the hand and gave him a kiss. And this Absalom did to everyone in Israel who came to the king to have his cause judged. So Absalom, like a thief, took away the hearts of the men of Israel. Now at the end of 4 years, Absalom said to the king, Let me go to Hebron and give effect to the oath which I made to the Lord. For while I was living in Geshur in Aram, your servant made an oath, saying, If ever the Lord lets me come back to Jerusalem, I will give him worship in Hebron." And the king said to him, "Go in peace." So he got up and went to Hebron. But Absalom at the same time sent watchers through all the tribes of Israel to say, "At the sound of the horn you are to say, 'Absalom is king in Hebron.'" And with Absalom, at his request, went 200 men from Jerusalem who were completely unconscious of his designs. And Absalom sent for Ahithophel the Gileonite, one of David's helpers, from Gilo, his town, while he was making the offerings. And the design against David became strong, for more and more people were joined to Absalom. And one came to David and said, "The hearts of the men of Israel have gone after Absalom." And David said to all his servants who were with him at Jerusalem, "Come, let us go in flight, or not one of us will be safe from Absalom. Let us go without loss of time, or he will overtake us quickly and send evil on us and put the town to the sword." And the king's servants said to the king, "See, your servants are ready to do whatever the king says is to be done." So the king went out, taking with him all the people of his house, but for 10 of his women who were to take care of the house. And the king went out, and all his servants went after him, and made a stop at the far house. And all the people went on by his side, and all the Kerethites, and all the Pelethites, and all the men of Ittai from Gath, 600 men who came after him from Gath, went on before the king. Then the king said to Ittai the Gittite, "Why are you coming with us? Go back and keep with the king, for you are a man of another country. You are far from the land of your birth. It was only yesterday you came to us. Why then am I to make you go up and down with us? For I have to go where I may. Go back then, and take your countrymen with you, and may the Lord's mercy and good faith be with you." And Ittai the Gittite in answer said, "By the living Lord, and by the life of my lord the king, in whatever place my lord the king may be, for life or death, there will your servant be." And David said to Ittai, "Go forward then." And Ittai the Gittite went on, with all his men and all the little ones he had with him. And there was great weeping in all the country when all the people went through, and the king himself was waiting in the Kidron valley, and all the people went by him in the direction of the olive tree on the edge of the wasteland. Then Zadok came, and Abiathar, and with them the ark of God's agreement, and they put down the ark of God till all the people from the town had gone by. And the king said to Zadok, "Take the ark of God back into the town. If I have grace in the eyes of the Lord, he will let me come back and see it and his house again. But if he says, 'I have no delight in you,' then here I am. Let him do to me what seems good to him." The king said further to Zadok the priest, "See, you and Abiathar are to go back to the town in peace, with your 2 sons, Ahimaaz your son, and Jonathan the son of Abiathar. See, I will be waiting at the way across the river in the wasteland till I get news from you." So Zadok and Abiathar took the ark of God back to Jerusalem and did not go away from there. And David went up the slopes of the Mount of Olives, weeping all the way, with his head covered and no shoes on his feet. And all the people who were with him, covering their heads, went up weeping. And the word came to David, saying, "Ahithophel is among those who are joined to Absalom." And David said, "O Lord, let the wisdom of Ahithophel be made foolish." Now when David had come to the top of the slope, where they gave worship to God, Hushai the Archite came to him in great grief with the dust on his head. David said to him, "If you go on with me, you will be a trouble to me. But if you go back to the town and say to Absalom, 'I will be your servant, O king, as in the past I have been your father's servant, so now I will be yours,' then you will be able to keep Ahithophel's designs against me from being put into effect. And have you not there Zadok and Abiathar the priests? So whatever comes to your ears from the king's house, give word of it to Zadok and Abiathar the priests. See, they have with them their 2 sons, Ahimaaz, Zadok's son, and Jonathan, the son of Abiathar. By them you may send word to me of everything which comes to your ears." So Hushai, David's friend, went into the town, and Absalom came to Jerusalem. Chapter 16. And when David had gone a little way past the top of the slope, Ziba, the servant of Mephibosheth, came to him with 2 asses, on which were 200 cakes of bread, and 100 stems of dry grapes, and 100 summer fruits, and a skin of wine. And David said to Ziba, "What is your reason for this?" And Ziba said, "The asses are for the use of the king's people, and the bread and the fruit are food for the young men, and the wine is for drink for those who are overcome by weariness in the wasteland." And the king said, "And where is your master's son?" And Ziba said, "He is still at Jerusalem, For he said, "Today Israel will give back to me the kingdom of my father." Then the king said to Ziba, "Truly everything which was Mephibosheth's is yours." And Ziba said, "I give honor to my lord. May I have grace in your eyes, my lord, O king." And when King David came to Bahurim, a man of Saul's family named Shimei, the son of Gera, came out from there, calling curses after him. And he sent stones at David and at all the king's servants and at all the people and at all the men of war by his side, on the right hand and on the left. And Shimei said with curses, begone, you man of blood, you good for nothing. The Lord has sent punishment on you for all the blood of the family of Saul, whose kingdom you have taken. And the Lord has given the kingdom to Absalom, your son. Now you yourself are taken in your evil, because you are a man of blood." Then Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, said to the king, "Is this dead dog to go on cursing my lord the king? Let me go over and take off his head." And the king said, "What have I to do with you, you sons of Zeruiah? Let him go on cursing. For the Lord has said, put a curse on David, and who then may say, why have you done so?" And David said to Abishai and to all his servants, "You see how my son, the offspring of my body, has made designs against my life. How much more then may this Benjamite do so? Let him be, and let him go on cursing, for the Lord has given him orders. It may be that the Lord will take note of my wrongs and give me back good in answer to his cursing of me today." So David and his men went on their way, and Shimei went by the hillside parallel with them, cursing and sending stones and dust at him. And the king and his people came tired to Jordan and took their rest there. And Absalom and the men of Israel came to Jerusalem, and Ahithophel was with him. Then Hushai the Archite, David's friend, came to Absalom and said, "Long life to the king, long life to the king." And Absalom said, "Is this your love for your friend? Why did you not go with your friend?" And Hushai said to Absalom, "Not so. I am for that man whom the Lord and this people and all the men of Israel have taken as king, and I will take my place with him. And more than this, where is my place as a servant? Is it not before his son? As I have been your father's servant, so will I be yours." Then Absalom said to Ahithophel, "Give your opinion now. What are we to do?" And Ahithophel said to Absalom, "Go in to your father's women who are here looking after his house. Then all Israel will have the news that you are hated by your father, and the hands of your supporters will be strong." So they put up the tent for Absalom on the top of the house, and Absalom went in to his father's women before the eyes of all Israel. In those days, the opinions of Ahithophel were valued as highly as if through him a man might get directions from God. So were they valued by David as much as by Absalom. Chapter 17. Then Ahithophel said to Absalom, "Let me take out 12,000 men, and this very night I will go after David, and I will come up with him when he is tired and feeble, and make him full of fear. And all the people with him will go in flight, and I will make an attack on the king only. And I will make all the people come back to you as a bride comes back to her husband. It is the life of only one man you are going after, so all the people will be at peace." And the saying was pleasing to Absalom and to the responsible men of Israel. Then Absalom said, "Now send for Hushai the Archite, and let us give ear to what he has to say." And when Hushai came, Absalom said to him, "This is what Ahithophel has said. Are we to do as he says? If not, what is your suggestion?" And Hushai said to Absalom, "Ahithophel's idea is not a good one at this time." Hushai said further, "You have knowledge of your father and his men, that they are men of war, and that their feelings are bitter, like those of a bear in the field whose young ones have been taken from her. And your father is a man of war, and will not take his night's rest with the people. But he will certainly have taken cover now in some hole or secret place, and if some of our people at the first attack are overcome, then any hearing of it will say, 'There is destruction among the people who are on Absalom's side.' Then even the strongest, whose heart is like the heart of a lion, will become like water, for all Israel is conscious that your father is a man of war, and those who are with him are strong and without fear. But my suggestion is that all Israel, from Dan as far as Beersheba, come together to you, a great army like the sands of the sea in number, and that you yourself go out among them. Then we will come on him in some place wherever he may be, falling on him as the dew comes on the earth, and of him and all the men who are with him not one will get away with his life. And if he has gone into some town, then let all Israel take strong cords to that town, and we will have it pulled into the valley, till not one small stone is to be seen there. Then Absalom and all the men of Israel said, Hushai's suggestion is better than that of Ahithophel. For it was the purpose of the Lord to make the wise designs of Ahithophel without effect, so that the Lord might send evil on Absalom. Then Hushai said to Zadok and Abiathar, the priests, This is the suggestion made by Ahithophel to Absalom and the responsible men of Israel, and this is what I said to them. So now send the news quickly to David and say, Do not take your night's rest by the way across the river or to the wasteland, but be certain to go over, or the king and all the people with him will come to destruction. Now Jonathan and Ahimaaz were waiting by Enrogel, and a servant girl went from time to time and gave them news, and they went with the news to King David, for it was not wise for them to let themselves be seen coming into the town. But a boy saw them, and gave word of it to Absalom. So the two of them went away quickly, and came to the house of a man in Bahurim, who had a water hole in his garden, and they went down into it. And a woman put a cover over the hole, and put crushed grain on top of it, and no one had any knowledge of it. And Absalom's servants came to the woman at the house and said, Where are Ahimaaz and Jonathan? And the woman said to them, They have gone from here to the stream. And after searching for them and seeing nothing of them, they went back to Jerusalem. Then after the servants had gone away, they came up out of the water hole and went to give King David the news. And they said, Get up and go quickly over the water, for such and such are Ahithophel's designs against you. So David and all the people who were with him went up over Jordan. When dawn came, every one of them had gone over Jordan. Now when Ahithophel saw that his suggestion was not acted on, he got his ass ready, and went back to his house, to the town where he came from. And having put his house in order, he put himself to death by hanging. So he came to his end, and was put in the resting place of his father. And David came to Mahanaim, and Absalom with all the men of Israel went over Jordan. And Absalom put Amasa at the head of the army in place of Joab. Now Amasa was the son of a man named Ithra, the Ishmaelite, who had been the lover of Abigail, the daughter of Jesse, sister of Zeruiah, Joab's mother. And Israel and Absalom put up their tents in the land of Gilead. Now when David had come to Mahanaim, Shobi the son of Nahash of Rabbah, the Ammonite, and Maker the son of Amiel of Lodabar, and Barzillai the Gileadite of Rogelim came with beds and basins and pots, and grain and meal, and all sorts of dry foods, and honey and butter and sheep and milk cheeses, for David and his people. For they said, This people is in the wasteland, needing food and drink and rest. Chapter 18. And David had the people who were with him numbered, and he put over them captains of thousands and captains of hundreds. And David sent the people out, a third of them under the orders of Joab, and a third under the orders of Abishai, son of Zeruiah, Joab's brother, and a third under Ittai the Gittite. And the king said to the people, And I myself will certainly go out with you. But the people said, It is better for you not to go out, for if we are put to flight, they will not give a thought to us, and if death overtakes half of us, it will be nothing to them. But you are of more value than 10,000 of us, so it is better for you to be ready to come to our help from this town. And the king said to them, I will do whatever seems best to you. So the king took his place by the door of the town, and all the people went out by hundreds and by thousands. And the king gave orders to Joab and Abishai and Ittai, saying, Because of me, be gentle to the young man Absalom. And this order about Absalom was given in the hearing of all the people. So the people went out into the field against Israel, and the fight took place in the woods of Ephraim. And the people of Israel were overcome there by the servants of David, and there was a great destruction that day, and 20,000 men were put to the sword. And the fighting went on over all the face of the country, and the woods were responsible for more deaths than the sword. And Absalom came across some of David's men, and Absalom was seated on his mule, and the mule went under the thick branches of a great tree, and his head became fixed in the tree, and he was lifted up between earth and heaven, and the beast under him went on. And a certain man saw it, and said to Joab, I saw Absalom hanging in a tree. And Joab said to the man who had given him the news, If you saw this, why did you not put your sword through him, and I would have given you 10 bits of silver and a band for your robe? And the man said to Joab, Even if you gave me 1,000 bits of silver, I would not put out my hand against the king's son. For in our hearing the king gave orders to you and Abishai and Ittai, saying, Take care that the young man Absalom is not touched. And if I had falsely put him to death, and nothing may be kept secret from the king, you would have had nothing to do with me. Then Joab said, I would have made it safe for you. And he took 3 spears in his hand and put them through Absalom's heart while he was still living in the branches of the tree. And 10 young men, servants of Joab, came round Absalom and put an end to him. And Joab had the horn sounded, and the people came back from going after Israel, for Joab kept them back. And they took Absalom's body and put it into a great hole in the wood and put a great mass of stones over it. And every man of Israel went in flight to his tent. Now Absalom, before his death, had put up for himself a pillar in the king's valley, naming it after himself. For he said, I have no son to keep my name in memory. And to this day it is named Absalom's pillar. Then Ahimaaz, the son of Zadok, said, Let me go and give the king news of how the Lord has done right in his cause against those who took up arms against him. And Joab said, You will take no news today. Another day you may give him the news, but you will take no news today, because the king's son is dead. Then Joab said to the Cushite, Go and give the king word of what you have seen. And the Cushite, making a sign of respect to Joab, went off running. Then Ahimaaz, the son of Zadok, said to Joab again, Whatever may come of it, let me go after the Cushite. And Joab said, Why have you a desire to go, my son, seeing that you will get no reward for your news? Whatever may come of it, he said, I will go. Then he said to him, Go. So Ahimaaz went running by the lowland road and overtook the Cushite. Now David was seated between the 2 town doors, and the watchman went up to the roof of the doorways on the wall, and lifting up his eyes, saw a man running by himself. And the watchman gave news of it to the king, and the king said, If he is coming by himself, then he has news. And the man was traveling quickly, and came near. Then the watchman saw another man running, and crying out in the direction of the door, he said, Here is another man running by himself. And the king said, He, like the other, comes with the news. And the watchman said, It seems to me that the running of the first is like the running of Ahimaaz, the son of Zadok. And the king said, He is a good man, and his news will be good. And Ahimaaz, crying out to the king, said, It is well. And falling down before the king with his face to the earth, he said, May the Lord your God be praised, who has given up the men who took up arms against my lord the king. And the king said, Is it well with the young man Absalom? And Ahimaaz said, When Joab sent me your servant, I saw a great outcry going on, but I had no knowledge of what it was. And the king said, Get back and take your place here. So turning to one side, he took his place there. And then the Cushite came and said, I have news for my lord the king. Today the Lord has done right in your cause against all those who took up arms against you. And the king said to the Cushite, Is the young man Absalom safe? And the Cushite said in answer, May all the king's haters and those who do evil against the king be as that young man is. Then the king was much moved and went up into the room over the door, weeping and saying, O my son Absalom, my son Absalom, if only my life might have been given for yours, O Absalom, my son, my son. End of chapters 13 through 18. Chapters 19 through 24 of 2 Samuel, from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. And word was given to Joab that the king was weeping and sorrowing for Absalom. And the salvation of that day was changed to sorrow for all the people. For it was said to the people, The king is in bitter grief for his son. And the people made their way back to the town quietly and secretly, as those who are ashamed go secretly when they go in flight from the war. But the king, covering his face, gave a great cry, O my son Absalom! O Absalom, my son, my son! And Joab came into the house to the king and said, Today you have put to shame the faces of all your servants, who even now have kept you and your sons and your daughters and your wives and all your women safe from death. For your haters, it seems, are dear to you, and your friends are hated. For you have made it clear that captains and servants are nothing to you. And now I see that if Absalom was living and we all had been dead today, it would have been right in your eyes. So get up now and go out and say some kind words to your servants. For by the Lord, I give you my oath, that if you do not go out, not one of them will keep with you tonight. And that will be worse for you than all the evil which has overtaken you from your earliest years. Then the king got up and took his seat near the town door, and word was given to all the people that the king was in the public place, and all the people came before the king. Now all the men of Israel had gone back in flight to their tents. And through all the tribes of Israel the people were having arguments, saying, The king made us safe from the hands of those who were against us, and made us free from the hands of the Philistines, and now he has gone in flight from the land because of Absalom. And Absalom, who we made a ruler over us, is dead in the fight. So now why do you say nothing about getting the king back? And word of what all Israel was saying came to the king. And King David sent word to Zadok and Abiathar, the priests. Say to the responsible men of Judah, why are you the last to take steps to get the king back to his house? You are my brothers, my bone, and my flesh. Why are you the last to get the king back again? And say to Amasa, are you not my bone and my flesh? May God's punishment be on me if I do not make you chief of the army before me at all times in place of Joab. And the hearts of the men of Judah were moved like one man, so that they sent to the king, saying, Come back with all your servants. So the king came as far as Jordan, and Judah came to Gilgal, meeting the king there to take him back with them over Jordan. And Shimei, the son of Gera, the Benjamite from Bahurim, got up quickly and went down with the men of Judah for the purpose of meeting King David. And with him 1,000 men of Benjamin, and Ziba, the servant of Saul, with his 15 sons and 20 servants, came rushing to Jordan before the king, and kept going across the river to take the people of the king's house over, and to do whatever was desired by the king. And Shimei, the son of Gera, went down on his face in the dust before the king when he was about to go over Jordan, and said to him, Let me not be judged as a sinner in your eyes, O my lord, and do not keep in mind the wrong I did on the day when my lord the king went out of Jerusalem, or take it to heart. For your servant is conscious of his sin, and so, as you see, I have come today, the first of all the sons of Joseph, for the purpose of meeting my lord the king. But Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, said, Is not death the right fate for Shimei, because he has been cursing the one marked by the holy oil? And David said, What have I to do with you, you sons of Zeruiah, that you put yourselves against me today? Is it right for any man in Israel to be put to death today? For I am certain today that I am king in Israel. So the king said to Shimei, You will not be put to death. And the king gave him his oath. And Mephibosheth, the son of Saul's son, came down for the purpose of meeting the king. His feet had not been cared for, or his hair cut, or his clothing washed from the day when the king went away, till the day when he came back in peace. Now when he had come from Jerusalem to see the king said to him, Why did you not come with me, Mephibosheth? And he said in answer, Because of the deceit of my servant, my lord king. For I, your servant, said to him, You are to make ready an ass, and on it I will go with the king, for your servant has not the use of his feet. He has given you a false account of me, but my lord the king is like the angel of God. Do then whatever seems good to you. For all my father's family were only dead men before my lord the king, and still you put your servant among those whose place is at the king's table. What right then have I to say anything more to the king? And the king said, Say nothing more about these things. I say, let there be a division of the land between Ziba and you. And Mephibosheth said, Let him take it all, now that my lord the king has come back to his house in peace. And Barzillai the Gileadite came down from Rogelim, and he went on as far as Jordan with the king to take him across Jordan. Now Barzillai was a very old man, as much as 80 years old, and he had given the king everything he had need of while he was at Mahanaim, for he was a very great man. And the king said to Barzillai, Come over with me, and I will take care of you in Jerusalem. And Barzillai said to the king, How much of my life is still before me, for me to go up to Jerusalem with the king? I am now 80 years old. Good and bad are the same to me. Have meat and drink any taste for me now? Am I able to take pleasure in the voices of men or women in song? Why then am I to be a trouble to my lord the king? Your servant's desire was only to take the king over Jordan. Why is the king to give me such a reward? Let your servant now go back again, so that when death comes to me, it may be in my town and by the resting place of my father and mother. But here is your servant Chimham. Let him go with my lord and king, and do for him what seems good to you. And the king said in answer, Let Chimham go over with me, and I will do for him whatever seems good to you, and whatever your desire is, I will do it for you. Then all the people went over Jordan, and the king went over, and the king gave Barzillai a kiss with his blessing, and he went back to his place. So the king went over to Gilgal, and Chimham went with him, and all the people of Judah, as well as half the people of Israel, took the king on his way. Then the men of Israel came to the king and said, Why have our countrymen of Judah taken you away in secret and come over Jordan with the king and all his family, because all his people are David's men? And all the men of Judah gave this answer to the men of Israel, Because the king is our near relation. Why then are you angry about this? Have we taken any of the king's food, or has he given us any offering? And in answer to the men of Judah, the men of Israel said, We have 10 parts in the king, and we are the first in order of birth. Why did you make nothing of us? And were we not the first to make suggestions for getting the king back? And the words of the men of Judah were more violent than the words of the men of Israel. Chapter 20. Now by chance there was present a good-for-nothing person named Sheba, the son of Bichri, a Benjamite, and he, sounding the horn, said, We have no part in David, or any interest in the son of Jesse. Let every man go to his tent, O Israel. So all the men of Israel, turning away from David, went after Sheba the son of Bichri. But the men of Judah were true to their king, going with him from Jordan as far as Jerusalem. And David came to his house at Jerusalem, and the king took the 10 women to whom he had given care of the house, had them shut up, and gave them the necessaries of life, but did not go near them. So they were shut up till the day of their death, living as widows. Then the king said to Amasa, Get all the men of Judah together, and in 3 days be here yourself. So Amasa went to get all the men of Judah together, but he took longer than the time David had given him. And David said to Abishai, Sheba the son of Bichri will do us more damage than Absalom did. So take some of your lord's servants and go after him, before he makes himself safe in the walled towns and gets away before our eyes. So there went after Abishai Joab and the Kerethites and the Pelethites and all the fighting men. They went out of Jerusalem to overtake Sheba the son of Bichri. When they were at the great stone which is in Gibeon, Amasa came face to face with them. Now Joab had on his war dress, and round him a band from which his sword was hanging in its cover, and while he was talking it came out, falling to the earth. And Joab said to Amasa, Is it well, my brother? And with his right hand he took him by the hair of his chin to give him a kiss. But Amasa did not see danger from the sword which was now in Joab's left hand, and Joab put it through his stomach so that his inside came out onto the earth, and he did not give him another blow. So Joab and his brother Abishai went on after Sheba the son of Bichri. And one of Joab's young men, taking his place at Amasa's side, said, Whoever is for Joab and David, let him go after Joab. And Amasa was stretched out in a pool of blood in the middle of the highway. And when the man saw that all the people were stopping, he took Amasa out of the highway and put him in a field with a cloth over him, when he saw that everyone who went by came to a stop. When he had been taken off the road, all the people went on after Joab in search of Sheba the son of Bichri. And Sheba went through all the tribes of Israel to Abel of Beth-maachah, and all the Bichrites came together and went in after him. And Joab and his men got him shut up in Abel of Beth-maachah, and put up an earthwork against the town, and all Joab's men did their best to get the wall broken down. Then a wise woman got up on the wall, and crying out from the town, said, Give ear, say now to Joab, Come near, so that I may have a talk with you. And he came near, and the woman said, Are you Joab? And he said in answer, I am. Then she said, Give ear to your servant's words. And he said, I am giving ear. Then she said, In the old days there was a saying, Let them put the question in Abel and in Dan, saying, Has what was ordered by men of good faith in Israel ever come to an end? Your purpose is the destruction of a mother town in Israel. Why would you put an end to the heritage of the Lord? And Joab, answering her, said, Far, far be it from me to be a cause of death or destruction. Not so, but a man of the hill country of Ephraim, Sheba, son of Bichri by name, has taken up arms against the king, against David. Give up this man only, and I will go away from the town. And the woman said to Joab, His head will be dropped over the wall to you. Then the woman in her wisdom had talked with all the town, and they had Sheba's head cut off and sent out to Joab. And he had the horn sounded and sent them all away from the town, every man to his tent. Now Joab was over all the army, and Benaiah the son of Jehoiada was at the head of the Kerethites and the Pelethites. And Adoram was overseer of the forced work, and Jehoshaphat the son of Elihud was the recorder. And Sheva was the scribe, and Zadok and Abiathar were priests. And in addition, Ira the Jairite was a priest to David. Chapter 21. In the days of David they were short of food for 3 years, year after year, and David went before the Lord for directions. And the Lord said, On Saul and on his family there is blood, because he put the Gibeonites to death. Then the king sent for the Gibeonites. Now the Gibeonites were not of the children of Israel, but were the last of the Amorites, to whom the children of Israel had given an oath. But Saul, in his passion for the children of Israel and Judah, had made an attempt on their lives. So David said to the Gibeonites, "What may I do for you? How am I to make up to you for your wrongs, so that you may give a blessing to the heritage of the Lord?" And the Gibeonites said to him, "It is not a question of silver and gold between us and Saul or his family, and it is not in our power to put to death any man in Israel." And he said, "Say then, what am I to do for you?" And they said to the king, "As for the man by whom we were wasted, and who made designs against us to have us completely cut off from the land of Israel, let 7 men of his family be given up to us, and we will put an end to them by hanging them before the Lord in Gibeon, on the hill of the Lord." And the king said, "I will give them." But the king did not give up Mephibosheth, the son of Saul's son Jonathan, because of the Lord's oath made between David and Jonathan, son of Saul. But the king took Armani and Mephibosheth, the 2 sons of Saul, to whom Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah, had given birth, and the 5 sons of Saul's daughter Merab, whose father was Adriel, the son of Barzillai the Mahalathite. And he gave them up to the Gibeonites, and they put them to death, hanging them on the mountain before the Lord. All 7 came to their end together in the first days of the grain cutting, at the start of the cutting of the barley. And Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah, took haircloth, placing it on the rock as a bed for herself, from the start of the grain cutting till rain came down on them from heaven. And she did not let the birds of the air come near them by day, or the beasts of the field by night. And news was given to David of what Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah, one of Saul's wives, had done. And Saul went and took the bones of Saul and his son Jonathan from the men of Jabesh Gilead, who had taken them away secretly from the public place of Beth Shan, where the Philistines had put them, hanging up the bodies there on the day when they put Saul to death in Gilboa. And he took the bones of Saul and his son Jonathan from that place, and they got together the bones of those who had been put to death by hanging. And they put them with the bones of Saul and his son Jonathan in the resting place of Kish, his father, in Zelah, the country of Benjamin. They did all the king had given them orders to do, and after that God gave ear to their prayers for the land. And the Philistines went to war again with Israel, and David went down with his people, and while they were at Gob, they had a fight with the Philistines. And there came against David one of the offspring of the Rephaim, whose spear was 300 shekels of brass in weight, and having a new sword, he made an attempt to put David to death. But Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, came to his help, and turning on the Philistine, gave him his death blow. Then David's men took an oath and said, "Never again are you to go out with us to the fight, so that you may not put out the light of Israel." Now after this there was war with the Philistines again at Gob, and Sibbecai the Hushathite put to death Saph, one of the offspring of the Rephaim. And again there was war with the Philistines at Gob, and Elhanan, the son of Jair the Bethlehemite, put to death Goliath the Gittite, the stem of whose spear was like a cloth worker's rod. And again there was war at Gath, where there was a very tall man who had 24 fingers and toes, 6 fingers on his hands, and 6 toes on his feet. He was one of the offspring of the Rephaim. And when he was purposing to put shame on Israel, Jonathan, the son of Shimei, David's brother, put him to death. These 4 were of the offspring of the Rephaim in Gath, and they came to their end by the hands of David and his servants. Chapter 22. And David made a song to the Lord in these words, on the day when the Lord had made him free from the hands of all his haters, and from the hands of Saul. And he said, "The Lord is my rock, my walled town, and my Savior, even mine. My God, my rock, in him will I put my faith, my breastplate and the horn of my salvation, my high tower and my safe place, my Savior who keeps me safe from the violent man. I will send up my cry to the Lord, who is to be praised. So will I be made safe from those who are against me. For the waves of death came round me, and the seas of evil put me in fear. The cords of hell were round me, the nets of death came on me. In my trouble my voice went up to the Lord, and my cry to my God. My voice came to his hearing in his holy temple, and my prayer came to his ears. Then the earth was moved with a violent shock. The bases of heaven were moved and shaking, because he was angry. There went up a smoke from his nose, and a fire of destruction from his mouth. Coals were lighted by it. The heavens were bent so that he might come down, and it was dark under his feet. And he went through the air seated on a storm cloud, going quickly on the wings of the wind. And he made the dark his tent round him, a mass of waters, thick clouds of the skies. Before his shining light his dark clouds went past, raining ice and coals of fire. The Lord made thunder in the heavens, and the voice of the highest was sounding out. And he sent out his arrows, driving them in all directions. By his flames of fire they were troubled. Then the deep beds of the sea were seen, and the bases of the world were uncovered, because of the Lord's wrath, because of the breath of his mouth. He sent from on high. He took me, pulling me out of great waters. He made me free from my strong hater, from those who were against me, because they were stronger than I. They came on me in the day of my trouble, but the Lord was my support. He took me out into a wide place. He was my Savior because he had delight in me. The Lord gives me the reward of my righteousness, because my hands are clean before him. For I have kept the ways of the Lord. I have not been turned away in sin from my God. For all his decisions were before me, and I did not put away his laws from me. And I was upright before him, and I kept myself from sin. Because of this, the Lord has given me the reward of my righteousness, because my hands are clean in his eyes. On him who has mercy, you will have mercy. To the upright, you will be upright. He who is holy will see that you are holy, but to the man whose way is not straight, you will be a hard judge. For you are the Savior of those who are in trouble, but your eyes are on men of pride to make them low. For you are my light, O Lord, and the Lord will make the dark bright for me. By your help I have made a way through the wall which was shutting me in. By the help of my God I have gone over a wall. As for God, his way is all good. The word of the Lord is tested. He is a safe cover for all those who put their faith in him. For who is God but the Lord, and who is a rock but our God? God puts a strong band about me, guiding me in a straight way. He makes my feet like roe's feet and puts me on high places. He makes my hands expert in war, so that a bow of brass is bent by my arms. You have given me the breastplate of your salvation, and your mercy has made me great. You have made my steps wide under me, so that my feet make no slip. I go after my haters and overtake them, not turning back till they are all overcome. I have sent destruction on them and given them wounds, so that they are not able to get up. They are stretched under my feet. For I have been armed by you with strength for the fight. You have made low under me those who came out against me. By you their backs are turned in flight, so that my haters are cut off. They were crying out, but there was no one to come to their help, even to the Lord, but he gave them no answer. Then they were crushed as small as the dust of the earth, stamped down under my feet like the waste of the streets. You have made me free from the fightings of my people. You have made me the head of the nations. A people of whom I had no knowledge will be my servants. Men of other countries will, with false hearts, put themselves under my authority. From the time when my name comes to their ears, they will be ruled by me. They will be wasted away. They will come out of their secret places, shaking with fear. The Lord is living. Praise be to my rock, and let the God of my salvation be honored. It is God who sends punishment on my haters and puts peoples under my rule. He makes me free from my haters. I am lifted up over those who come up against me. You have made me free from the violent man. Because of this, I will give you praise, O Lord, among the nations, and will make a song of praise to your name. Great salvation does he give to his king. He has mercy on the king of his selection, David, and on his seed forever. Chapter 23. Now these are the last words of David. David, the son of Jesse, says, the man who was lifted up on high, the man on whom the God of Jacob put the holy oil, the loved one of Israel's songs, says, the Spirit of the Lord had voice through me. His word was on my tongue. The God of Israel said, the word of the rock of Israel came to me. When an upright king is ruling over men, when he is ruling in the fear of God, it is as the light of the morning, when the sun comes up, a morning without clouds, making young grass come to life from the earth. For is not my house so with God? For he has made with me an eternal agreement, ordered in all things and certain. As for all my salvation and all my desire, will he not give it increase? But the evildoers, all of them, will be like thorns to be pushed away, because they may not be gripped in the hand. But anyone touching them has to be armed with iron and the rod of a spear, and they will be burned with fire, every one of them. These are the names of David's men of war. Ishbaal the Hachmonite, chief of the 3. His axe was lifted up against 800 put to death at one time. After him was Eleazar, the son of Dodai the Ahohite, one of the 3 great fighters, who was with David in Pas Dammim, when the Philistines came together there for the fight, and when the men of Israel had gone into flight. He was with David and went on fighting the Philistines till his hand became tired and stiff from gripping his sword. And that day the Lord gave a great salvation, and the people came back after him only to take the goods of the Philistines. After him was Shema, the son of Elah the Hararite, and the Philistines came together in Lehi, where there was a bit of land full of seed, and the people went in flight from the Philistines. But he kept his place in the middle of the bit of land, and kept back their attack, and overcame the Philistines, and the Lord gave a great salvation. And 3 of the 30 went down at the start of the grain cutting, and they came to David at the strong place of Adullam, and the band of Philistines had taken up their position in the valley of Rephaim. And at that time David had taken cover in the strong place, and an armed force of the Philistines was in Bethlehem. And David, moved by a strong desire, said, "If only someone would give me a drink of water from the water hole of Bethlehem, by the doorway into the town." And the 3 men, forcing their way through the Philistine army, got water from the water hole of Bethlehem, by the doorway into the town, and took it back to David. But he would not take it, but draining it out, made an offering of it to the Lord. And he said, "Far be it from me, O Lord, to do this. How may I take as my drink the lifeblood of men who have put their lives in danger?" So he would not take it. These things did the 3 great men of war. And Abishai, the brother of Joab, the son of Zeruiah, was chief of the 30. He put to death 300 with his spear, and he got for himself a name among the 30. Was he not the noblest of the 30? So he was made their captain, but he was not equal to the first 3. And Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, a fighting man of Kabzeel, had done great acts. He put to death the 2 sons of Ariel of Moab. He went down into a hole and put a lion to death in time of snow. And he made an attack on an Egyptian, a tall man. And the Egyptian had a spear in his hand, but he went down to him with a stick, and pulling the spear out of the hands of the Egyptian, put him to death with that same spear. These were the acts of Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, who had a great name among the 30 men of war. He was honored over the rest of the 30, but he was not equal to the first 3. And David put him over the fighting men who kept him safe. Asahel, the brother of Joab, was one of the 30, and Elhanan, the son of Dodai of Bethlehem. Shema the Harodite, Elika the Harodite, Helez the Paltite, Ira the son of Ikish the Tekoite, Abiezer the Anathothite, Sibbecai the Hushathite, Zalman the Ahohite, Maharai the Netophathite, Heldai the son of Banah the Netophathite, Ittai the son of Ribai of Gibeah of the children of Benjamin, Benaiah the Parathonite, Hiddai of the valleys of Gosh, Abiel the Arbathite, Asmaveth of Baharam, Elihabah the Shalbanite, Jashin the Ganite, Jonathan the son of Shema the Hararite, Aham the son of Sharar the Hararite, Eliphelet the son of Ahasbai the Maacathite, Eliam the son of Ahithophel the Gileonite, Hezrai the Carmelite, Parai the Arkite, Egal the son of Nathan of Zobah, Bani the Gadite, Zelek the Ammonite, Nahari the Barathite, who had the care of the arms of Joab son of Zeruiah, Ira the Ithrite, Gareb the Ithrite, Uriah the Hittite, 37 in number. Chapter 24. Again the wrath of the Lord was burning against Israel, and moving David against them, he said, "Go, take the number of Israel and Judah." And the king said to Joab and the captains of the army who were with him, "Go now through all the tribes of Israel, from Dan as far as Beersheba, and have all the people numbered, so that I may be certain of the number of the people." And Joab said to the king, "Whatever the number of the people, may the Lord make it 100 times as much, and may the eyes of my lord the king see it. But why does my lord the king take pleasure in doing this thing?" But the king's order was stronger than Joab and the captains of the army. And Joab and the captains of the army went out from the king to take the number of the children of Israel. And they went over Jordan, and starting from Aroer, from the town which is in the middle of the valley, they went in the direction of the Gadites and on to Jazer. Then they came to Gilead and to the land of the Hittites under Hermon, and they came to Dan, and from Dan they came round to Zidon. and to the walled town of Tyre, and all the towns of the Hittites and the Canaanites, and they went out to the south of Judah at Beersheba. So after going through all the land in every direction, they came to Jerusalem at the end of 9 months and 20 days. And Joab gave the king the number of all the people. There were in Israel 800,000 fighting men able to take up arms, and the men of Judah were 500,000. And after the people had been numbered, David's heart was troubled. And David said to the Lord, "Great has been my sin in doing this. But now, O Lord, be pleased to take away the sin of your servant, for I have done very foolishly." And David got up in the morning. Now the word of the Lord had come to the prophet Gad, David's seer, saying, "Go and say to David, the Lord says, 3 things are offered to you. Say which of them you will have, and I will do it to you." So Gad came to David and gave him word of this and said to him, "Are there to be 3 years when there is not enough food in your land? Or will you go in flight from your haters for 3 months while they go after you? Or will you have 3 days of violent disease in your land? Take thought and say what answer I am to give to him who sent me." And David said to Gad, "This is a hard decision for me to make. Let us come into the hands of the Lord, for great are his mercies. Let me not come into the hands of men." So David made selection of the disease, and the time was the days of the grain cutting, when the disease came among the people, causing the death of 70,000 men from Dan as far as Beersheba. And when the hand of the angel was stretched out in the direction of Jerusalem for its destruction, the Lord had regret for the evil and said to the angel who was sending destruction on the people, "It is enough, do no more." And the angel of the Lord was by the grain floor of Araunah the Jebusite. And when David saw the angel who was causing the destruction of the people, he said to the Lord, "Truly, the sin is mine. I have done wrong, but these are only sheep. What have they done? Let your hand be against me and against my family." And that day Gad came to David and said to him, "Go up and put up an altar to the Lord on the grain floor of Araunah the Jebusite." So David went up as Gad had said, and as the Lord had given orders. And Araunah, looking out, saw the king and his servants coming to him. And Araunah went out and went down on his face to the earth before the king. And Araunah said, "Why has my lord the king come to his servant?" And David said, "To give you a price for your grain floor, so that I may put up an altar to the Lord, and the disease may be stopped among the people." And Araunah said to David, "Let my lord the king take whatever seems right to him and make an offering of it. See, here are the oxen for the burnt offering, and the grain cleaning instruments, and the ox yokes for wood. All this does the servant of my lord the king give to the king." And Araunah said, "May the Lord your God be pleased with your offering." And the king said to Araunah, "No, but I will give you a price for it. I will not give the Lord my God burnt offerings for which I have given nothing." So David got the grain floor and the oxen for 50 shekels of silver. And there David put up an altar to the Lord, making burnt offerings and peace offerings. So the Lord gave ear to his prayer for the land, and the disease came to an end in Israel. End of chapters 19 through 24. End of the book of 2 Samuel. Chapters 1 through 6 of 1 Kings, from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Now King David was old and far on in years, and though they put covers over him, his body was cold. So his servant said to him, "Let search be made for a young virgin for my lord the king, to take care of him and be waiting on him, and you may take her in your arms, and so my lord the king will be warm." So after searching through all the land of Israel for a fair young girl, they saw Abishag the Shunammite, and took her to the king. Now she was very beautiful, and she took care of the king, waiting on him at all times, but the king had no connection with her. Then Adonijah, the son of Haggith, lifting himself up in pride, said, "I will become king." And he made ready his carriages of war and his horsemen, with 50 runners to go before him. Now all his life his father had never gone against him or said to him, "Why have you done so?" And he was a very good-looking man, and younger than Absalom. And he had talked with Joab, the son of Zeruiah, and with Abiathar the priest, and they were on his side and gave him their support. But Zadok the priest, and Benaiah son of Jehoiada, and Nathan the prophet, and Shimei and Ray, and David's men of war, did not take the side of Adonijah. Then Adonijah put to death sheep and oxen and fat beasts by the stone of Zoheleth by En-rogel. And he sent for all his brothers, the king's sons, and all the men of Judah, the king's servants, to come to him. But he did not send for Nathan the prophet, and Benaiah, and the other men of war, and Solomon his brother. Then Nathan said to Bathsheba, the mother of Solomon, Has it not come to your ears that Adonijah, the son of Haggith, has made himself king without the knowledge of David our Lord? So now let me make a suggestion, so that you may keep your life safe and the life of your son Solomon. Come now, go to King David and say to him, Did you not, O my lord, take an oath to me, your servant, saying, Truly Solomon your son will be king after me, seated on the seat of my kingdom? Why then is Adonijah acting as king? And while you are still talking there with the king, see, I will come in after you and say that your story is true. Then Bathsheba went into the king's room. Now the king was very old, and Abishag the Shunammite was waiting on him. And Bathsheba went down on her face on the earth before the king, giving him honor. And he said, What is your desire? And she said to him, My lord, you took an oath by the Lord your God, and gave your word to your servant, saying, Truly, Solomon your son will be king after me, seated on the seat of my kingdom. And now, see, Adonijah has made himself king without my lord's knowledge, and has put to death oxen and fat beasts and sheep in great numbers, and has sent for all the sons of the king, and Abiathar the priest, and Joab the captain of the army. But he has not sent for Solomon your servant. And now, my lord the king, the eyes of all Israel are on you, waiting for you to say who is to take the place of my lord the king after him. For as things are, it will come about, when my lord the king is sleeping with his fathers, that I and Solomon my son will be made outlaws. And while she was still talking with the king, Nathan the prophet came in. And they said to the king, Here is Nathan the prophet. And when he came in before the king, he went down on his face on the earth. And Nathan said, O my lord king, have you said Adonijah is to be king after me, seated on the seat of my kingdom? Because today he has gone down and has put to death oxen and fat beasts and sheep in great numbers, and has sent for all the king's sons to come to him with the captains of the army and Abiathar the priest. And they are feasting before him and crying, Long life to King Adonijah. But me, your servant, and Zadok the priest, and Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, and your servant Solomon, he has not sent for. Has this thing been done by my lord the king without giving word to your servant, who was to be placed on my lord the king's seat after him? Then King David in answer said, Send for Bathsheba and come to me. And she came in and took her place before the king. And the king took an oath and said, By the living Lord, who has been my Savior from all my troubles, as I took an oath to you by the Lord, the God of Israel, saying, Certainly Solomon your son will become king after me, seated on my seat in my place. So will I do this day. Then Bathsheba went down on her face on the earth before the king, giving him honor, and said, May my lord King David go on living forever. And King David said, Send for Zadok the priest, and Nathan the prophet, and Benaiah the son of Jehoiada. And they came before the king. And the king said to them, Take with you the servants of your lord, and put Solomon my son on my beast, yes, mine, and take him down to Gihon. And there let Zadok the priest and Nathan the prophet put the holy oil on him to make him king over Israel. And sounding the horn, say, Long life to King Solomon. Then come up after him, and he will come in and take his place on the seat of my kingdom, for he is to be king in my place. And I have given orders that he is to be ruler over Israel and over Judah. And Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, answering the king, said, So be it, and may the Lord, the God of my lord the king, say so. As the Lord has been with my lord the king, even so may he be with Solomon, and make the seat of his authority greater than that of my lord King David. So Zadok the priest, and Nathan the prophet, and Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, and the Kerethites and the Pelethites went down and put Solomon on King David's beast, and took him to Gihon. And Zadok the priest took the vessel of oil out of the tent, and put the holy oil on Solomon. And when the horn was sounded, all the people said, Long life to King Solomon. And all the people came up after him, piping with pipes, and they were glad with great joy, so that the earth was shaking with the sound. And it came to the ears of Adonijah and all the guests who were with him, when their meal was ended. And Joab, hearing the sound of the horn, said, What is the reason of this noise, as if the town was worked up? And when the words were on his lips, Jonathan, the son of Abiathar the priest, came. And Adonijah said, Come in, for you are a man of good faith, and the news which you have for us will be good. And Jonathan answering said to Adonijah, Not so, but our lord King David has made Solomon king. And he sent with him Zadok the priest, and Nathan the prophet, and Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, and the Kerethites and the Pelethites, and they put him on the king's beast. And Zadok the priest and Nathan the prophet put the holy oil on him, and made him king in Gihon. And they came back from there with joy, and the town was all worked up. This is the noise which has come to your ears. And now Solomon is seated on the seat of the kingdom. And the king's servants came to our lord King David, blessing him and saying, May God make the name of Solomon better than your name, and the seat of his authority greater than your seat. And the king was bent low in worship on his bed. Then the king said, May the God of Israel be praised, who has given one of my seed to be king in my place this day, and has let my eyes see it. And all the guests of Adonijah got up in fear and went away, every man to his place. And Adonijah himself was full of fear because of Solomon, and he got up and went to the altar and put his hands on its horns. And they gave Solomon word of it, saying, See, Adonijah goes in such fear of King Solomon that he has put his hands on the horns of the altar, saying, Let King Solomon first give me his oath that he will not put his servant to death with the sword. And Solomon said, If he is seen to be a man of good faith, not a hair of him will be touched. But if any wrongdoing is seen in him, he is to be put to death. So King Solomon sent, and they took him down from the altar, and he came and gave honor to King Solomon. And Solomon said to him, Go to your house. Chapter 2. Now the time of David's death came near, and he gave orders to Solomon his son, saying, I am going the way of all the earth, so be strong and be a man, and keep the orders of the Lord your God, walking in his ways, keeping his laws and his orders and his rules and his words, as they are recorded in the law of Moses, so that you may do well in all you do and wherever you go, so that the Lord may give effect to what he said of me. If your children give attention to their ways, living uprightly before me with all their heart and their soul, you will never be without a man to be king in Israel. Now you have knowledge of what Joab the son of Zeruiah did to me, and to the two captains of the army of Israel, Abner the son of Ner, and Amasa the son of Jether, whom he put to death, taking payment for the blood of war in time of peace, and making the band of my clothing and the shoes on my feet red with the blood of one put to death without cause. So be guided by your wisdom, and let not his white head go down to the underworld in peace. But be good to the sons of Barzillai the Gileadite, and let them be guests at your table, for they came to me when I went in flight from Absalom, your brother. Now you have with you Shimei, the son of Gera the Benjamite of Bahurim, who put a bitter curse on me on the day when I went to Mahanaim. But he came down to see me by Jordan, and I gave him my oath by the Lord, saying, I will not put you to death by the sword. But do not let him be free from punishment, for you are a wise man, and it will be clear to you what you have to do with him. See that his white head goes down to the underworld in blood. Then David went to rest with his fathers, and his body was put into the earth in the town of David. David was king over Israel for 40 years. For 7 years he was king in Hebron, and for 33 years in Jerusalem. And Solomon took his place on the seat of David his father, and his kingdom was made safe and strong. Then Adonijah, the son of Haggith, came to Bathsheba, the mother of Solomon, and she said, Come you in peace? And he said, Yes, in peace. Then he said, I have something to say to you. And she said, Say on. And he said, You saw how the kingdom was mine, and all Israel had the idea that I would be their king. But now the kingdom is turned about, and has become my brother's, for it was given to him by the Lord. Now I have one request to make to you, and do not say no to me. And she said to him, Say on. Then he said, Will you go to Solomon the king, for he will not say no to you, and put before him my request that he will give me Abishag the Shunammite for a wife? And Bathsheba said, Good, I will make your request to the king. So Bathsheba went to King Solomon to have talk with him on Adonijah's account. And the king got up and came to her and went down low to the earth before her. Then he took his place on the king's seat and had a seat made ready for the king's mother, and she took her place at his right hand. Then she said, I have one small request to make to you, and do not say no to me. And the king said, Say on, my mother, for I will not say no to you. And she said, Let Abishag the Shunammite be given to Adonijah your brother for a wife. Then King Solomon made answer and said to his mother, Why are you requesting me to give Abishag the Shunammite to Adonijah? Take the kingdom for him in addition, for he is my older brother, and Abiathar the priest and Joab the son of Zeruiah are on his side. Then King Solomon took an oath by the Lord, saying, May God's punishment be on me, if Adonijah does not give payment for these words with his life. Now by the living Lord, who has given me my place on the seat of David my father, and made me one of a line of kings, as he gave me his word, truly Adonijah will be put to death this day. And King Solomon sent Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, and he made an attack on him and put him to death. And to Abiathar the priest the king said, Go to Anathoth, to your fields, for death would be your right reward. But I will not put you to death now, because you took up the ark of the Lord God before David my father, and you were with him in all his troubles. So Solomon let Abiathar be priest no longer, so that he might make the word of the Lord come true, which he said about the sons of Eli in Shiloh. And news of this came to Joab, for Joab had been one of Adonijah's supporters, though he had not been on Absalom's side. Then Joab went in flight to the tent of the Lord and put his hands on the horns of the altar. And they said to King Solomon, Joab has gone in flight to the tent of the Lord and is by the altar. Then Solomon sent Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, saying, Go make an attack on him. And Benaiah came to the tent of the Lord and said to him, The king says, Come out. And he said, No, but let death come to me here. And Benaiah went back to the king and gave him word of the answer which Joab had given. And the king said, Do as he has said, and make an attack on him there, and put his body into the earth, so that you may take away from me and from my family the blood of one put to death by Joab without cause. And the Lord will send back his blood on his head because of the attack he made on 2 men more upright and better than myself, putting them to the sword without my father's knowledge, even Abner the son of Ner, captain of the army of Israel, and Amasa the son of Jether, captain of the army of Judah. So their blood will be on the head of Joab and on the head of his seed forever. But for David and his seed and his family and the seat of his kingdom, there will be peace forever from the Lord. So Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, went up, and falling on him, put him to death, and his body was put to rest in his house in the wasteland. And the king put Benaiah the son of Jehoiada in his place over the army, and Zadok the priest he put in the place of Abiathar. Then the king sent for Shimei and said to him, Make a house for yourself in Jerusalem, and keep there, and go to no other place. For be certain that on the day when you go out and to go over the stream Kidron, death will overtake you, and your blood will be on your head. And Shimei said to the king, Very well, as my lord the king has said, so will your servants do. And for a long time Shimei went on living in Jerusalem. But after 3 years, 2 of the servants of Shimei went in flight to Achish, son of Maacah, king of Gath. And word was given to Shimei that his servants had gone to Gath. Then Shimei got up, and making ready his ass, he went to Gath, to Achish, in search of his servants. And he sent and got them from Gath. And news was given to Solomon that Shimei had gone from Jerusalem to Gath and had come back again. Then the king sent for Shimei and said to him, Did I not make you take an oath by the Lord, protesting to you and saying, Be certain that on the day when you go out from here, wherever you go, death will overtake you? And you said to me, Very well. Why then have you not kept the oath of the Lord and the order which I gave you? And the king said to Shimei, You have knowledge of all the evil which you did to David my father, and now the Lord has sent back your evil on yourself. But a blessing will be on King Solomon, and the kingdom of David will keep its place before the Lord forever. So the king gave orders to Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, and he went out, and falling on him, put him to death. And Solomon's authority over the kingdom was complete. Chapter 3. Solomon became the son-in-law of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and took Pharaoh's daughter as his wife, keeping her in the town of David, till the house he was building for himself, and the house of the Lord, and the wall round Jerusalem were complete. But all this time the people were making their offerings in the high places, because no house had been put up to the name of the Lord till those days. And Solomon, in his love for the Lord, kept the laws of David his father, but he made offerings and let them go up in smoke on the high places. And the king went to Gibeon to make an offering there, because that was the chief high place. It was Solomon's way to make 1,000 burned offerings on that altar. In Gibeon, Solomon had a vision of the Lord in a dream by night, and God said to him, "Say what I am to give you." And Solomon said, "Great was your mercy to David my father, as his life before you was true and upright, and his heart was true to you, and you have kept for him this greatest mercy, a son to take his place this day. And now, O Lord my God, you have made your servant king in the place of David my father, and I am only a young boy, with no knowledge of how to go out or come in. And your servant has round him the people of your selection, a people so great that they may not be numbered, and no account of them may be given. Give your servant then a wise heart for judging your people, able to see what is good and what evil. For who is able to be the judge of this great people?" Now these words and Solomon's request were pleasing to the Lord. And God said to him, "Because your request is for this thing, and not for long life for yourself, or for wealth, or for the destruction of your haters, but for wisdom to be a judge of causes, I have done as you said. I have given you a wise and far-seeing heart, so that there has never been your equal in the past, and never will there be any like you in the future. And with this I have given you what you made no request for, wealth and honor, so that no king was ever your equal. And if you go on in my ways, keeping my laws and my orders as your father David did, I will give you a long life." And Solomon, awaking, saw that it was a dream. Then he came to Jerusalem, where he went before the ark of the agreement of the Lord, offering burnt offerings and peace offerings, and he made a feast for all his servants. Then 2 loose women of the town came and took their places before the king, and one of them said, "O my lord, I and this woman are living in the same house, and I gave birth to a child by her side in the house. And 3 days after the birth of my child, this woman had a child. We were together. No other person was with us in the house, but we 2 only. In the night, this woman sleeping on her child was the cause of its death. And she got up in the middle of the night and took my son from my side while your servant was sleeping, and she took it in her arms and put her dead child in my arms. And when I got up to give my child the breast, I saw that it was dead. But in the morning, looking at it with care, I saw that it was not my son." And the other woman said, "No, but the living child is my son, and the dead one is yours." But the first said, "No, the dead child is your son, and the living one mine." So they kept on talking before the king. Then the king said, "One says the living child is my son, and yours is the dead, and the other says, not so, but your son is the dead one, and mine is the living." Then he said, "Get me a sword." So they went and put a sword before the king. And the king said, "Let the living child be cut in 2, and 1/2 given to one woman, and 1 to the other." Then the mother of the living child came forward, for her heart went out to her son, and she said, "O my lord, give her the child. Do not on any account put it to death." But the other woman said, "It will not be mine or yours. Let it be cut in 2. Then the king made answer and said, "Give her the child, and do not put it to death. She is the mother of it." And news of this decision which the king had made went through all Israel, and they had fear of the king, for they saw that the wisdom of God was in him to give decisions. Chapter 4. Now Solomon was king over all Israel, and these were his chief men. Azariah, the son of Zadok, was the priest. Elihareph and Ahijah, the sons of Shisha, were scribes. Jehoshaphat, the son of Ahilud, was the recorder. Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, was head of the army. Zadok and Abiathar were priests. Azariah, the son of Nathan, was over those in authority in the different divisions of the country. Zabud, the son of Nathan, was priest and the king's friend. Ahishar was controller of the king's house. Adoniram, the son of Abda, was overseer of the forced work. And Solomon put 12 overseers over all Israel to be responsible for the stores needed for the king and those of his house. Every man was responsible for 1 month in the year. And these are their names: the son of Hur in the hill country of Ephraim, the son of Decker in Makaz, and Shalbim, and Beth Shemesh, and Elon Bethhannah, the son of Hesed in Arubeth. Sukkah and all the land of Hepher were under his control. The son of Abinadab in all Nephathador. His wife was Taphath, the daughter of Solomon. Benah, the son of Elihud in Tanakh and Megiddo, and all Beth Shean, which is by the side of Zarathan under Jezreel, from Beth Shean to Abel Maholah, as far as the far side of Jokmeam. the son of Geber in Ramoth Gilead. He had the towns of Jair, the son of Manasseh, which are in Gilead, and the country of Argob, which is in Bashan, 60 great towns with walls and locks of brass. Ahinadab, the son of Edo, in Mahanaim, Ahimaaz in Naphtali. He took Basemath, the daughter of Solomon, as his wife. Baanah, the son of Hushai, in Asher and Aloth. Jehoshaphat, the son of Peruah, in Issachar. Shimi, the son of Elah, in Benjamin. Geber, the son of Uri, in the land of Gilead, the country of Sihon, king of the Amorites, and Og, king of Bashan. And one overseer had authority over all the overseers who were in the land. Judah and Israel were as great in number as the sand by the seaside, and they took their food and drink with joy in their hearts. And Solomon was ruler over all the kingdoms from the river to the land of the Philistines, and as far as the edge of Egypt. Men gave him offerings and were his servants all the days of his life. And the amount of Solomon's food for one day was 30 measures of crushed grain and 60 measures of meal, 10 fat oxen and 20 oxen from the fields, and 100 sheep, in addition to the harts and gazelles and roes and fat fowls. For he had authority over all the country on this side of the river, from Tiphsah to Gaza, over all the kings on this side of the river, and he had peace round him on every side. So Judah and Israel were living safely, every man under his vine and his fig tree, from Dan as far as Beersheba, all the days of Solomon. And Solomon had 4,000 boxed off spaces for horses and for his carriages, and 12,000 horsemen. And those overseers, every man in his month, saw that food was produced for Solomon and all his guests. They took care that nothing was overlooked. And they took grain and dry grass for the horses and the carriage horses to the right place, every man as he was ordered. And God gave Solomon a great store of wisdom and good sense, and a mind of wide range, as wide as the sand by the seaside. And Solomon's wisdom was greater than the wisdom of all the people of the east and all the wisdom of Egypt. For he was wiser than all men, even than Ethan the Ezrahite, and Heman and Calcol and Darda, the sons of Mahol. And he had a great name among all the nations round about. He was the maker of 3,000 wise sayings, and of songs to the number of 1,005. He made sayings about all plants, from the cedar in Lebanon to the hyssop hanging on the wall, and about all beasts and birds and fishes and the small things of the earth. People came from every nation to give ear to the wisdom of Solomon, from all the kings of the earth who had word of his wisdom. Chapter 5. Now Hiram, king of Tyre, hearing that Solomon had been made king in place of his father, sent his servants to him, for Hiram had ever been a friend to David. And Solomon sent back word to Hiram, saying, You have knowledge that David my father was not able to make a house for the name of the Lord his God, because of the wars which were round him on every side, till the Lord put all those who were against him under his feet. But now the Lord my God has given me rest on every side, and no one is making trouble, and no evil is taking place. And so it is my purpose to make a house for the name of the Lord my God, as he said to David my father, Your son, whom I will make king in your place, will be the builder of a house for my name. So now, will you have cedar trees from Lebanon cut down for me? And my servants will be with your servants, and I will give you payment for your servants at whatever rate you say. For it is common knowledge that we have no such wood cutters among us as the men of Zidon. And these words of Solomon made Hiram glad, and he said, Now may the Lord be praised, who has given to David a wise son to be king over this great people. Then Hiram sent to Solomon, saying, The words you have sent have been given to me. I will do all your desire in the question of cedar wood and cypress wood. My men will take them down from Lebanon to the sea, where I will have them corded together to go by sea to whatever place you say, and I will have them cut up there so that you may take them away. As for payment, it will be enough if you give me food for my people. So Hiram gave Solomon all the cedar wood and cypress wood he had need of, and Solomon gave Hiram 20,000 measures of grain as food for his people, and 20 measures of clear oil. This he did every year. Now the Lord had given Solomon wisdom, as he had said to him, and there was peace between Hiram and Solomon, and they made an agreement together. Then King Solomon got together men for the forced work through all Israel, 30,000 men in number, and sent them to Lebanon in bands of 10,000 every month, For a month they were working in Lebanon, and for 2 months in their country, and Adoniram was in control of them. Then he had 70,000 for the work of transport and 80,000 stone cutters in the mountains, in addition to the chiefs of the responsible men put by Solomon to oversee the work, 3,300 in authority over the workmen. By the king's orders, great stones of high price, were cut out so that the base of the house might be made of squared stone. Solomon's builders and Hiram's builders did the work of cutting them and put edges on them and got the wood and the stone ready for the building of the house. Chapter 6. In the 480th year after the children of Israel came out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year that Solomon was king of Israel, in the month of Ziv, which is the 2nd month, the building of the Lord's house was started. The house which Solomon made for the Lord was 60 cubits long, 20 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high. The covered way before the temple of the house was 20 cubits long, as wide as the house, and 10 cubits wide in front of the house. And for the house he made windows with network across. And against the walls all round, and against the walls of the temple and of the inmost room, he put up wings, with side rooms all round. The lowest line of them being 5 cubits wide, the middle 6 cubits wide, and the third 7 cubits, for there was a space all round the outside walls of the house, so that the boards supporting the rooms did not have to be fixed in the walls of the house. And the stones used in the building of the house were squared at the place where they were cut out. There was no sound of hammer or axe or any iron instrument while they were building the house. The door to the lowest side rooms was in the right side of the house, and they went up by twisting steps into the middle rooms, and from the middle into the third. And he put up the line of side rooms against the walls of the house, 15 cubits high, resting against the house on boards of cedar wood. So he put up the house and made it complete, roofing it with boards of cedar wood. And the word of the Lord came to Solomon, saying, About this house which you are building, if you will keep my laws and give effect to my decisions, and be guided by my rules, I will give effect to my word which I gave to David your father. And I will be ever among the children of Israel, and will not go away from my people. So Solomon made the building of the house complete. The walls of the house were covered inside with cedar wood boards. From the floor to the roof of the house, they were covered inside with wood, and the floor was covered with boards of cypress wood. And at the back of the house, a further space of 20 cubits was shut in with boards of cedar wood for the inmost room. And the house, that is the temple, in front of the holy place, was 40 cubits long. All the inside of the house was cedar wood, ornamented with designs of buds and flowers. No stonework was to be seen inside. And he made ready an inmost room in the middle of the house, in which to put the ark of the agreement of the Lord. And the inmost room was 20 cubits square and 20 cubits high, plated over with clear gold. And he made an altar of cedar wood, plating it with gold. Solomon had all the inside of the house covered with gold, and he put chains of gold across in front of the inmost room, which itself was covered with gold. Plates of gold were put all through the house till it was covered completely, and the altar in the inmost room was all covered with gold. In the inmost room he made 2 winged beings of olive wood, 10 cubits high, with outstretched wings 5 cubits wide. The distance from the edge of one wing to the edge of the other was 10 cubits. The 2 winged ones were 10 cubits high, of the same size and form. The 2 of them were 10 cubits high. These were placed inside the inner house, their outstretched wings touching the walls of the house, one touching one wall and one the other, while their other wings were touching in the middle. These winged ones were plated over with gold. And all the walls of the house inside and out were ornamented with forms of winged ones and palm trees and open flowers. And the floor of the house was covered with gold, inside and out. For the way into the inmost room he made doors of olive wood, the arch and the door supports forming a 5-sided opening. On the olive wood doors were cut designs of winged ones and palm trees and open flowers, all of them, with the doors, plated with gold. Then he made pillars of olive wood for the way into the temple. The pillars were square, and 2 folding doors of cypress wood with 2 leaves. These were ornamented with designs of winged ones and palm trees and open flowers, plated over with gold. And the inner space was walled with 3 lines of squared stones and a line of cedar wood boards. In the 4th year, the base of the house was put in its place in the month of Ziv. And in the 11th year, in the month Bul, which is the 8th month, the building of the house was complete in every detail as it had been designed. So he was 7 years building it. End of chapters 1 through 6. Chapters 7 through 11 of 1 Kings. From the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Solomon was 13 years building a house for himself till it was complete. And he made the house of the woods of Lebanon, which was 100 cubits long and 50 cubits wide and 30 cubits high, resting on 4 lines of cedar wood pillars with cedar wood supports on the pillars. And it was covered with cedar over the 45 supports which were on the pillars, 15 in a line. There were 3 lines of window frames, window facing window in every line. And all the doors and windows had square frames, with the windows facing one another in 3 lines. And he made a covered room of pillars, 50 cubits long and 30 cubits wide, and with steps before it. Then he made a covered room for his high seat when he gave decisions. This was the covered room of judging. It was covered with cedar wood from floor to roof. And the house for his living place, the other open square in the covered room, was made in the same way. And he made a house like it for Pharaoh's daughter, whom Solomon had taken as his wife. All these buildings were made inside and out, from base to crowning stone, and outside to the great walled square of highly priced stone, cut to different sizes with cutting instruments. And the base was of great masses of highly priced stone, some 10 cubits and some 8 cubits square. Overhead were highly priced stones cut to measure, and cedar wood. The great outer square all round was walled with 3 lines of squared stones and a line of cedar wood boards, round about the open square inside the house of the Lord and the covered room of the king's house. Then King Solomon sent and got Hiram from Tyre. He was the son of a widow of the tribe of Naphtali, and his father was a man of Tyre, a worker in brass, and he was full of wisdom and knowledge, and an expert worker in brass. He came to King Solomon and did all his work for him. He it was who made the 2 brass pillars. The first pillar was 18 cubits high, and a line of 12 cubits went round it, and the second was the same. And he made the 2 crowns to be put on the tops of the pillars, of brass made soft in the fire. The crowns were 5 cubits high. There were nets of open work for the crowns on the tops of the pillars, a net of open work for one and a net of open work for the other. And he made ornaments of apples and 2 lines of apples all round over the network, covering the crowns of the pillars, the 2 crowns in the same way. The crowns on the top of the pillars were ornamented with the design of flowers, and were 4 cubits across. And there were crowns on the 2 pillars near the round part by the network, and there were 200 apples in lines round every crown. He put up the pillars at the doorway of the temple, naming the one on the right Jachin, and the one on the left Boaz. The tops of the pillars had a design of flowers, and the work of making the pillars was complete. And he made a great metal water vessel, 10 cubits across from edge to edge, 5 cubits high and 30 cubits round. And under the edge of it, circling it all round for 10 cubits, were 2 lines of flower buds, made together with it from liquid metal. It was as thick as a man's open hand, and was curved like the edge of a cup, like the flower of a lily. It would take 2,000 baths. It was supported on 12 oxen with their back parts turned to the middle of it, 3 of them facing to the north, 3 to the west, 3 to the south, and 3 to the east. The vessel was resting on top of them. And he made 10 wheeled bases of brass, every one 4 cubits long, 4 cubits wide, and 3 cubits high. And the bases were made in this way. Their sides were square, fixed in a framework, and on the square sides between the frames were lions, oxen, and winged ones, and the same on the frame, and over and under the lions and the oxen and the winged ones were steps. Every base had 4 wheels of brass turning on brass rods, and their 4 angles had angle plates under them. The angle plates under the base were of metal, and there were ornaments at the side of every one. The mouth of it inside the angle plate was 1 cubit across. It was round like a pillar, 1.5 cubits across. It had designs cut on it. The sides were square, not round. The 4 wheels were under the frames, and the rods on which the wheels were fixed were in the base. The wheels were 1.5 cubits high. The wheels were made like carriage wheels, the rods on which they were fixed, the parts forming their edges, their rods, and the middle points of them were all formed out of liquid metal. And there were 4 angle plates at the 4 structures of every base, forming part of the structure of the base. And at the top of the base there was a round vessel, half a cubit high. In the spaces of the flat sides and on the frames of them he made designs of winged ones, lions and palm trees, with the ornamented edges all around. All the 10 bases were made in this way, after the same design, of the same size and form. And he made 10 brass washing vessels, every one taking 40 baths, and measuring 4 cubits. 1 vessel was placed on every one of the 10 bases. He put the bases by the house, 5 on the right side and 5 on the left, and he put the great water vessel on the right side of the house to the east, facing south. And Hiram made the pots and spades and the basins. So Hiram came to the end of all the work he did for King Solomon in the house of the Lord, the 2 pillars and the 2 cups of the crowns which were on the tops of the 2 pillars, and the network covering the 2 cups of the crowns on the tops of the pillars, and the 400 apples for the network, 2 lines of apples for every network covering the 2 cups of the crowns on the pillars, and the 10 bases with the 10 washing vessels on them, and the great water vessel with the 12 oxen under it, and the pots and the spades and the basins. All the vessels which Hiram made for King Solomon for the house of the Lord were of polished brass. He made them of liquid metal in the lowland of Jordan, at the way across the river at Adama, between Succoth and Zarethan. The weight of all these vessels was not measured, because there was such a number of them. It was not possible to get the weight of the brass. And Solomon had all the vessels made for use in the house of the Lord, the altar of gold, and the gold table on which the holy bread was placed, and the supports for the lights, 5 on the right side and 5 on the left before the inmost room, of clear gold, and the flowers and the lights and all the instruments of gold, and the cups and the scissors and the basins and the spoons and the fire trays all of gold, and the pins on which the doors were turned, the doors of the inner house, the most holy place, and the doors of the temple, all of gold. So all the work King Solomon had done in the house of the Lord was complete. Then Solomon took the holy things which David his father had given, the silver and the gold and all the vessels, and put them in the storehouses of the house of the Lord. Chapter 8. Then Solomon sent for all the responsible men of Israel and all the chiefs of the tribes and the heads of the families of the children of Israel to come to him in Jerusalem, to take the ark of the Lord's agreement up out of the town of David, which is Zion. And all the men of Israel came together to King Solomon at the feast in the month Ethanim, the 7th month. And all the responsible men of Israel came, and the priests took up the ark. They took up the ark of the Lord and the tent of meeting and all the holy vessels which were in the tent. All these the priests and the Levites took up. And King Solomon and all the men of Israel who had come together there were with him before the ark, making offerings of sheep and oxen more than might be numbered. And the priests took the ark of the agreement of the Lord and put it in its place in the inner room of the house, in the most holy place under the wings of the winged ones. For their wings were outstretched over the place where the ark was, covering the ark and its rods. The rods were so long that their ends were seen from the holy place in front of the inmost room, but they were not seen from outside, and there they are to this day. There was nothing in the ark but the 2 flat stones which Moses put there at Horeb, where the Lord made an agreement with the children of Israel when they came out of the land of Egypt. Now when the priests had come out of the holy place, the house of the Lord was full of the cloud, so that the priests were not able to keep their places to do their work because of the cloud, for the house of the Lord was full of the glory of the Lord. Then Solomon said, O Lord, to the sun you have given the heaven for a living place, but your living place was not seen by men. So I have made for you a living place, a house in which you may be forever present. Then turning his face about, the king gave a blessing to all the men of Israel, and they were all on their feet together. And he said, Praise be to the Lord, the God of Israel, who himself gave his word to David my father, and with his strong hand has made his word come true, saying, From the day when I took my people Israel out of Egypt, no town in all the tribes of Israel has been marked out by me for the building of a house for the resting place of my name. But I made selection of David to be king over my people Israel. Now it was in the heart of David my father to put up a house for the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. But the Lord said to David my father, You did well to have in your heart the desire to make a house for my name. But you yourself will not be the builder of my house, but your son, the offspring of your body, He it is who will put up a house for my name. And the Lord has made his word come true, for I have taken my father David's place on the seat of the kingdom of Israel, as the Lord gave his word, and I have made a house for the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. In it I have made a place for the ark, in which is the agreement which the Lord made with our fathers when he took them out of the land of Egypt. Then Solomon took his place before the altar of the Lord, all the men of Israel being present, and stretching out his hands to heaven, said, O Lord, the God of Israel, there is no God like you in heaven or on the earth, keeping faith and mercy unchanging for your servants while they go in your ways with all their hearts. And you have kept the word which you gave to your servant David, my father. With your mouth you have said it, and with your hand you have made it come true this day. So now, O Lord, the God of Israel, let your word to your servant David, my father, come true, when you said, You will never be without a man to take his place on the seat of the kingdom of Israel before me, if only your children give attention to their ways, walking before me as you have done. So now, O God of Israel, it is my prayer that you will make your word come true, which you said to your servant David, my father. But is it truly possible that God may be housed on earth? See, heaven and the heaven of heavens are not wide enough to be your resting place. How much less this house which I have made? Still, let your heart be turned to the prayer of your servant, O Lord God, and to his prayer for grace. Give ear to the cry and the prayer which your servant sends up to you this day, that your eyes may be open to this house night and day, to this place of which you have said, My name will be there, hearing the prayer which your servant may make, turning to this place. Give ear to the prayers of your servant and the prayers of your people Israel, when they make their prayers, turning to this place. Give ear in heaven, your living place, and hearing, have mercy. If a man does wrong to his neighbor and has to take an oath, and comes before your altar to take his oath in this house, then let your ear be open in heaven, and be the judge of your servants, giving your decision against the wrongdoer, so that the punishment for his sins may come on his head, and, by your decision, keeping evil from him who has done no wrong. When your people Israel are overcome in war because of their sin against you, if they are turned to you again, honoring your name, making prayers to you and requesting your grace in this house, then give ear in heaven and let the sin of your people Israel have forgiveness, and take them back again into the land which you gave to their fathers. When heaven is shut up and there is no rain because of their sin against you, if they make prayers with their faces turned to this place, honoring your name and turning away from their sin when you send trouble on them, then give ear in heaven, so that the sin of your servants and of your people Israel may have forgiveness, when you make clear to them the good way in which they are to go, and send rain on your land which you have given to your people for their heritage. If there is no food in the land, or if there is disease, or if the fruits of the earth are damaged through heat or water, locust or worm, if their towns are shut in by their attackers, whatever trouble, whatever disease there may be, whatever prayer or request for your grace is made by any man, or by all your people Israel, whatever his trouble may be, whose hands are stretched out to this place, give ear in heaven your living place, acting in mercy, and give to every man whose secret heart is open to you the reward of all his ways. For you, and you only, have knowledge of the hearts of all the children of men, so that they may give you worship all the days of their lives in the land which you gave to our fathers. And as for the man from a strange land who is not of your people Israel, when he comes from a far country because of the glory of your name, for they will have news of your great name and your strong hand and your outstretched arm, when he comes to make his prayer turning to this house, give ear in heaven your living place, and give him his desire, whatever it may be, so that all the peoples of the earth may have knowledge of your name, worshiping you as do your people Israel, and that they may see that this house which I have put up is truly named by your name. If your people go out to war against their attackers, by whatever way you may send them, if they make their prayer to the Lord, turning their faces to this town of yours and to this house which I have made for your name, give ear in heaven to their prayer and their cry for grace, and see right done to them. If they do wrong against you, for no man is without sin, and you are angry with them and give them up into the power of those who are fighting against them, so that they take them away as prisoners into a strange land, far off or near, and if they take thought in the land where they are prisoners, and are turned again to you, crying out in prayer to you in that land, and saying, We are sinners, we have done wrong, we have done evil, and with all their heart and soul are turned again to you, in the land of those who took them prisoners, and make their prayer to you, turning their eyes to this land which you gave to their fathers, and did the town which you took for yourself, and the house which I made for your name. Then give ear to their prayer and to their cry in heaven, your living place, and see right done to them, answering with forgiveness the people who have done wrong against you, and overlooking the evil which they have done against you. Let those who made them prisoners be moved with pity for them, and have pity on them, for they are your people and your heritage, which you took out of Egypt, out of the iron fireplace. Let your eyes be open to your servant's prayer for grace, and to the prayer of your people Israel, hearing them when their cry comes to you. For you made them separate from all the peoples of the earth to be your heritage, as you said by Moses your servant, when you took our fathers out of Egypt, O Lord God. Then Solomon, after making all these prayers and requests for grace to the Lord, got up from his knees before the altar of the Lord, where his hands had been stretched out in prayer to heaven. And getting on his feet, he gave a blessing to all the men of Israel, saying with a loud voice, Praise be to the Lord, who has given rest to his people Israel, as he gave them his word to do. Every word of all his oath, which he gave by the hand of Moses his servant, has come true. Now may the Lord our God be with us as he was with our fathers. Let him never go away from us or give us up, turning our hearts to himself, guiding us to go in all his ways, to keep his orders and his laws and his decisions, which he gave to our fathers. And may these, my words, the words of my prayer to the Lord, be before the Lord our God day and night, so that he may see right done to his servant and to his people Israel day by day as we have need, so that all the peoples of the earth may see that the Lord is God, and there is no other. Then let your hearts be without sin before the Lord our God, walking in his laws and keeping his orders as at this day. Now the king and all Israel with him were making offerings before the Lord. And Solomon gave to the Lord for peace offerings 22,000 oxen and 120,000 sheep. So the king and all the children of Israel kept the feast of the opening of the Lord's house. The same day the king made holy the middle of the open square in front of the house of the Lord, offering there the burnt offering and the meal offering and the fat of the peace offerings. For there was not room on the brass altar of the Lord for the burnt offerings and the meal offerings and the fat of the peace offerings. So Solomon and all Israel with him, a very great meeting, for the people had come together from the way into Hamath to the river of Egypt, kept the feast at that time before the Lord our God for 2 weeks, even 14 days. And on the 8th day he sent the people away, and blessing the kings, they went to their tents full of joy and glad in their hearts because of all the good which the Lord had done to David his servant and to Israel his people. Chapter 9. Now when Solomon came to the end of building the house of the Lord, and the king's house, and all Solomon's desires which he had in mind were effected, the Lord came to him again in a vision, as he had done at Gibeon. And the Lord said to him, Your prayers and your requests for grace have come to my ears. I have made holy this house which you have made, and I have put my name there forever. My eyes and my heart will be there at all times. As for you, if you will go on your way before me as David your father did, uprightly and with a true heart, doing what I have given you orders to do, keeping my laws and my decisions, then I will make the seat of your rule over Israel certain forever, as I gave my word to David your father, saying, You will never be without a man to be king in Israel. But if you are turned from my ways, you or your children, and do not keep my orders and my laws which I have put before you, but go and make yourselves servants to other gods and give them worship, then I will have Israel cut off from the land which I have given them, and this house, which I have made holy for myself, I will put away from before my eyes, and Israel will be a public example and a word of shame among all peoples. And this house will become a mass of broken walls, and everyone who goes by it will be overcome with wonder at it, and make whistling sounds, and they will say, Why has the Lord done so to this land and to this house? And their answer will be, Because they were turned away from the Lord their God, who took their fathers out of the land of Egypt. They took for themselves other gods and gave them worship and became their servants. That is why the Lord has sent all this evil on them. Now at the end of 20 years, in which time Solomon had put up 2 houses, the house of the Lord and the king's house, Hiram, king of Tyre, had given Solomon cedar trees and cypress trees and gold, as much as he had need of. King Solomon gave Hiram 20 towns in the land of Galilee. But when Hiram came from Tyre to see the towns which Solomon had given him, he was not pleased with them. And he said, "What sort of towns are these which you have given me, my brother?" So they were named the land of Cabul to this day. And Hiram sent the king 120 talents of gold. Now this was the way of Solomon's system of forced work for the building of the Lord's house and of the king's house, and the Millo and the wall of Jerusalem, and Megiddo and Gezer. Pharaoh, king of Egypt, came and took Gezer, burning it down and putting to death the Canaanites living in the town. And he gave it for a bride offering to his daughter, Solomon's wife. And Solomon was the builder of Gezer and Beth-horon the lower, and Baalath and Tamar in the wasteland, in that land. And all the store towns and the towns which Solomon had for his war carriages and for his horsemen, and everything which it was his pleasure to put up in Jerusalem and in Lebanon and in all the land under his rule. As for the rest of the Amorites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, who were not children of Israel, their children were still in the land, and whom the children of Israel had not been able to put to complete destruction, them did Solomon put to forced work to this day. But Solomon did not put the children of Israel to forced work. They were the men of war, his servants, his captains, his chiefs, captains of his war carriages, and of his horsemen. These were the chiefs of the overseers of Solomon's work, 550, in authority over the people who did the work. At that time Solomon made Pharaoh's daughter come up from the town of David to the house he had made for her. Then he made the Millo. 3 times in the year it was Solomon's way to give burnt offerings and peace offerings on the altar he had made to the Lord, causing his fire offering to go up on the altar before the Lord. And King Solomon made a sea force of ships in Enzion-Geber by Eloth on the Red Sea in the land of Edom. Hiram sent his servants, who were experienced seamen, into the sea force with Solomon's men. And they came to Ophir, where they got 420 talents of gold and took it back to King Solomon. Chapter 10. Now the queen of Sheba, hearing great things of Solomon, came to put his wisdom to the test with hard questions. And she came to Jerusalem with a very great train, with camels weighted down with spices and stores of gold and jewels. And when she came to Solomon, she had talk with him of everything in her mind. And Solomon gave her answers to all her questions. There was no secret which the king did not make clear to her. And when the queen of Sheba had seen all the wisdom of Solomon, and the house which he had made, and the food at his table, and all his servants seated there, and those who were waiting on him in their places, and their robes, and his wine servants, and the burnt offerings which he made in the house of the Lord, there was no more spirit in her. And she said to the king, "The account which was given to me in my country of your acts and your wisdom was true. But I had no faith in what was said about you till I came and saw for myself. And now I see that it was not half the story. Your wisdom and your wealth are much greater than they said. Happy are your wives, happy are these your servants whose place is ever before you, hearing your words of wisdom. May the Lord your God be praised, whose pleasure it was to put you on the seat of the kingdom of Israel, because the Lord's love for Israel is eternal, because he has made you king to be their judge in righteousness." And she gave the king 120 talents of gold and a great store of spices and jewels. Never again was such a wealth of spices seen as that which the queen of Sheba gave King Solomon. And the sea force of Hiram, in addition to gold from Ophir, came back with much sandalwood and jewels. And from the sandalwood the king made pillars for the house of the Lord and for the king's house, and instruments of music for the makers of melody. Never has such sandalwood been seen to this day. And King Solomon gave the queen of Sheba all her desire, whatever she may request for, in addition to what he gave her freely from the impulse of his heart. So she went back to her country, she and her servants. Now the weight of gold which came to Solomon in 1 year was 666 talents, in addition to what came to him from the business of the traders, and from all the kings of the Arabians, and from the rulers of the country. And Solomon made 200 body covers of hammered gold, every one having 600 shekels of gold in it. And he made 300 smaller body covers of hammered gold, with 3 pounds of gold in every cover. And the king put them in the house of the woods of Lebanon. Then the king made a great ivory seat, plated with the best gold. There were 6 steps going up to it, and the top of it was round at the back. There were arms on the 2 sides of the seat, and 2 lions by the side of the arms. And 12 lions were placed on the one side, and on the other side on the 6 steps. There was nothing like it in any kingdom. And all King Solomon's drinking vessels were of gold, and all the vessels of the house of the woods of Lebanon were of the best gold. Not one was of silver, for no one gave a thought to silver in the days of King Solomon. For the kings had Tarshish ships at sea with the ships of Hiram. Once every 3 years the Tarshish ships came with gold and silver and ivory and monkeys and peacocks. And King Solomon was greater than all the kings of the earth in wealth and in wisdom. And from all over the earth they came to see Solomon and to give ear to his wisdom, which God had put in his heart. And everyone took with him an offering, vessels of silver and vessels of gold, and robes and coats of metal and spices, and horses and beasts of transport regularly year by year. And Solomon got together war carriages and horsemen. He had 1,400 carriages and 12,000 horsemen, whom he kept, some in the carriage towns and some with the king at Jerusalem. And the king made silver as common as stones in Jerusalem, and cedars like the sycamore trees of the lowlands in number. And Solomon's horses came from Egypt and from Cuwe. The king's traders got them at a price from Cuwe. A war carriage might be got from Egypt for 600 shekels of silver, and a horse for 150. They got them at the same rate for all the kings of the Hittites and the kings of Aram. Chapter 11. Now a number of strange women were loved by Solomon, women of the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Zidonians, and Hittites, the nations of which the Lord had said to the children of Israel, "You are not to take wives from them, and they are not to take wives from you, or they will certainly make you go after their gods." To these Solomon was united in love. He had 700 wives, daughters of kings, and 300 other wives, and through his wives his heart was turned away. For it came about that when Solomon was old, his heart was turned away to other gods by his wives, and his heart was no longer true to the Lord his God as the heart of his father David had been. For Solomon went after Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Zidonians, and Milcom, the disgusting god of the Ammonites. And Solomon did evil in the eyes of the Lord, not walking in the Lord's ways with all his heart as David his father did. Then Solomon put up a high place for Shamash, the disgusting god of Moab, in the mountain before Jerusalem, and for Molech, the disgusting god worshipped by the children of Ammon. And so he did for all his strange wives, who made their offerings with burnings of perfumes to their gods. And the Lord was angry with Solomon because his heart was turned away from the Lord, the God of Israel, who had twice come to him in a vision, and had given him orders about this very thing, that he was not to go after other gods, but he did not keep the orders of the Lord. So the Lord said to Solomon, "Because you have done this and have not kept my agreement and my laws, which I gave you, I will take the kingdom away from you by force and will give it to your servant. I will not do it in your lifetime because of your father David, but I will take it from your son. Still, I will not take all the kingdom from him, but I will give one tribe to your son because of my servant David, and because of Jerusalem, the town of my selection." So the Lord sent Hadad the Edomite to make trouble for Solomon. He was of the king's seed in Edom. And when David had sent destruction on Edom, and Joab, the captain of the army, had gone to put the dead into the earth, and had put to death every male in Edom, for Joab and all Israel were there 6 months till every male in Edom had been cut off, Hadad, being still a young boy, went in flight to Egypt with certain Edomites, servants of his father. And they went on from Midian and came to Paran, and taking men from Paran with them, they came to Egypt, to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, who gave him a house and gave orders for his food and gave him land. Now Hadad was very pleasing to Pharaoh, so that he gave him the sister of his wife, Tahpenes, the queen, for his wife. And the sister of Tahpenes had a son by him, Genubath, whom Tahpenes took care of in Pharaoh's house. And Genubath was living in Pharaoh's house among Pharaoh's sons. Now when Hadad had news in Egypt that David had been put to rest with his fathers, and that Joab, the captain of the army, was dead, he said to Pharaoh, "Send me back to my country." But Pharaoh said to him, "What have you been short of while you have been here with me, that you are desiring to go back to your country?" And he said, "Nothing, but even so, send me back." And God sent another troublemaker, Rezin, the son of Eliada, who had gone in flight from his lord Hadadezer, king of Zobah. He got some men together and made himself captain of a band of outlaws, and went to Damascus and became king there. He was a trouble to Israel all through the days of Solomon, and this is the damage Hadad did. He was cruel to Israel while he was ruler over Edom. And there was Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, an Ephraimite from Zeradah, a servant of Solomon, whose mother was Zeruiah, a widow, and his hand was lifted up against the king. The way in which his hand came to be lifted up against the king was this. Solomon was building the Millo and making good the damaged parts of the town of his father David, and Jeroboam was an able and responsible man. And Solomon saw that he was a good worker and made him overseer of all the work given to the sons of Joseph. Now at that time, when Jeroboam was going out of Jerusalem, the prophet Ahijah the Shilonite came across him on the road. Now Ahijah had put on a new robe, and the two of them were by themselves in the open country. And Ahijah took his new robe in his hands, parting it violently into 12. And he said to Jeroboam, "Take 10 of the parts, for this is what the Lord has said. See, I will take the kingdom away from Solomon by force, and will give 10 tribes to you. But 1 tribe will be his because of my servant David, and because of Jerusalem, the town which out of all the tribes of Israel I have made mine. Because they are turned away from me to the worship of Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Zidonians, and Shamash, the god of Moab, and Milcom, the god of the Ammonites. They have not been walking in my ways, or doing what is right in my eyes, or keeping my laws and my decisions as his father David did. But I will not take the kingdom from him. I will let him be king all the days of his life because of David my servant, in whom I took delight, because he kept my orders and my laws. But I will take the kingdom from his son and give it to you. And 1 tribe I will give to his son, so that David my servant may have a light forever burning before me in Jerusalem, the town which I have made mine to put my name there. And you I will take, and you will be king over Israel, ruling over whatever is the desire of your soul. And if you give attention to the orders I give you, walking in my ways and doing what is right in my eyes and keeping my laws and my orders as David my servant did, then I will be with you, building up for you a safe house, as I did for David, and I will give Israel to you, so that I may send trouble for this on the seed of David, but not forever." And Solomon was looking for a chance to put Jeroboam to death, but he went in flight to Egypt, to Shishak, king of Egypt, and was in Egypt till the death of Solomon. Now the rest of the acts of Solomon, and all he did, and his wisdom, are they not recorded in the book of the acts of Solomon? And the time Solomon was king in Jerusalem over all Israel was 40 years. And Solomon went to rest with his fathers, and was put into the earth in the town of David his father. And hearing of it, Jeroboam the son of Nebat, who was still in Egypt, where he had gone in flight from Solomon, and was living there, came back to his town Zeradah in the hill country of Ephraim. And Solomon went to rest with his fathers, and Rehoboam his son became king in his place. End of chapters 7 through 11. Chapters 12 through 17 of 1 Kings, from the Basic Bible Old Testament, translated by S.H. Hooke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. And Rehoboam went to Shechem, where all Israel had come together to make him king. And all the men of Israel came to Rehoboam and said, "Your father put a hard yoke on us. If you will make the conditions under which your father kept us down less cruel, and the weight of the yoke he put on us less hard, then we will be your servants." And he said to them, "Go away for 3 days, and then come back to me again." So the people went away. Then King Rehoboam took the opinion of the old men who had been with Solomon his father when he was living, and said, "In your opinion, what answer am I to give to this people?" And they said to him, "If you will be a servant to this people today, caring for them and giving them a gentle answer, then they will be your servants forever." But he gave no attention to the opinion of the old men, and went to the young men of his generation who were waiting before him, and said to them, "What is your opinion? What answer are we to give to this people who have said to me, 'Make less the weight of the yoke which your father put on us'?" And the young men of his generation said to him, "This is the answer to give the people who came to you saying, 'Your father put a hard yoke on us.' Will you make it less? Say to them, 'My little finger is thicker than my father's body.' If my father put a hard yoke on you, I will make it harder. My father gave you punishment with whips, but I will give you blows with snakes." So all the people came to Rehoboam on the 3rd day, as the king had given orders, saying, "Come back to me the 3rd day." And the king gave them a rough answer, giving no attention to the suggestion of the old men, but giving them the answer put forward by the young men, saying, "My father made your yoke hard, but I will make it harder. My father gave you punishment with whips, but I will give it with snakes." So the king did not give ear to the people, and this came about by the purpose of the Lord, so that what he had said by Ahijah the Shilonite to Jeroboam, son of Nebat, might be effected. And when all Israel saw that the king would give no attention to them, the people in answer said to the king, "What part have we in David? What is our heritage in the son of Jesse? To your tents, O Israel. Now see to your people, David." So Israel went away to their tents. But Rehoboam was still king over those of the children of Israel who were living in the towns of Judah. Then King Rehoboam sent Adoniram, the overseer of the forced work, and he was stoned to death by all Israel. And King Rehoboam went quickly and got into his carriage to go in flight to Jerusalem. So Israel was turned away from the family of David to this day. Now when all Israel had news that Jeroboam had come back, they sent for him to come before the meeting of the people and made him king over Israel. Not one of them was joined to the family of David, but only the tribe of Judah. When Rehoboam came to Jerusalem, he got together all the men of Judah and the tribe of Benjamin, 180,000 of his best fighting men, to make war against Israel and get the kingdom back for Rehoboam, the son of Solomon. But the word of God came to Shemaiah, the man of God, saying, "Say to Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, king of Judah, and to all the men of Judah and Benjamin and the rest of the people, the Lord has said, you are not to go to war against your brothers, the children of Israel. Go back, every man to his house, because this thing is my purpose." So they gave ear to the word of the Lord and went back as the Lord had said. Then Jeroboam made the town of Shechem in the hill country of Ephraim a strong place, and was living there, and from there he went out and did the same to Penuel. And Jeroboam said in his heart, "Now the kingdom will go back to the family of David. If the people go up to make offerings in the house of the Lord at Jerusalem, their heart will be turned again to their Lord, to Rehoboam king of Judah, and they will put me to death and go back to Rehoboam king of Judah." So after taking thought, the king made 2 oxen of gold, and he said to the people, "You have been going up to Jerusalem long enough. See, these are your gods, O Israel, who took you out of the land of Egypt." And he put one in Bethel and the other in Dan. And this became a sin in Israel, for the people went to give worship to the one at Bethel and to the other at Dan. And he made places for worship at the high places, and made priests who were not Levites from among all the people. And Jeroboam gave orders for a feast in the 8th month on the 15th day of the month, like the feast which is kept in Judah. And he went up to the altar. And in the same way in Bethel he gave offerings to the oxen which he had made, placing in Bethel the priests of the high places he had made. He went up to the altar he had made in Bethel on the 15th day of the 8th month, the month fixed by him at his pleasure. And he gave orders for a feast for the people of Israel, and went up to the altar, and there he made the smoke of his offerings go up. Chapter 13. Then a man of God came from Judah by the order of the Lord to Bethel, where Jeroboam was by the altar burning offerings. And by the order of the Lord he made an outcry against the altar, saying, "O altar, altar, the Lord has said, from the seed of David will come a child named Josiah, and on you he will put to death the priests of the high places, who are burning offerings on you, and men's bones will be burned on you." This same day he gave them a sign, saying, "This is the sign which the Lord has given. See, the altar will be broken, and the burned waste on it overturned." Then the king, hearing the man of God crying out against the altar at Bethel, put out his hand from the altar, saying, "Take him prisoner." And his hand stretched out against him became dead, and he had no power of pulling it back. And the altar was broken, and the burned waste on it overturned. This was the sign which the man of God had given by the word of the Lord. Then the king made answer and said to the man of God, "Make a prayer now for the grace of the Lord your God, and for me, that my hand will be made well." And in answer to the prayer of the man of God, the king's hand was made well again, as it was before. And the king said to the man of God, "Come with me to my house for food and rest, and I will give you a reward." But the man of God said to the king, "Even if you gave me half of all you have, I would not go in with you, and I would not take food or a drink of water in this place. For so I was ordered by the word of the Lord, who said, you are not to take food or a drink of water, and you are not to go back the way you came." So he went another way, and not by the way he came to Bethel. Now there was an old prophet living in Bethel, and one of his sons came and gave him word of all the man of God had done that day in Bethel. And they gave their father an account of the words he had said to the king. Then their father said to them, "Which way did he go?" Now his sons had seen which way the man of God who came from Judah had gone. So the prophet said to his sons, "Make ready an ass for me." So they made an ass ready, and he got on it, and went after the man of God, and came up with him while he was seated under an oak tree. And he said to him, "Are you the man of God who came from Judah?" And he said, "I am." Then he said to him, "Come back to the house with me and have a meal." But he said, "I may not go back with you or go into your house, and I will not take food or a drink of water with you in this place. For the Lord said to me, you are not to take food or water there, or go back again by the way you came." Then he said to him, "I am a prophet like you, and an angel said to me by the word of the Lord, take him back with you and give him food and water." But he said false words to him. So he went back with him and had a meal in his house and a drink of water. But while they were seated at the table, the word of the Lord came to the prophet who had taken him back. And crying out to the man of God who came from Judah, he said, "The Lord says, because you have gone against the voice of the Lord and have not done as you were ordered by the Lord, but have come back and have taken food and water in this place where he said you were to take no food or water, your dead body will not be put to rest with your fathers." Now after the meal he made ready the ass for him, for the prophet whom he had taken back. And he went on his way. But on the road a lion came rushing at him and put him to death, and his dead body was stretched in the road with the ass by its side, and the lion was there by the body. And some men, going by, saw the body stretched out in the road with the lion by its side, and they came and gave news of it in the town where the old prophet was living. Then the prophet who had made him come back, hearing it, said, "It is the man of God who went against the word of the Lord. That is why the Lord has given him to the lion to be wounded to death, as the Lord said." And he said to his sons, "Make ready the ass for me." And they did so. And he went out and saw the dead body stretched out in the road with the ass and the lion by its side. The lion had not taken the body for its food or done any damage to the ass. Then the prophet took up the body of the man of God and put it on the ass and took it back. And he came to the town to put the body to rest with weeping. And he put the body in the resting place made ready for himself, weeping and sorrowing over it, saying, "Oh, my brother." And when he had put it to rest, he said to his sons, "When I am dead, then you are to put my body into the earth with the body of this man of God, and put me by his bones, so that my bones may be kept safe with his bones. For the outcry he made by the word of the Lord against the altar in Bethel and against all the houses of the high places in the towns of Samaria will certainly come about." After this, Jeroboam, not turning back from his evil ways, still made priests for his altars from among all the people. So he made a priest of anyone desiring it, so that there might be priests of the high places. And this became a sin in the family of Jeroboam, causing it to be cut off and sent to destruction from the face of the earth. Chapter 14. At that time Abijah, the son of Jeroboam, became ill. And Jeroboam said to his wife, "Now come and put on different clothing, so that you may not seem to be the wife of Jeroboam, and go to Shiloh. See, Ahijah is there, the prophet who said I would be king over this people. And take with you 10 cakes of bread and dry cakes and a pot of honey, and go to him. He will give you word of what is to become of the child." So Jeroboam's wife did so, and got up and went to Shiloh, and came to the house of Ahijah. Now Ahijah was unable to see, because he was very old. And the Lord said to Ahijah, "The wife of Jeroboam is coming to get news from you about her son, who is ill. Give her such and such an answer, for she will make herself seem to be another woman." Then Ahijah, hearing the sound of her footsteps coming in at the door, said, "Come in, O wife of Jeroboam. Why do you make yourself seem like another? For I am sent to you with bitter news. Go, say to Jeroboam, these are the words of the Lord, the God of Israel. Though I took you from among the people, lifting you up to be a ruler over my people Israel, and took the kingdom away by force from the seed of David and gave it to you, you have not been like my servant David, who kept my orders and was true to me with all his heart, doing only what was right in my eyes. But you have done evil more than any before you, and have made for yourself other gods and images of metal, moving me to wrath and turning your back on me. So I will send evil on the line of Jeroboam, cutting off from his family every male child, those who are shut up and those who go free in Israel. The family of Jeroboam will be brushed away like a man brushing away waste, till it is all gone. Those of the family of Jeroboam who come to death in the town will become food for the dogs, and those on whom death comes in the open country will be food for the birds of the air, for the Lord has said it. Up then, Go back to your house, and in the hour when your feet go into the town, the death of the child will take place. And all Israel will put his body to rest, weeping over him, because he only of the family of Jeroboam will be put into his resting place in the earth. For of all the family of Jeroboam, in him only has the Lord, the God of Israel, seen some good. And the Lord will put up a king over Israel, who will send destruction on the family of Jeroboam in that day. And even now the hand of the Lord has come down on Israel, shaking it like a river grass in the water, and uprooting Israel from this good land, which he gave to their fathers. He will send them this way and that on the other side of the river, because they have made for themselves images, moving the Lord to wrath. And he will give Israel up because of the sins which Jeroboam has done and made Israel do. Then Jeroboam's wife got up and went away and came to Tirzah. And when she came to the doorway of the house, death came to the child. And all Israel put his body to rest, weeping over him, as the Lord had said by his servant Ahijah the prophet. Now the rest of the acts of Jeroboam, how he made war and how he became king, are recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Israel. And Jeroboam was king for 22 years and was put to rest with his fathers. And Nadab his son became king in his place. And Rehoboam the son of Solomon was king in Judah. Rehoboam was 41 years old when he became king. He was king for 17 years in Jerusalem, the town which the Lord had made his out of all the tribes of Israel, to put his name there. His mother's name was Naamah, an Ammonite woman. And Judah did evil in the eyes of the Lord, and made him more angry than their fathers had done by their sins. For they made high places and upright stones and wood pillars on every high hill and under every green tree. And more than this, there were those in the land who were used for sex purposes in the worship of the gods, doing the same disgusting crimes as the nations which the Lord had sent out before the children of Israel. Now in the 5th year of King Rehoboam, Shishak, king of Egypt, came up against Jerusalem, and took away all the stored wealth from the house of the Lord, and from the king's house, and all the gold body covers which Solomon had made. So in their place King Rehoboam had other body covers made of brass, and gave them into the care of the captains of the armed men who were stationed at the door of the king's house. And whenever the king went into the house of the Lord, the armed men went with him, taking the body covers, and then took them back to their room. Now the rest of the acts of Rehoboam and all he did, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Judah? And there was war between Rehoboam and Jeroboam all their days. And Rehoboam went to rest with his fathers, and was put in the earth with his fathers in the town of David. His mother's name was Naamah, an Ammonite woman. And Abijam, his son, became king in his place. Chapter 15. Now in the 18th year of King Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, Abijam became king over Judah. For 3 years he was king in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Maacah, the daughter of Abishalom. And he did the same sins which his father had done before him. His heart was not completely true to the Lord his God, like the heart of David his father. But because of David, the Lord gave him a light in Jerusalem, making his sons king after him, so that Jerusalem might be safe. Because David did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, and never in all his life went against his orders, but only in the question of Uriah the Hittite. Now the rest of the acts of Abijam and all he did, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Judah? And there was war between Abijam and Jeroboam. Then Abijam went to rest with his fathers, and they put him into the earth in the town of David, and Asa his son became king in his place. In the 20th year that Jeroboam was king of Israel, Asa became king over Judah. And he was king for 41 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Maacah, the daughter of Abishalom. Asa did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, as David his father did. Those used for sex purposes in the worship of the gods he sent out of the country, and he took away all the images which his fathers had made. And he would not let Maacah his mother be queen, because she had made a disgusting image for Asherah. And Asa had the image cut down and burned by the stream Kidron. The high places, however, were not taken away, but still the heart of Asa was true to the Lord all his life. He took into the house of the Lord all the things which his father had made holy, and those which he himself had made holy, silver and gold and vessels. Now there was war between Asa and Baasha, king of Israel, all their days. And Baasha, king of Israel, went up against Judah, building Ramah, so that no one was able to go out or in to Asa, king of Judah. Then Asa took all the silver and gold which was still stored in the Lord's house and in the king's house, and sent them in care of his servants to Ben-Hadad, son of Tabrimim, son of Rezin, king of Amram, at Damascus, saying, Let there be an agreement between me and you, as there was between my father and your father. See, I have sent you an offering of silver and gold. Go and put an end to your agreement with Baasha, king of Israel, so that he may give up attacking me. So Ben-Hadad did as King Asa said, and sent the captains of his armies against the towns of Israel, attacking Ijon and Dan and Abel-Beth-Maachah, and all Chinneroth, as far as all the land of Naphtali. And Baasha, hearing of it, put a stop to the building of Ramah, and was living in Tirzah. Then King Asa got all Judah together, making every man come, and they took away the stones and the wood with which Baasha was building Ramah, and King Asa made use of them for building Geba in the land of Benjamin, and Mizpah. Now the rest of the acts of Asa and his power, and all he did, and the towns of which he was the builder, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Judah? But when he was old, he had a disease of the feet. So Asa went to rest with his fathers and was put into the earth in the town of David his father, and Jehoshaphat his son became king in his place. Nadab the son of Jeroboam became king over Israel in the 2nd year that Asa was king of Judah, and he was king of Israel for 2 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, copying the evil ways of his father and the sin which he did and made Israel do. And Baasha, the son of Ahijah, of the family of Issachar, made a secret design against him, attacking him at Gibbethon, a town of the Philistines, for Nadab and the armies of Israel were making war on Gibbethon. In the 3rd year of the rule of Asa, king of Judah, Baasha put him to death and became king in his place. And straightway, when he became king, he sent destruction on all the offspring of Jeroboam. There was not one living person of all the family of Jeroboam whom he did not put to death. So the word of the Lord, which he said by his servant Ahijah the Shilonite, came about, because of the sins which Jeroboam did and made Israel do, moving the Lord, the God of Israel, to wrath. Now the rest of the acts of Nadab and all he did, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Israel? And there was war between Asa and Baasha, king of Israel, all their days. In the 3rd year of the rule of Asa, king of Judah, Baasha, the son of Ahijah, became king over all Israel in Tirzah, and he was king for 24 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, copying the evil ways of Jeroboam and the sin which he made Israel do. Chapter 16. And the word of the Lord came to Jehu, the son of Hanani, protesting against Baasha and saying, Because I took you up out of the dust, and made you ruler over my people Israel, and you have gone in the ways of Jeroboam, and made my people Israel do evil, moving me to wrath by their sins, truly I will see that Baasha and all his family are completely brushed away. I will make your family like the family of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat. Anyone of the family of Baasha who comes to death in the town will become food for the dogs, and he to whom death comes in the open country will be food for the birds of the air. Now the rest of the acts of Baasha and what he did and his power, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Israel? And Baasha went to rest with his fathers and was put into the earth at Tirzah, and Elah his son became king in his place. And the Lord sent his word against Baasha and his family by the mouth of the prophet Jehu, the son of Hanani, because of all the evil he did in the eyes of the Lord, moving him to wrath by the work of his hands, because he was like the family of Jeroboam, and because he put it to death. In the 26th year that Asa was king of Judah, Elah, the son of Baasha, became king of Israel in Tirzah, and he was king for 2 years. And his servant Zimri, captain of half his war carriages, made secret designs against him. Now he was in Tirzah, drinking hard in the house of Arza, controller of the king's house in Tirzah. And Zimri went in and made an attack on him and put him to death in the 27th year that Asa was king of Judah, and made himself king in his place. And straightway when he became king and took his place on the seat of the kingdom, he put to death all the family of Baasha. Not one male child of his relations or his friends kept his life. So Zimri put to death all the family of Baasha, so that the word which the Lord said against him by the mouth of Jehu the prophet came about. Because of all the sins of Baasha and the sins of Elah his son, which they did and made Israel do, moving the Lord the God of Israel to wrath by their foolish acts. Now the rest of the acts of Elah and all he did, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Israel? In the 27th year of Asa, king of Judah, Zimri was king for 7 days in Tirzah. Now the people were attacking Gibbethon in the land of the Philistines. And news came to the people in the tents that Zimri had made a secret design and had put the king to death. So all Israel made Omri, the captain of the army, king that day in the tents. Then Omri went up from Gibbethon with all the army of Israel, and they made an attack on Tirzah, shutting in the town on every side. And when Zimri saw that the town was taken, he went into the inner room of the king's house, and burning the house over his head came to his end. Because of his sin in doing evil in the eyes of the Lord, in going in the way of Jeroboam, and in his sin which he made Israel do. Now the rest of the acts of Zimri, and the secret designs he made, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Israel? Then there was a division among the people of Israel. Half the people were for making Tibni, son of Ginath, king, and half were supporting Omri. But the supporters of Omri overcame those who were on the side of Tibni, the son of Ginath, and death came to Tibni and to his brother Joram at that time. And Omri became king in the place of Tibni. In the 31st year of Asa, king of Judah, Omri became king over Israel, and he was king for 12 years. For 6 he was ruling in Tirzah. He got the hill Samaria from Shemer for the price of 2 talents of silver, and he made a town there, building it on the hill and naming it Samaria, after Shemer, the owner of the hill. And Omri did evil in the eyes of the Lord, even worse than all those before him, copying all the evil ways of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, and all the sins he did and made Israel do, moving the Lord, the God of Israel, to wrath by their foolish ways. Now the rest of the acts which Omri did, and his great power, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Israel? So Omri went to rest with his fathers and was put into the earth in Samaria, and Ahab his son became king in his place. In the 38th year that Asa was king of Judah, Ahab the son of Omri became king over Israel, and Ahab was king in Samaria for 22 years. And Ahab the son of Omri did evil in the eyes of the Lord, even worse than all who went before him. And as if copying the evil ways of Jeroboam the son of Nebat was a small thing for him, he took as his wife Jezebel, daughter of Ethbaal, king of Zidon, and became a servant and worshipper of Baal. And he put up an altar for Baal in the house of Baal, which he had made in Samaria. And Ahab made an image of Asherah and did more than all the kings of Israel before him to make the Lord, the God of Israel, angry. In his days, Hiel made Jericho. He put its base in position at the price of Abiram, his oldest son, and he put its doors in place at the price of his youngest son, Segub, even as the Lord had said by Joshua, the son of Nun. Chapter 17. And Elijah, the Tishbite of Tishbe in Gilead, said to Ahab, By the living Lord, the God of Israel, whose servant I am, there will be no dew or rain in these years, but only at my word. Then the word of the Lord came to him, saying, Go from here in the direction of the east, and keep yourself in a secret place by the stream Cherith, east of Jordan. The water of the stream will be your drink, and by my orders the ravens will give you food there. So he went and did as the Lord said, living by the stream Cherith, east of Jordan. And the ravens took him bread in the morning and meat in the evening, and the water of the stream was his drink. Now after a time the stream became dry, because there was no rain in the land. Then the word of the Lord came to him, saying, Up, now go to Zarephath in Zidon, and make your living place there. I have given orders to a widow woman to see that you have food. So he got up and went to Zarephath, and when he came to the door of the town, he saw a widow woman getting sticks together. And crying out to her, he said, Will you give me a little water in a vessel for my drink? And when she was going to get it, he said to her, And get me with it a small bit of bread. Then she said, By the life of the Lord your God, I have nothing but a little meal in my store and a drop of oil in the bottle. And now I am getting 2 sticks together so that I may go in and make it ready for me and my son, so that we may have a meal before our death. And Elijah said to her, Have no fear. Go and do as you have said, but first make me a little cake of it, and come and give it to me, and then make something for yourself and your son. For this is the word of the Lord, the God of Israel. The store of meal will not come to an end, and the bottle will never be without oil till the day when the Lord sends rain on the earth. So she went and did as Elijah said, and she and he and her family had food for a long time. The store of meal did not come to an end, and the bottle was never without oil, as the Lord had said by the mouth of Elijah. Now after this, the son of the woman of the house became ill, so ill that there was no breath in him. And she said to Elijah, What have I to do with you, O man of God? Have you come to put God in mind of my sin and put my son to death? And he said to her, Give your son to me. And lifting him out of her arms, he took him up to his room and put him down on his bed. And crying to the Lord, he said, O Lord my God, have you sent evil even on the widow whose guest I am by causing her son's death? And stretching himself out on the child 3 times, he made his prayer to the Lord, saying, O Lord my God, be pleased to let this child's life come back to him again. And the Lord gave ear to the voice of Elijah, and the child's spirit came into him again, and he came back to life. And Elijah took the child down from his room into the house and said to her, See, your son is living. Then the woman said to Elijah, Now I am certain that you are a man of God, and that the word of the Lord in your mouth is true. End of chapters 12 through 17.